I'd be sublime. In the concubines. They act like gents. Let me write these in.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. How we doing, B?
I am good, brother. What's happening with you?
I'm good, man. Got a good night's sleep. Watched Paul Skeens pitch last night. Watched James Wood just be a pro, be a extremely young kid that has a mental capacity for baseball.
He can mash it.
And B, Nat's got a bullpen problem, man.
You just figuring that out?
I mean, hell, we're only 17
They've
games.
had a
You don't want to in baseball. You don't want to pronounce something too early.
You don't want to pronounce it too
That's
early,
a
but
problem.
they've had a bullpen problem for years, and we saw early on in the season that you could have your pitcher can go in and do some things, but once he leaves, all hell breaks loose.
it's trouble, dude.
Yeah.
Also, I got some beef with Pittsburgh. I've decided. I don't know how you feel about this. They got this kid Skeens, who's outrageous. He's like a Cy Young type player.
Uh-huh.
Did you see that ballpark last night?
It was empty?
It was empty. I get the Pirates stink and have stunk for a long time.
Hey.
But, dude, you got to show up when you got your stud on the mound.
I know we say that, Jay, all the time.
We used to go when the Nats stunk, but Strasburg was pitching, that joint would fill up. I'm not saying packed, but you got to get to 70%.
It was relatively new still at a point. The Pirates been sucking for a long time.
Right, but this kid's only pitched for half a season. He just came up
I
last
know
year.
that, but I listen, man. I understand the mindset, but I'll be honest with you. People always talking about building, they will come. No. If you win, they'll come. You're not winning. People don't normally just lose their mind and come to you.
I don't know. If Skeens comes to DC, I'm going. To me that's a
Skeens,
drop everything.
And you have a different way of looking at it.
I love stud.
A lot of these people are going to let you know, man. People stopped going to Washington games because of the owner, not the players.
Yeah.
And even when you had good people on the team, they didn't show up. And right now, maybe the Pirates ownership may be getting the same type of respect.
You might be right about that.
That's where it comes from. It's not the player per se.
I thought it was a disappointing crowd. Maybe it was cold up there. I don't know. That Nats bullpen. I don't know. I mean, I know you know him well, but I don't know how often you listen to Kornheiser's podcasts, but he, for many years, has had trouble with the Nats bullpen, and I can only imagine how this summer is going to go for Mr. Tony.
It's not going to go well. Yeah, but that's the thing I'm saying now. We've had starting pitching out the yin-yang. We've had bats.
Not for a while, though.
Where?
In Washington.
Starting pitching?
Like, that's how they built it.
They built it like that. But
they've torn this thing down now.
Even when they
years.
had the starting pitching, they never had good bullpen. They had two people, Doolittle and what was that person? Two guys that came through here that were good. Other than that, they haven't done it. You got to find some level of it.
Who was it when it was Storin? Clippard and Storin. Clippard was your eighth inning guy. They called it like Clip Save Store or something. Mm-hmm. Remember Clippard wore those glasses? Those like Rec Specs joints?
Mm-hmm.
Last night was also this realization, this kind of kick in the ass that we've hit all there is to watch is baseball part of the calendar. Now there's more, right? Like we got the play-in game tonight, which I mean, the Western Conference game actually intrigues me. I'm just not going to stay up that late. NBA playoffs will be dope. NHL playoffs will be dope, but we're getting close to the real summer. And I'm not necessarily thrilled about it. I wish they had TGL still.
Know what you do?
TGL is my jam.
What you do is wait till it comes. Because if you talk about it now and then it comes, it's gonna be a long time.
Okay, but B,
I got draft next week.
It came last night. There was nothing to watch.
I got the draft next week.
I'm in full draft mode. Jordan Reed from ESPN is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We're going to talk all about the draft. I have consumed every piece of Masters Rory McIlroy content possible. I do have a little announcement for the boys here. My boy, our friend Danny Frank, sent me cookies from Augusta. These are authentic Masters cookies. We can try them. Now, these were purchased Sunday, and it's Tuesday. So let me know.
Cookies can last for 2 days.
I think cookies are good.
Cookies can go for 2 days. But,
Jeffrey, you want one?
There was some type of
Come get one.
egg, some
Got you.
other stuff.
Yeah, cookies last. There's no shelf time on that, except for after like 3 weeks.
All right, well, come get one then. Whenever you're ready. Ooh, they smell good. You smell those, B?
What kind is it?
Looks like standard chocolate chip.
Nah, I can't.
Another one kind of. Oh, there's a macadamia nut. I know you
I'll
like
do that.
I know you like that kind. Here. All right, maybe B leads off the taste
Hell
test.
yeah. I mean, good.
1 vote, good. There you have it. So there was a chance last night the Caps would know who they were playing. Now, I'm getting my information from Wino's Twitter feed, so we're clear. If Montreal had won last night, then it was a lock. The Caps were playing Montreal in the first round of the playoffs. Montreal, though, lost at home to Chicago, who sucks in a shootout. So that's a kind of a bad loss. And I think that keeps open the door for the Blue Jackets to catch them. Although that really doesn't. I guess the Blue Jackets have 2 games left. They are 4 points back. Montreal plays again. I guess Montreal's finishes tomorrow night. So when is that? Thursday night at home against Raleigh. Columbus.
Wednesday night.
What day is today?
Tuesday.
Okay. Wednesday night. Thank you. Columbus has 2 games left. I don't know where they are. Do you care at all? Columbus Washington just had a back-to-back with Columbus, and they kicked their ass.
Yeah.
The total combined score in the 2 games was 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, part of that was the third-string goalie played
Columbus
one of those
plays
games.
tonight against the Flyers.
Tonight against the Flyers, and then Thursday against the Islanders. Do you have a dog in the fight between Columbus and Montreal? Who you'd like them to play?
Nope. I just look. My mind said if you got to win it, you got to beat the people who shows up. If you're gonna win it all, you got to end up facing those good teams anyway.
Yeah, I would rather. For me, you're correct, right? Caps play tonight 7:30 against the Islanders. They could really use to look good. They could really use it. But if Montreal's going to kind of lose their way in, I think I'd rather get that team. But people in Montreal are probably like, the Caps are kind of losing their way in right now. I think everything else, though, is set. It's going to be Leafs, Senators, Lightning, Panthers, Hurricanes, Devils, and then Caps, either Montreal or Columbus. That'll get the people all fired up. The playing game is tonight. How much NBA playing game will you watch, B?
I'll put it on. I'll watch it some. If it gets interesting, I'll stay up. And playoff basketball is interesting to me. But if it's boring, I will go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, see, the problem is, I understand it. I'm aware of geography and time zones. Like, I get it. Hawks Magic is such a 0 for me because it's not even like a real series or something. You know what I mean? Like, this is just the play-in nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, I look, man, this time of the year, they go for it. And that's what I like to see in sports. I like to see people go for it. I don't like to see people half-assing and just going through the motions. Right now, and the Hawks and the Magic, they both have some. They got players. They go for it. So
can you
I
do me a
can't wait
favor?
to see it.
Name me some Hawks players.
What's
Trey Young? Is he still there? Or did he get traded? He's still there, right?
I like him because he's cold.
I
turn on their basketball games and I watch and I see some excitement. Neil goes to the Orlando Magic game. You're always talking about.
So I know Paolo's on the Magic.
I tune into them sometimes to check them out. But I don't like watching any basketball, even the people I know. I do, but I don't say, I have to if LeBron is playing. I don't have to if Steph is playing anymore. You know why? Because everybody goes through the motions during the regular season.
All right, I'm hyping you up here. So the dude many people thought the Wiz were going to draft last year with the second pick that went first, the dude Risa Shea,
Yeah.
the French dude. Which of these two teams do you think he's on? I only found this out moments ago.
Magic.
Hawks. So that's a dude worth interest. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who had some really good
He
playoff
had some
games
good years before.
for that Nuggets team when they went on their run. He's on the Magic. I'm not going to watch a second of that game unless, I don't know, there's baseball on for me to watch tonight, right? Yeah. I'm watching Jake Irvin pitch tonight. But I would love to watch Warriors-Grizzlies.
Too late.
On a 10, dog.
Mm-hmm.
10 is late.
But you do have Steph and what's it called?
Ja Morant.
Yeah.
So
if he don't do any more crazy stuff.
You like to think he can get from – now this game is in San Fran. So it is currently 7:15 in the morning in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Do you think Ja Morant can contain himself from 7:15 a.m. to 7 p.m. so he can play in this ball game?
Yeah, but after he hit a three-pointer, then all of a sudden all hell breaks loose again.
Yo, when he did the grenade thing the other day, he tried to act like he said he was like, oh, I was just throwing my words. I was like, what? Dude, just stop doing that stuff. They're clearly watching you like a hawk.
But the whole thing about it, though, listen, man, it gets to a point where if other players are doing something you don't do anything about it, you can't just focus on one guy. You know? And if he's throwing a grenade, what are they saying he's really doing right here? What's the reason that he can't do that? Is that being violent?
I think so.
Huh? Bruh, ain't no average person walking down the street throwing grenades.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know.
I listen, man. But as I've said many a time, once you become a person who's been involved with stuff, then you don't have the same rights as everybody else. He has to understand that. It was a gun thing because he had the guns. So if anything else other than the gun, I don't think you should just mess with him about everything. If you come out and you do a bow and arrow, that'd be too bad.
One of the bow and arrow thing, I think, is unbelievably soft, or like whatever the term is for overdoing it.
Mm-hmm.
The bow and arrow thing is overdoing.
But I'm saying, if he were to do something like that, it's like, listen, man, it gets to the point where they go overboard in what they do. And I understand you got the right. You're a private entity, you can do what you want to do. But a lot of stuff goes on that may not be cool. And they don't say anything to the other players. But I still want to see. I'm going to try and look at it. I probably will not watch the whole thing because, I start getting heavy around that time.
I got no shot. Will any of you boys in the aquarium make it to 10 to watch Warriors Grizzlies? Jeffrey, maybe?
Yeah, I need a new Ja Morant celebration.
As like a young dude, what do you think of them always going after him for everything he does? He does some dumb stuff.
He's brought it on himself.
Some of it is very deserved.
He brought it on himself, JP. We all know about the Gilbert Arenas situation and the bringing guns. Bro, Ja, you got caught with a gun on live. You wasn't supposed to have it in that place. All right, so now you got a target on your back. That don't, just like, remember when Gilbert, after he brought the guns in the room and then he did the little celebration, he got in trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's not nothing new. Ja, you gotta relax, bruh. You a face. You're a face. You're a role model. You got in trouble for it. The kids watch you. They're going to
and all your
back.
boys that keep telling you, hey man, don't worry about them. They're not making nothing. You taking care of them.
Yeah.
Okay? You better learn, dude. But the whole thing, listen, I just think that they stretch it, but hell, if he hadn't done all the stuff he's done, they wouldn't be doing it.
It's I don't know. I wouldn't mind watching that game. I don't know that I will. It's a tricky time on our calendar. I think of DC sports fans, I think the Caps playoff chase is probably the top. But I think for the next 10 days, it's going to be NFL draft.
Yeah.
I think the draft is a little diminished. Not diminished, but like there's less focus on it because they have the 29th pick. It's just really hard to try to figure out what you're going to get with the 29th
It's
pick.
not less focus on it. I mean, we may not discuss it more because we've always looked for the top 10 pick, but the draft is still getting its love and its luster.
Sure.
Everything I turn on, everything you pass by, you mention draft, your phone starts just dropping your stuff.
But it's not about what is Washington doing at 29. It's about Shador.
It's
top.
always
what are the Giants going to do?
That gets the most love. What you're doing at the top, quarterbacks and things like that. But the teams that become good and keep being good, you start watching what they're doing closely, because then that's how you build your team to be long sustained. We had no choice but to be happy about the draft most times for the last 20 plus years. We passed that now.
Dude, for a lot of the last few years, we were talking about the draft by Halloween, by Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so refreshing. I think for me, more and more, it's interesting if you had to come up with one priority for Washington at 29, what is it?
I don't think they have a priority. I think, as I said earlier, and I still stick by this, I think what they've done was masterful throughout the offseason, to where when that pick comes, they get to pick the best player available. I don't think you have to go to a certain position.
I think I'm with you at BPA. My priority, I guess, is I want them to trade back. Ideally, you acquire as much.
But you can say they want them to trade back. What if the draft begins to fluctuate and somebody that you saw way up falls into your lap? Why trade back at that moment? You take the guy. So they have the right at them. They are put themselves in a position where they may do just what you want, or they may just pick somebody, or, somebody may call them and say, hey, we need that pick, and then offer them, and then they can't turn it down. They put themselves in a great position. We haven't seen that very often.
Yeah, they stunk.
We were in a great position to get some good players. We didn't make it. We got to a point where we were kind of like the Wilsons were back in the day, the Bullets, the tallest and the shortest person in the NBA. When we started having, we got to the point where, we got all these first round defensive linemen. Didn't play like it.
I mean,
so my whole thing is, I don't want to be some type of little meme or a little saying or a quote. I want to be a damn good football team. And you build that by getting players. I don't care if it's a 29th pick. I don't care if it's the 6th round. You can find the good players in any one of them and make your team better.
That's the plan, man.
That's what I want to see.
Here's what I want to see. Jordan Reed's going to join us next. Barstool Nate at 11. We are up on the stream if anybody wants to join us. The Mystics made a whole bunch of picks last night. Kareem Copeland for our official WNBA draft recap joining us at 1 o'clock. The Mystics drafted 3 women in the top 6 picks. What they're going to need to do is buy a house. You're coming to D.C., and there's only one person to get that done. His name is John Leahy.
Well, just like Sergi and Margaret, they were looking for a home in an Annapolis neighborhood, which they specifically wanted to target. After John Leahy and the Fine Living Group showed them a property they loved, the listing agent let them know he already had 2 offers in hand. As John and his team began strategizing, 3 more offers were presented. Still, the Fine Living Group told them not to worry. After working on a few tweaks in regard to Margaret and Sergi's offer, the next day they were told their bid was the one being chosen by the seller over all 5 others. Perhaps even more impressive, it was under contract in only 5 days. Do you need mortgage pre-approval? You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Listen, so many people work with John that they know that the people he brings are going to be people that they can trust them, and they know they have all the finances in place. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he'll let you out of your contract at any time.
John was actually in here with us yesterday. It was just great to hang out and see him for a few minutes. I asked how everything is going. He's like, man, we stay so busy, and he stays so busy because they have buyers in waiting. I know some houses you're driving around right now, they might be sitting a little longer than we've grown accustomed to over the last couple of years. That is not the case with John, man. He's got 10,000 buyers ready to rock, pre-approved, money, mortgage letters in hand. That's what you want. I'm telling you, call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Capitals get back at it tonight. They've got to turn things around. The playoffs are coming up. This is the final couple of games for the Caps this season. They have dropped 2 straight and 3 of their last 4, looking to get back in the win column tonight. On the road at the New York Islanders, 7:30 for the face-off. Caps hockey tonight over on the Team 980. We've got Nats baseball again. Nationals on the road all week. They were pounded by Pittsburgh last night, 10-3. First of 4 against the Pirates. So another one tonight for the Nats, who have dropped 3 straight now and 4 of their last 5. 6:40 for the first pitch against the Pirates tonight on the Fan. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight as well. Hawks and Magic in the East, 7:30 p.m. in Orlando. Memphis Golden State, the 7-8 game out west, 10 p.m. tip-off there. Winners tonight get the 7th seeds in their respective conferences for the upcoming NBA playoffs. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Maybe I'm going back.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Very excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. Jordan Reed. JR, what's up, dude? How you been?
What's going on, guys? It's always a pleasure.
I imagine you are working crazy right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going through my 7-round mock draft, trying to knock that out and finish up my final rankings, man. So it's fun times.
When does the 7th round drop?
April 21st.
Oh, wow. Okay. Awesome.
Monday.
So, dude, let's start at the top. It seems like it's Cam Ward, and then the big question is Shador. It seems like it's Ward, Carter, Hunter in some capacity, and then Shador floating around out there. What do you think happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the top, I think it's a foregone conclusion, excuse me, as far as Cam Ward going number 1 overall to Tennessee just because of the need that they have at quarterback. I don't think they want to go into another year with Will Levis, and then it gets really interesting after that with Cleveland and the Giants. If they're just sticking to their board and taking the best players available, I think it will be Hunter and Carter in somewhere fashion, some order, and then after that, that's where things get really interesting as far as where Shador could end up going, especially if the Raiders or the Saints don't take a quarterback at 6 or 9. Really the only other obvious spot to me to where he could match is 21 at Pittsburgh. So it gets really interesting, not just from a quarterback perspective, but with the lack of marquee talent at the top of this year's draft. Unlike what we saw in last year's draft, I think we're going to hear a lot of surprise names in round 1.
Yeah, it's funny because I think the draft is like strong, especially at certain positions, but not really top heavy and not quarterback driven like so many are. And because of that, I feel like when we get to, next Thursday night, there's going to be what seems like a lot of big surprises.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what happens when it's not really a quarterback-driven draft, especially like what we saw last year. We had 6 guys go inside of the top 12. This draft class is very different. There's a lot of mix and match as far as where the strengths are in this year's position. And then the lack of marquee talent at the top of the draft is going to make for a lot of fun surprises.
But, the draft, the quarterback position always pushes it. But the more people get very good quarterbacks, well, let's say we have 24 great quarterbacks in the draft one year, 26 already in the league. Are they going to ever start looking at other positions? Because the quarterback can't win by himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think a receiver has already become a premium position. In my honest opinion, I think receiver and defensive tackle over the past decade or so, those positions have really become at the forefront. What I call the magical 4 of those premium spots, receiver, offensive tackle, corner, and then defensive end. Historically, those have been your 4 premium positions, but now defensive tackle as well as receiver have really become premium positions. That's why we're seeing these guys go so early. And it's very rare to see those guys at those positions really hit the open market especially receiver and defensive tackle as well. So I think you're right, B. Mitch, as far as some of these other positions being prioritized, especially when we're talking about surrounding the quarterback. And for Washington's sake, they have to figure out a way to maximize Jaden Daniels just because he's not going to be cheap forever, especially if he keeps playing the way that he played during his rookie season. So I think they've done a good job of trying to maximize that window already, bringing in Laremy Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, and then some of the other additions that they have made this offseason.
So how do they maximize them in the draft? What is kind of the next step? It's 29th pick. It's hard to know what you're going to do, but what are you projecting?
The great thing for them is that they really can just really sit and wait and allow the board to fall to them, similar to what they did last year, and really just take the best player available. I don't think they need to be locked into one position, honestly, whether it's offense or defense. I think they're clear. They have a clear need at edge rusher. But then also I would like to see them add another receiver as well. And, it's not a great draft for wide receivers, but I think that really works in Washington's favor just because in previous seasons or previous years, we've seen multiple guys go inside of the top 15. But this year, we can get maybe one or two receivers go inside the top 15. So there's going to be a lot of guys on the board at the back end of the first round if Washington does want to go wide receiver, but also running back. I think running back is another area where they could look to address early as well.
Specifically, you talking Hampton there? Like who would be there at 29?
If Hampton gets past Denver or the Chargers, depending on how they feel about Najee Harris long term, I could see it if he's there at 29. But also, one I've been talking about is Travion Henderson at number 29 overall. If they do want to take a running back, I just think he fits everything that Cliff wants in a running back. And I just think they need somebody that can be that explosive option for them, especially with B-Rob and then also Eckler entering the final season of their contract. So if they're looking for that explosive guy, somebody that's awesome in pass protection as well, I really think that's the differentiator for him in this year's class. As far as like how his skill set is a little bit different from some of the other guys at the top and even guys that are in a tier below him as well. Travion is going to be able to play really early just because he can really contribute in so many different areas.
We're talking with our friend Jordan Reed from ESPN here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can follow Jordan at Jordan_Reed, REID. He's got his 7-round mock draft coming out on April 21st on ESPN. A ton of other draft content on ESPN.com. Dude, how likely do you think it is Washington trades out of that 29th pick?
It's really hard to say this year, honestly, JP, just because I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams really scrambling to move up the board this year unless somebody just absolutely tumbles. And, I've been discussing this with my colleagues and telling everybody as well, the same player that you pick at 10 is going to be the same quality of player that you get really at 45 or 50 in this year's draft. It's just the quality of players really the same. It's not like keep bringing up last year's class, but we knew there was so much superstar talent at the front end of last year's class, and this class just really isn't like that. So if you're looking to build out your roster, this really is the class for that. So the tricky part for Washington is I don't know if anybody's going to be scrambling to move up to 29 for them to have the opportunity to even trade back.
I think you look at it, though, the quarterback always pushes. You got one quarterback in the draft and some others. I don't know many people are going to be moving that far up to get done with these quarterbacks and giving you a great haul to get them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's why you're hoping if you're Washington, you're crossing your fingers that somebody has a low first round grade on Jackson Dart or, Tyler Shuck or even somebody like that, one of those quarterbacks, or even Milroe, who's getting some late first round, early second round buzz. So somebody wants to come back into the first round, like Cleveland, and then also the Giants, your top two picks at the top of the second round. If one of those teams want to come up to get one of those guys at the back end of the second round, the back end of the first round, that's what you're crossing your fingers for if you're Washington.
Do you think there's any way Shador, how far could he really slip?
I don't see him slipping past Pittsburgh, honestly. I honestly would be shocked by that if he ends up making it that far. But I think the wild card of it all is New Orleans at 9. I think it gets really interesting if he makes it past New Orleans at 9, just because until you get to that 21st spot with Pittsburgh, there really isn't a match for him as far as the team selecting him. So somebody could look to move up ahead of Pittsburgh, whether it's, the Giants or Cleveland, like I mentioned, if it does go Carter and Hunter at 2 and 3. So that 9th spot is something I'm really going to be looking to see if he does make it past that, because it gets really interesting if he gets past the Saints.
kind of interesting in a way. It reminds me a little bit of the Dwayne Haskins draft when Washington took him. But if Washington hadn't, there were real questions about like where he might go later because there just weren't quarterback needy teams. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, that went a different direction. Honestly, even with Dwayne, though, like there were some pretty split opinions on his. To me, Shador's tape should matter more, and it seems like it doesn't, which kind of surprises me. When he played football, he was very good at it, and I know maybe it's not the strongest arm, but it just seems like the Sanders family circus is impacting that perhaps more than it should.
Yeah, I mean, like I tell everybody, you can't have preconceived notions when you're grading a prospect.
Right.
Let's just grade the player on the field. And if we're just grading the player on the field, I definitely think Shador is a first-round worthy prospect. But when you're talking about taking a quarterback top 5, you want them to have that those upper echelon tools. Those are where teams really chase those tools inside of the top 5, and there's just really split opinions about that. But I mean, the accuracy, the ball placement, the poise, he has plenty of translatable traits to be a productive starter on the next level. It's just a matter of how high you view his ceiling as being on the next level.
Yeah, I get all that. I mean, I wonder about him throwing quick outs against pro corners. That's my question for that arm strength. But beyond Shador and whatever happens, that's going to be fascinating to watch. And you got Dion tweeting at the Saints and stuff. It's just crazy. But for Washington, I'm with you. I think a lot of fans would like to see a couple of home run hitters, like whether it's just true speed, athletic guys at the running back position, the wideout position, either or. I think by losing De'Ami Brown, they've kind of lost that like real 9-route guy. Not that Terry can't be that, but you'd like somebody to complement him with that speed. Give me some day 2, day 3, whether they're backs or receivers that you like, that you think Washington might be able to kind of identify.
Those that could take it to the house?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton on day 2 and then also day 3. Jaylen Noel out of Iowa State is one that I like quite a bit. That could be that home run guy down the field. He's a little bit undersized. He's about 5'10". But he's real rocked up, has a real rocked up, solid body, really good at the catch point as well, catches everything. I thought he was really good at the Senior Bowl, one of the more productive players there, and he really silenced a lot of critics during his performance there as well. I think he ends up going probably late second, early third, so they may have to target him a little bit earlier if what they want to, if they do end up wanting to get him. So Jaylen Noel is one. Ty Felton out of Maryland, somebody I have a 4th-round grade on. He's somebody that's really exciting. He got off to a really good start last season, and then they had some inconsistencies at quarterback. Yeah. And, that caused his numbers to taper off a little bit. So he's definitely one. But, if you're looking for somebody on day 3, Dante Thornton Jr. out of Tennessee is somebody that's really
my
intriguing
guy, dude.
As well. Yeah, I mean, big guy, 6'4", 205 pounds, ran 4.3 at the combine. So he has all the things that you want. He definitely can run. If you're looking for somebody that can be that down-the-field weapon, he definitely was that in Tennessee's offense. So he'll probably end up going in the 4th or the 5th round. So somebody that they want to target, early to mid day 3. I definitely think he's going to be there on the board. And then just running backs. I mean, this running back class is loaded, guys. I have 31 draftable grades right now, and it's very reminiscent to that 2017 class. We don't have the high-end marquee talent that one had. And if you remember, that was the Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, the list goes on and on with that class as far as how loaded it was. I think the depth is very similar to that class. And there was 30 running backs drafted in that one. I think we could get at least 30 drafted in this year's class. But if you're looking for somebody that has some speed, Bashal Tutin is one of Virginia Tech. I think he'll probably end up going in the 3rd or the 4th round. He's somebody that's really intriguing. Just has to clean up the ball security. Jaden Blue out of Texas is somebody that's really exciting as well. That zone scheme runner that can be that dynamic guy as far as being a home run hitter. And then one of my favorites is Brashard Smith out of SMU. He reminds me a lot of Tyrone Tracy, and we saw what he was able to do during his first season with the Giants. So they can have their pick of the litter as far as what type of back that they want, but if they're looking for that home run hitter that can create those explosive plays, there's going to be a lot of guys probably in that 3rd or 4th round range.
Third or fourth. That's cool.
Question for you, specific to the 2017 draft. Obviously, that was loaded with guys we knew from incredible college careers. Is Genty considered a brighter prospect than any of those guys?
I mean,
Like,
just thinking back on it, like Fournette and McCaffrey were dudes, man. And I mean, Genty's a dude, but Fournette was so good, and McCaffrey was really good as well, just because of his versatility. And I think Genty, he's not as good of a prospect as Bijan and Saquon, in my opinion.
Okay,
but he's a tier below that. But I mean, he's a special prospect as well, just not on the same tier as those guys, in my opinion.
gotcha.
Once he get out there, it's gonna be hard to catch him.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Hell yeah.
Well, dude, thank you so much for making time for
Appreciate
us, man.
you, brother.
I know you're swamped. I appreciate it, dude.
No problem. Thank you guys as always.
All right. That's our guy, Jordan Reed. Give him a follow at Jordan_Reed, REID. Make sure you check out all his work at ESPN.com. I want to talk about some of these later round receivers and backs that Jordan has his eye on. Plus, Barstool Nate joins us at 11. Landfield, I want to get to that Masters thing, but
Grass,
the segment's so
monkey,
short
chunky.
that I wanted to touch on something specific to the draft. We just had Jordan Reed from ESPN on. If you missed any of that interview, get on the Odyssey app, get on the podcast, listen to it. Jordan Reed is wired in. He knows things, as does Ian Rappaport. Earlier this morning, Rap Sheet said the Dolphins and 7-time Pro Bowl corner Jaylen Ramsey are mutually set to explore trade options, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he played elsewhere next year. He's due $25 million fully guaranteed this year. What do we make of Jaylen Ramsey at this point?
He's not the player he was from years back.
He turns 31 on Halloween.
But at one point, he was the best corner out there. I don't know if he's that anymore. Had a few injuries, and he still have that belief that he is that guy.
Been traded twice.
Yeah.
And about to be a third, sounds like.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you're trying to trade a dude now, if you're Miami,
I mean, he's become a problem to them. They don't want to deal with the headache.
Yo, and it almost seems like it's going to be a salary dump. Like if you're trading a dude now that you have to pay $25 million no matter what, like you're probably getting way less value than you should.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just saw this. My boy Hayden Winks works over at Underdog, and he said this once would have seemed unthinkable, but if you think about what Miami has going on, their roster has gotten old. They missed the playoffs last year. Tua, whatever the Tua situation is kind of a zoo. There's already talk about Tyreek wanting out. I mean, Tyreek's been kind of all over the place.
Yep.
Do you think there's better odds of Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Ramsey being on the Dolphins this year, both of them?
Being off?
Or both gone?
Both gone.
You don't get to pick one. You have to pick both on or both off.
Both gone.
I do too, man.
I think that's the highest rate right there. Listen, when people have issues that lead off the field and they are discussed often, and then you become a problem, the NFL will let you go. Point blank.
Dude, I wonder. There's always a market for talented players. Ramsey,
But your talent has to match your salary.
and your pain in the assness.
And yeah, are they still that talented to where people will pay them whatever they want?
Ramsey did play all 17 games last year.
Hmm?
First non-Pro Bowl season in the last 4. But, I mean, dude, he was a 2-time All-Pro for the Rams in 20 and 21. Like, when they won that Super Bowl, he was a huge
He was
part.
a beast. But his production was down last year.
But you know what also helped? Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
You know, like, there are a lot of – I mean, Miami – who was the big D tackle they had that left? Christian Wilkins, I want to say was his name. I think Miami, especially when McDaniel first got there and they got Tyreek and that offense was humming. Yeah, I think Miami never should have let Wilkins walk. I think they spent money in the wrong spots, but regardless. They really thought they had something in Miami. Then Tua gets hurt right before the playoffs. They lose to the Bills. It's been a steady decline there. I think their salary cap situation's messy. I think you got to almost hit the reset button because
They went for it.
they went for it.
And it didn't work. Now they got to figure it out.
And, dude, you've got too many combustible parts for me.
That part.
And when you got combustible parts and it's one thing if you visit Miami or these guys live in Miami in the offseason. I think adding Miami to the equation for dudes, I think Tyreek's from down that way, certainly lives there full time. Like, I just think that creates so much more stuff for dudes that got stuff. Tyreek Hill, cap number this year is $27 million. Jaylen Ramsey cap number this year is $17 million. Here's why.
That 17 isn't bad.
Dude, the hits you take, Tyreek, if you try to cut Tyreek, It's a $56 million dead money hit.
Ooh.
If you try to cut Jaylen Ramsey, it's a $50 million dead money hit. This is what happens when you let Drew Rosenhaus
But that's
and
the thing
David
about it.
Mulugheta negotiate your salary cap. Dude.
But it's when you go for players.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know that those players have issues. And you say, I'm trying to hit it now. If you don't win that thing in 2 years, you may as well reset. When you got a person that has a problem and an attitude, it's 2-3 years max. You got to move on.
Dude, I think this is going to be a chaotic draft. I don't think it's crazy if Miami wants to consider Shador.
What pick does
13.
Miami have? It's a possibility.
I think the Sanders show is not who the Sanders are. I think they are football people, and I think Shador was really good when he was on the field. Barstool Nate joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Basketball's postseason begins tonight. The NBA play-in tournament to decide the teams who will advance to the upcoming NBA playoffs gets underway tonight. A pair of games, Hawks and Magic in the East, 7:30 p.m. in Orlando. Memphis at Golden State, the late one tonight, 10 p.m. tip for that one in San Francisco. The winners tonight get the 7th seeds in both the East and West for the upcoming NBA playoffs. Last night, WNBA held its draft. The Mystics had the 3rd, 4th, and 6th picks in the draft, selecting Notre Dame Sonia Citron, Kiki Iriafen of USC, and former Virginia Tech point guard Georgia Amore were the 3 first-round picks for the Mystics last night. Maryland Cheyenne Sellers taken in the 2nd round by expansion Golden State. Baseball Nationals continue their road trip, beaten last night in Pittsburgh 10-3, so the Nats have dropped 3 straight in 4 of 5. That's a 6:40 first pitch here on the Fan. Capitals hockey, 2 games to go in the regular season for the Caps. One of them tonight. Caps on the road at the New York Islanders, 7:30 for the face-off on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Love me. Okay. Yeah. You are the one. Memory. When you love me.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Little Nate X, Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate. What up, Nate, dog? How we doing?
Beam, it's Juicy J. How are
What
you
up,
guys?
bro?
Juicy JP. I thank you for bringing me the shirt. Nate Dogg got me the Bands That Make Her Dance Ovi shirt. I appreciate that. It was good to see you. I also appreciated a lot of people will give me grief when I leave, and Nate was like, "Nah, man, you're never home. Go home." So I appreciate that, Nate Dogg.
No, it's when you're always on vacation. So anytime you're in DC, you should be at home with your family.
All right, dude. Let's talk about some things.
Yeah.
I know how you operate. I know you are going to be super dismissive of what I'm going to bring up.
And I will have facts to back myself up. Go ahead.
Well, all right, just you are not concerned about the Caps' recent struggles. Why?
0%. There's not really any such thing as momentum going into the playoffs. When you are as good as the Capitals
Is that a hockey thing?
Yes, and I have facts to back it up. When you're as good as the Capitals are, and the last week of the season does not matter, guys will not give full effort. The Caps have the 1 seed locked up. These remaining games, going back into last week, have not mattered. And let me bring you some facts. The 2022 Stanley Cup champion Colorado Avalanche went 1-5-1 in their final 7 games. The 2021 Tampa Bay Lightning, who won the Stanley Cup, went 0-3 in their last 3 games. They went 2-3-1 in their last 6. The 2020 Stanley Cup champions went 3-6-1 in their last 10 games. There's no such thing as momentum going into the playoffs. What the Caps are doing right now is taking it easy, coasting a little bit, making sure the guys get rest. They need their legs. It's been a very tumultuous, emotional season for the Caps. Not tumultuous in terms of wins and losses, but emotions. A lot of roller coasters there with the Ovi stuff. So now everybody just has to get their hockey IQ back, not feeding Ovi every 2 seconds. Ovi's 39 years old. Carlson's been around forever. He's, getting a ton of ice time. It's time to just take it down a peg, relax for a week, and then go into the playoffs as the 1 seed. Worried 0.0%.
But how do you add in, do you factor in Protas being hurt? and missed games, have to get back in the groove. And the guy that basically was like the MVP, Logan Thompson.
Yeah, and so if we want to talk injuries, the injury bug bit at the worst possible time. Protas obviously is the king of DC, in my opinion, and he just had an unbelievable season and is a vital part of the Caps' success, along with Logan Thompson, who, without him, I mean, who knows? I mean, the Caps would be a playoff team without him, but he stood on his head time and time again the entire regular season and will be vital to the team's success in the postseason. I believe that they are both, if the playoffs started today, I believe Logan Thompson is ready, and Protas I'm not positive about. He got a pretty bad cut on his foot, and it's very hard to skate with a laceration across your foot. But everything I'm reading, all the sources seem to say that they should be good to go for the playoffs. And when you're the 1 seed, you should be able to beat the 8 with a couple guys missing. If we can't win the first round without Protas, that's a problem. So no, I'm not worried at all.
Do you care if it's the Canadiens or the Blue Jackets?
So the Blue Jackets just whooped our butts back-to-back days. And
11-1 in 2 days.
It was ugly. That being said, no, I don't think it matters if it's the Canadiens or the Blue Jackets. I don't think either team can skate with us for a 7-game series. And, I mean, the Blue Jackets played great. I was very, very impressed on both days by just, all 4 lines of theirs were just, pretty impressive. And, again, the Caps did not give 100% effort, and you have to remember that. In the playoffs with home ice, I think we beat Jackets in 5, Canadiens in 6, just because Montreal has a better home ice than Columbus does. I don't think it matters. If this Caps team is worried about who we play between Columbus or Montreal, something, again, is incredibly wrong.
I doubt if they're like that. That's a fan thing. That's never a player thing.
Yeah, of course. But if Caps fans are even worried about that, you don't get to be the number 1 seed, lock this up basically last month by accident. You don't trip and end up the number 1 seed in the East by accident. So I'm not going to sit here and act like it matters who we play as the 8. If we lose to the 8, that's worse than what happened in 2010 when we lost to the 8 seed Canadiens. This team is different. This team is, I mean, this season has been the most fun I think I've ever had watching the Caps. I can't think of a season that comes close between how good they are, the new additions to the team just all being great, the young players stepping up, the Ovi goal chase, the locker room, all the videos we see. It's just been such a great time to be a fan that I can't sit here and say that I really care about who we play in the first round.
I think that's correct, dude. I think they should roll somebody in the first round, ideally. And
yeah,
I think we all have to wrap our brains around that.
We watch hockey, and 8 seeds always win in the playoffs.
The Bruins, didn't the Bruins have like a 125-point season and they got rolled in the first round by the Panthers? Was that only 2 years ago?
Yeah, Bruins set the record for most regular season wins and then lost to the 8 seed. So it happened. We lost to the 8 seed Canadiens. I remember it like it was yesterday, my senior year of college, 2010. It was devastating. Mike Green could not stay on his feet. He tripped over the blue line every second he got, and it was that was a bad playoff round for us. But I don't see it.
When did Mike Green leave? Was that it?
Did he leave right after that, or did he have one more half year in DC after? I can't remember. I like Mike Green. That was just a bad playoff series for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
Oh, he played a few more seasons in DC after that. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
This is different. What is your bit with the Titanic? You're always talking about the Titanic. I don't understand.
You know how everybody just has a random
it's his favorite thing.
Yeah, people just get a random thing they get very interested in at a young age. Mine just happens to be the Titanic. I've just grown up kind of not obsessed with it, but kind of obsessed with it, learning about it, reading about it. Obviously, as you know, it did sink in 1912 on April 15th. Today is the anniversary. I'd never forget. So if you could take a second just to reflect on, the thousands of lives lost, men, women, and children who perished in the Atlantic on that fateful night, a couple, 100 and so years ago, I would appreciate that, JP.
I suppose I shall.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, so the Caps had Juicy J and Project Pat at the game on Sunday. Has there been an uptick in the shirts for sale?
I hope so. I'm trying to earn my keep around here. So everybody go to my Twitter, go to store.barstoolsports.com, buy your Bands Maker Dance shirt, because it is contract year for me. My contract is up in August, so I'm trying to just earn a couple dollars between now and August.
All right, good luck, man. I know that contract year life.
Sound like Bands make
Nate dance.
Yeah. I might be the first person to negotiate a contract decrease just to keep my job. Be like, no. Less is fine.
You and I both just retweeted that at the same time. You can follow Nate if you'd like at Barstool Nate. Apparently his contract's coming up. Buy a t-shirt.
Yeah. Did
you watch the Masters?
Of course.
I think in some capacity, there's a lot of parallels between Rory and Ovi in that they are two of the best to ever play the sport, arguably the best of their generation, but probably not as good as the people that are really considered the greatest of all time. Like, to me, it's Tiger. For most, it's Gretzky. But Ovi and Rory in the last month have cemented their legacy forever. Like, whatever pot shots or pokes you could make in the resumes of these two men are now over. And I just find it remarkable that it happened, even though Ovi's was with some sense of inevitability. And damn, if Rory's had no sense of inevitability.
Not the way they ended.
But, they both got to the finish line,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in terms of personality, they couldn't be more different. But in terms of people openly hating and wishing on their downfall, it's pretty similar. Ovi's done it all, and he still has people saying that he's not the guy. It's he's going to be the first player in NHL history with 900 career goals, and people still, as you said, want to take pot shots at him. It makes no sense. Rory now has a career Grand Slam, and there were people one bad shot on Sunday, people were just doing backflips and dancing around in the street. It's crazy how much people just despise Rory I was going to say for no reason. I get people have their favorites and people that they don't like. I found myself rooting for Rory in a way where in the NCAA tournament, when a 15 is up 32-30 at the half, you start rooting for the 15 because you want to see history. I'm more of that. I don't have a reason to like or dislike Rory. I just like watching big moments happen. And so if he won, I thought that would be great. If he had this unbelievable choke, I also kind of thought that would be great. I just like seeing cool or historic things happen. But on Sunday, I found myself hoping that he won. It was it just those shots he was hitting, and just the fluctuation between the terrible play and the next worldly play was so interesting to me. As I will call myself a casual golf guy. I'll watch Sundays. I'm not in the weeds, just following day to day, week to week, but I watch the big things. I found myself rooting for Rory.
Yeah, I mean, the shots he hit that were outstanding, he followed up with something that was just, what the hell was
something you
that?
would do, yeah.
No, something you would do. I hit over the trees like he does.
For as wildly athletic and great at sports as I am, golf is my weakness. I am terrible at golf.
What's your best sport?
My best sport? I mean, I played hockey my whole life, mostly roller hockey because ice skating's really, really hard. But I've played roller hockey.
Well, you got those weak feet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know it.
Can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, I would say hockey is roller hockey. I played my whole life. I was a decent fielder in baseball and Little League. I couldn't hit. I was too weak, but I was a decent fielder. I used to be kind of fast running wise. I don't know. I'm just washed now, but I can still lace them up here and there.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Sure.
It is. We talked about this yesterday. Like the desire to watch a guy choke, I just find so like troubling. I don't know the right way.
But you gotta realize, man, people are like that. Those who can't do what you do or don't have the dedication to focus on something, they will hate on it because it's easier to hate on you than them to try to go do it and fail.
But here's the thing, JP. I root for the downfall of my enemies. Like, I root for the downfall of the New York Rangers, of the Philadelphia Flyers, and stuff like Duke Blue Devils. Like, it's golf is just an individual sport, but people still root against the people that they don't like. It just seems way more pointed when it's at one individual
That's
golfer.
True. And there's
it just
a
seems
history
way more
of it.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the Mystics draft last night, Nate?
I mean, it was a rebuilding year for the Mystics, as we know. Alana Del Don gone. We needed a new leader to step up. I think getting Georgia was a huge step for the Mystics. You know, we just need the size and the tenacity inside, and that's what with the Wizards. That's what the Mystics got. I think overall, I would grade.
I tell you what, Nate
A.
handled that question a lot better than I was expecting.
When you have 3 picks in the top 6, you're going to rebuild immediately. Getting Sonia out of Notre Dame, just a point guard, shooting guard with size, and then just following up with power forward out of USC, Kiki. It's just a really good draft. So
I wanted.
I watched her take over the game once Juju left, and if she could play like that, I'll go watch some games.
I wanted Malonga.
JP, you thought you were trolling?
Victoria Wembanyama.
She went second.
JP, you thought you were
Yes,
trolling?
Nate.
Me and B-Mitch are fans of sport. We know ball. You just because you think that it's a joke to talk about the Mystics, we don't.
I don't. That's why I asked you about it.
Well, yeah, I might be a Mystics season ticket holder.
I still think they should have traded up to 1 and gotten Beckers, and if not that, trade up to 2 and get Malonga.
Yeah, but I
have
told
you
you
seen the highlights of this woman
I
dunking?
just told you 3 first-rounders is better than 1.
I don't know.
You gotta stop somebody.
I don't know. That's true. We'll find.
Right.
We'll all find out together.
Nate, these non-athletes, bro. I tell you something.
Wait, you and Nate are the athletes of the 3 of us in this conversation?
I am for sure. Nate's on my side, so I can help him out.
Some people have to be athletes. Some people have to just go on vacation. That's what it is.
headed to San Diego on Thursday, Nate.
Are you?
Yeah, let's hope there's no more earthquakes.
Beautiful. I've always wanted to go.
When do you lock in for the NFL draft? What's your draft intake?
I'm more focused on the NBA draft right now. I'm doing everything I can to win the draft lottery and get Cooper Flag. NFL draft.
May 12th is a big day.
May 12th. Oh yeah.
Thankfully, we don't have to worry about the NFL draft. Hopefully, for a while. Having the 29th pick, hopefully it's the way that is forever. For the foreseeable future, where it's just, what do I want? Best player available. I don't have to worry about what quarterback I want. We don't have to do the 6 months of, are we taking Drake May or Jaden or Caleb thing every year for eternity anymore.
Thank
Hopefully
God.
it stays I literally dead ass. Can I say that? I don't care who we take, just best player available. Every position besides quarterback is a position of need when you pick that late in the draft. Get the best tackle available, get the best wide receiver available, get the best whatever is available, because at that point it's either not a fringe starter, possible backup, whatever, but you're not going to be reaching for a position when you're, that loaded or, that good of a football team that we are. So if there's a wide receiver that falls, take him. If there's a tackle that falls, take him. Shoot, take a running back if there's, a running back that they really, really like. I trust Adam Peters to do the right thing.
Love that. Coming up at noon, we're going to open the phone lines up for for players that fans hate the most. Is there anybody that you think off the top of your head you hate the most?
I mean, people are going to say LeBron and stuff like that. You have to really reach down, reach deep, and think about who affected your life the most in your formative years. And I would say it's JJ Redick at Duke, Shane Battier at Duke, Vincent LeCavalier and Martin St. Louis on the Tampa Bay Lightning ruined my life a bunch. I think that's my top 4. Duke growing up was my most hated everything. The Tampa Bay Lightning ruined the Cap season time and time again. Chris Kreider, I'm not a huge fan of on the Rangers.
Duke, dude.
Who am I forgetting?
For me, it's probably like Dunleavy.
Yep.
Boozer. I mean, those dudes I hated. All right, we got a boogie. Landfill's going to kill you.
Hi, bro.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, athlete Nate.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, bro.
That's our boy, Barstool Nate. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. Plenty for us to discuss at noon. Phone lines are open. What athlete do you hate the most?
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. You just heard the guys talking about the Caps. They are back on the ice. Couple of games to go. Final 2 this week for the regular season. Caps on the road at the Islanders tonight. 7:30 face-off on the team, 980. Still don't know who their first-round opponent will be. Montreal had a chance to clinch last night. Canadians lost again. So the second wildcard spot in the East still up for grabs. It's come down to the final few days, either Montreal or Columbus, we don't know yet, will be the Caps' first-round Stanley Cup playoff opponent. Nationals continue their week-long road trip, beaten last night in Pittsburgh 10-3. Nats have dropped 3 in a row for their last 5. They'll try again against the Pirates tonight, 6:40, first pitch here on The Fan. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brian,
What up?
what a difference a year makes.
Hmm.
John Keim tweeted out, Washington will host a number of potential draft picks today. React accordingly. Keim says 15 to 20. I can start texting some people, but John.
Are they going to Top Golf?
So I quote tweeted it and said, kind of a windy day for Top Golf. This was a national story last year that the Commanders had the audacity to bring in multiple quarterbacks and go to Top Golf. And this year,
It was a non-story, really.
the fact that it's not going to be quarterbacks, nobody is going to give a rip.
Because we make stories bigger or worse than what they are in the media. And we get mad at them for doing it when we are the ones that made it into something that was supposed to be bad. Everybody always put the quarterback on the pedestal, like, well, you should never have to make him have to compete. Why not? Everyone says he's supposed to be the best player, smartest player, toughest player on your team. I want him in every situation to know what I can trust him. Other positions, you know what? Some of them might feel just like the quarterback, but nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
But I care
Like
less.
Stephen A. was screaming about this last year. You think he's going to care if they have 15 defensive tackles?
We know he don't know about football. He knows a damn thing about football. Because our quarterback, Tress Way, he called him a quarterback.
Right. That's
You know,
true.
So all
So
he did is just look on the damn stats and saw passing, and he figured he was a quarterback.
I'm going to go to our official Loudoun County lifestyle reporter. Professor Landini, it's too cold for Top Golf. Maybe
Good
you can
enough.
go to Top Golf. But what other suggestions would you have for Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and the Commanders to take 15 to 20 draft prospects? Where should they go?
Got movies.
There's indoor skydiving right next there.
Yeah,
There
indoor
is
skydiving
indoor
right there. That's a
skydiving.
good one, Lenny. They can go to the movie, indoor skydiving, Rosa Mexicana, and get some guacamole,
That's exactly right.
guacamole and margaritas.
Why are we debating guacamole? Where did that come from?
I just saw a picture of guacamole and I got excited.
I like guacamole. I have a dream that one day I will be rich enough to order guacamole and salsa onion free. I want someone to introduce salsa particularly that doesn't have onions in it.
Sounds horrible.
Sounds great.
That's not salsa.
I got a suggestion from Kayla Powell on Twitter. Go bowling. I feel like bowling would actually be fun.
Bowling be good, yeah.
The Ashburn Ice House is right there. Take them all ice
Nah,
skating.
we don't want to do that. We might lose a lot of prospects.
you're not concerned about indoor skydiving?
No, because you're not falling really on nothing but something soft.
Go to Ford's Fish Shack.
Yeah,
Better hope nobody's
They all want to come here and eat some of those fried lobster tails.
unless they're allergic to seafood.
They have a drive-through Popeyes right around there.
They do. They
They
have
can
a
find
diner
those
over
anywhere.
there. Is that weird, like, carnival still going on at the corner of Route 7, like just past One Loudon? You know
I don't
that
think so.
weird, like, kind of looks like quasi shady, like they have like a Ferris wheel and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? That giant open lot, or is that just in the fall? You've never seen that?
The what?
What's the road where the Popeyes is on and One Loudon is on? That you go out and then eventually it hits 7, right by DC Prime before you
Loudoun County Parkway.
So Loudoun County Parkway and 20 and 7. You've never seen that weird little carnival that goes
On the left side.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
You think that's going on right now?
Probably not.
Take them up there, give them all $20 to spend, see who can win the most prizes.
Now, you could give them more money than that. This is the pros. This is not taking the college athletes out. But now they can get in more than that.
Last year they took them to Top Golf. It's not that different.
Huh. But give me $20 to go to a carnival. I'm like, I don't want to go there.
So if you are looking for outrage, say, you know what? If you're looking for outrage, save it for noon. At noon, we're going to open the phones. Landfield is going to provide his list of his most hated players, athletes in history. I just think it's crazy the mental gymnastics we all do around quarterbacks, and the same mental gymnastics just don't exist for any other position.
Yeah.
And
It doesn't.
I mean, maybe like elite wideouts. Like if you were drafted last year and you had Marvin Harrison and you had Malik Neighbors or something, I could see
Somebody
people
that still want another receiver on that team.
Right, but like I could see some people fake getting gassed up about, oh, they shouldn't bring both those guys in at the same time.
Why not?
These dudes are about competition. They're setting the tone early, man.
I don't get it. I just don't understand why you automatically assume it's going to affect someone mentally if you bring another athlete around. They deal with that all the time.
They're used to it.
Yeah, that's just what they do. You know, like when I hear people start saying, I'm like, okay, that person never played a damn sport in their life.
Right.
Because if you think that you're supposed to just coddle someone all the way through forever, you're fooling yourself. When I was on teams with guys, I challenged the hell out of them. I wanted to know who can I trust in a tough situation. When other teams start doing things, yapping and doing, I want to know who's gonna stand there next to me and be ready to go at it. I don't want to find. And if I find out that you're soft and you're running away from everything, oh yeah, coach, you should get rid of him, let him go. Dude ain't gonna be there in the tough times.
B.
And I don't care what position they are.
I don't give a damn what you say. Here's what we're going to do. I think people liked watching the Masters. Phone lines at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Bike to the Beach is happening June 20th. And whether you're riding 25, 50, or 100 miles, this ride is a fun, impactful, and for an incredible cause. Supporting autism awareness and inclusion. It's fully supported, built for all skills, and it all ends at the beach with a hotel finish line festival, food trucks, and a beer tent from Dewey Beer Company. So don't miss your chance to be a part of something powerful. Sign up now at biketothebeach.org and ride with us to make a difference. That's biketothebeach.org.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you are watching on the stream, hello. If you want to watch on the stream, check us out on youtube.com/1067. Right now, we're really excited. It's one of my favorite segments. Wendy Knows Sports.
It is mine.
Wendy is joining us. Hello, Wendy.
Hi.
Wendy, of course, is, see if I get this right, promotions director?
Yes.
Okay, promotions director for all the Odyssey stations, not just 1067 The Fan, but PGC, all of them.
All of them.
El Zol.
No.
Oh, well, not all of them.
Well, yes and no. There is another promotions director that mainly handles Elzo because I'm not bilingual.
Okay. Well, I'm not either. So that's fair.
He's trilingual.
Perhaps most importantly, you are Jeff's boss, correct?
For promotions, yes.
Yeah. Just say yes.
Yes.
That's what's most important. All right. So I love this segment because you are tapped into the sports universe.
I am.
Sometimes.
A little bit.
What'd you think of the Masters?
I saw the man kiss the ground. That's about as far as I saw.
Well, that's the good part. He won.
He won.
Do you know who that was?
I know his first name and his last name sound alike.
All right, I'm gonna give you some names, and you tell me if it's him.
Okay.
Ben Hogan.
No.
Okay. Lee Trevino.
No.
Ernie Els.
No.
Rory McIlroy.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Good. Can you name any of the other folks that were competing in the Masters?
Absolutely not. They get a green jacket.
They do get a green.
They
jacket.
get a green jacket.
Do you know what the Grand Slam is in golf?
It's not the breakfast at IHOP.
I know it's not the breakfast at IHOP. And I was going to say when they just.
That might be Denny's.
Denny's at the Grand Slam?
Yeah, Denny's is the Grand Slam.
Okay. Well, one of them have it.
No. Only. No.
Do you know the Grand Slam in tennis?
No.
Do you know the Grand Slam in baseball?
Oh, we used to have a contest for a Grand Slam. No, that wasn't a Grand Slam.
The only Grand Slam you're aware of is in Denny's?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give you 3 of the 4. Okay. So the Grand Slam in golf is when you win the 4 major tournaments.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right. And so you have to win the U.S. Open, the British Open, the PGA Championship, and
the Masters.
All right.
Okay.
Got it. In tennis.
Isn't there a U.S. Open in tennis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You could probably guess some of the tennis ones.
No, all I got is U.S. Open.
All right. Well, that counts.
And the Wimbledon.
Wimbledon. French.
See, that's 2.
Okay.
French.
That's
red,
all I
red
got.
clay.
That's all I got.
Roland
That's it.
Garros.
No.
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 What?
Because isn't the Wimbledon the Arthur Ashe Award?
No.
No. The one of them, the award is named after him, though, right?
Do you know where he's from?
No.
America.
I know that.
So don't you think that award would be for the U.S. Open?
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. Do you know where he's actually from, though?
No.
It's quasi-local. In fact, it's a city we were just discussing.
Jeff said you just learned that word. I heard that.
Who, me?
Bro, that is like the 4th time you use that word today. Quasi.
I use it all the time.
I use it a lot, though. Maybe you just learned that word.
No, I've never heard you say that word. And you said it when I parked. You said it on air.
Your parking spot is quasi-legal. Like, I think
no, it's not. It's no sign right there. But get back to Wendy.
Like one of these big trucks coming out of that alley.
It's going to tear it up.
Where do you park, Wendy?
In the garage.
I'm growing increasingly frustrated by the garage.
Why?
Because I don't want to pay for monthly, and I can't get in there. Like today, I was just going to park in there.
You got to be a monthly guy to get the park here when they got baseball.
Or
games.
you have to come in here.
No, it's because all the damn people come back to work now.
The government workers are back. So the
Remember I
garage
texted
is full.
On Friday when it was raining like crazy?
Unless you're a monthly.
But remember
Yeah,
when I
unless you're
said that?
monthly.
Remember when I said that? It's because they sending everybody back to work.
What?
I said when I said that a couple of days ago, you was everyone's coming back to work.
Right.
So you don't think they will park in the garage in the building they work in?
I have no idea what. I'm very confused.
No, you said you can't get no parking. And you was like, she said because you got to come in early. But when I said that 3 days ago, you were all, Well, duh, Jeff. That's because all the government workers are back.
3 days ago was Sunday.
Well, you know what I mean. Three shows ago. Stop trying to play the game, JP.
I don't understand.
You be getting on me about saying stuff, and then you turn around and then you turn around and say the same stupid stuff, and then you be like trying to be serious when it's with you. But when I say it, it's a bid. No,
I'm
get
very
your butt,
confused.
get your butt to work early.
Happening this
You
morning.
tell me to
early.
get to work early?
Yes, I get to work before you, JP.
Oh, all right. If we're circling back, Jeff, that you're talking about the day you couldn't get a parking spot,
Yes.
and you got here at 10 anyway because the fishing cop tried to arrest you.
Yes, but the thing is,
I'm just saying
you're not getting a parking spot at 9:30. That's what you're talking about.
I have a garage I could go to,
But
I
you're
was just trying to
complaining
pull
about
in
it.
here because I thought it was going to rain. I don't like walking around in the rain. It's a little different.
Your man soft, B-bitch.
I have no. Jeff is on one right there. I have no idea what is. Listen, I'll say it again. I'm worried about your parking spot today. It's quasi legal. You're sticking out into an alley.
I'm not sticking out in the alley. I can go take a picture for you. And if it was illegal or quasi-legal, it will be a sign that say no parking, and it will have an arrow pointing where my car is, JP.
So
out of everybody down here, I think I know the most about parking.
I'm parked on the street, kind of across from the liquor store. Just rolling the dice, baby.
Now you sure you found a quasi-legal
Did
spot?
you pay?
No, I didn't pay a dime.
Oh, you gonna get a ticket?
Oh yeah, I'm about to text Benitez right
Yo,
now.
take it easy, you narc. That spot has oddly worked for me. I have a theory. I don't know that I should say it on air. Should I say it?
Nah, you gonna get a ticket eventually. Don't worry.
Generally, when the weather's bad, the ticket people are chill. When the weather's good, they're gonna get your ass. But when the weather's bad, different world.
Are the Nats home today?
No, they're in Pittsburgh. If the Nats were home, I'd be completely cooked.
Yeah, 100%.
What do you disagree with my ticket people theory in the bad weather, Jeff?
Yeah, because I get that. I get a ticket rain, sleet, snow. I think it's just 'cause they don't like me.
I think they know your car at this point, dude.
Well,
Still,
because you're always parked halfway into an alley.
Every car that he's had, get tickets.
That's true. Wendy, who do you want the Commanders to draft?
I don't know who's in the draft.
What pick do you think the Commanders have?
My favorite number is 12, so I'm just going to go with 12.
That's not it.
Okay.
You think it's higher or lower than 12?
From B. Mitch's response, I'm guessing higher.
You're right. 29th.
Oh, 29 is my second favorite number.
Damn.
You have a second favorite number?
I do.
Why?
Because my birthday's on the 29th.
Shouldn't that be your favorite number, then?
No, 12's my favorite number.
Why is that?
Because my grandmother's birthday was December 12th, and she died on July 12th.
Wow.
Wow.
What if your birthday was 12/29?
That'd be the day after my mom, so I'll be happy with that.
Wow.
But my birthday is April 29.
So it's coming up.
Yep.
My sister's April 26th.
Happy birthday to her.
Yeah, shout out to Bonnie. You want to know my birthday? You'll never forget it once I tell you what it is.
Is it already matched with another holiday?
Not a holiday.
How will I not? Okay, what is it?
I promise you won't forget it.
When is it?
September 11th.
Oh, my cousin's birthday's that day.
Yeah, it's tough. It was my 20th birthday. Kind of sucked. When we
Not gonna
come
tell
back,
you where I
Wendy,
was then.
as always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry that Jeff and I started screaming at each other about parking.
You guys have been screaming since
J-Dog's
I
forever,
walked
dog.
over here today.
J-Dog's forever.
J-Dog's forever.
Landfield tells us the players he hates next, and we're going to open these phones 800-636-1067.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Nationals try again on the road all week. They lost last night, pounded in Pittsburgh 10-3. Pirates ace Paul Skeens scattered 3 hits, 6 strikeouts over 6 innings for the win. Nats pitching has been a disappointment. Team ERA so far 5.5 this season, worst in all of baseball. We'll have to get that thing straightened out to turn things around. Nats have dropped 3 in a row and 4 of 5. They will try again. 2nd of 4 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh tonight, 6:40 p.m. here on the Fan. WNBA draft last night. Mystics were very busy. They had the 3rd, 4th, and 6th picks in the draft. They select Notre Dame's Sonia Citron, USC forward Kiki Iriafin, and former Virginia Tech point guard Georgia Amore with their 3 first-round picks. Also, Maryland's Cheyenne Sellers taken in the 2nd round by expansion Golden State. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight. Hawks and Magic in the East, 7:30 p.m. in Orlando. Memphis at Golden State, the late game out west, 10 p.m. in San Francisco. Winners of those games tonight get the 7th seeds for the upcoming NBA playoffs. And the hockey season about to wrap up. Caps with 2 games to play. A couple more left over the final few days of the season. Tonight, Caps are on the road up in New York against the Islanders. 7:30 p.m. face-off on the Team 980 for the Caps tonight. And still don't know their first-round opponent. It's down to the final couple of games between either Montreal or Columbus for the second wild card. They would be the Caps' first-round opponent in the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I don't know if everybody's seen this, but it is high noon in the District of Columbia. B's having his lunch. I'm going to have mine in a moment. But the Diet Cokes all have like a phrase on them now.
A phrase or a name?
What's up, partner? Partner? High noon in the District of Columbia. Last week, I think it was last week, Jeff did a really good job of pronouncing to the world the athletes he hates.
Yeah.
There were a lot of wrestlers on there. He's very mad at a couple of people I couldn't remember. Jerry Seinfeld, Benetton or something. What was that guy's name?
John Bradshaw Layfield.
Yeah, that dude. Eddie Guerrero? Was that another one?
He cheat, he steal.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
He was serious about it, too.
the fact that his song is, yo, I lie, I cheat, I steal is kind of badass. I talked at length about some Duke basketball players I have not liked over the years, but today is Landfield's day. Today is James Andrew Mullins, the 10th.
Yeah, you got to find out who he
Professor
doesn't like.
Landini, who do you hate,
Hey,
sir?
We need to find out who he loves because he don't like nobody.
This is a good point. I think he loves Jaden Daniels. The love list might be short. Art Monk.
Yeah, I have two guys on the players I love. It's Jaden Daniels and Derek Jeter. That's it.
Pretty good list.
That's the best list.
A 2 and a 5.
All right. Most hated players. I got 9 here. 9 most
is this
hated
in
players.
Order? Like, give me descending order, preferably. Like, start.
Yeah, he was a tool.
You know his real name's Larry?
Larry Jones.
Larry Jones is about the most nondescript
How did
name
you
ever.
get Chipper?
Set up for us. Why do they call him Chipper?
Number 8, Bryce Harper.
Wow. Why?
I had him 8. I mean, he's a total tool. Then he went to the Phillies. My favorite thing about him going to the Phillies is it was hugely important that he signed the most all history. And then like a day later, somebody signed a bigger one.
Didn't Trout just get an extension or something?
Yeah, somebody got one that was massively bigger than his. That was great. Bryce Harper's 8 and not higher because he did play for the Nats and he was good while he was here, but he's still a tool. And I don't like him.
The Bryce is complicated because I did interview him, like speak to him a few times, not a lot, but he was always like polite and cool in person. But dude, all the stuff with that dude, like Like how he would toss his helmet off when he was rounded second. Like it didn't naturally pop off, dude. You popped it off to like show off your hair. Remember that video his brother posted of him like double hair drying for his look, and then his brother posted it and he was all pissed about it?
Mhm.
I don't hate that inclusion, Professor.
All right.
Number 7, Tim Biakabatuka.
Interesting.
Why?
Why?
Because every time he played the Redskins, he was run for 200 yards and a bunch of touchdowns. I hated the guy.
Bro, I gotta confess. When he was with the Panthers, right?
Yeah.
He did kind of torch them.
You just gash him every freaking
Wow.
game.
I'm writing this down because ideally White Brian can make us a graphic that we can share about Landfill's most hated players. But I got to be honest. Let's try to spell Biakabatuka. We can do it together.
BIA
BIA. I got that far.
KUT
KUT Biakabatuka UKA.
Yeah, something like that.
BIAKUTUKA. Did we get that, Landfill?
No, it's BIAKABUTUKA.
BIAKATU.
I would have called him TB anyway.
TAKU.
Sure, something like that.
I'm now
I
written.
don't know.
I'm now written it down 3 times, and I'm not sure if any of them are correct. Biaka. He did torch your skins, dude.
Just crushing them.
Hold on. Now, if you want to chime in with your most hated players, call in 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Or if you disagree with Landfills, you can also do that. The only controversial one I would say thus far is Harper. I think there are still Harper stands in this city. Number 6. Professor.
Number 6, I'm going to go with JD Drew.
He was so hyped up and then kind of sucked, right?
Yeah, and he was just like an aloof moron everywhere he went.
Was
He had a
that
dumb
in
face?
You start in Philly? Or was that his brother? I think JD Drew was with the Cardinals for a stretch.
He was with the Cardinals. He was with the Red Sox. He was with the Braves. He played a lot of places. And I hate his face.
Kind of a dumb looking face.
Yeah. Dumb face.
Yeah. Cardinals, Dodgers, Red Sox. All right. Bleep you, JD Drew.
Number 5, I got Trot Nixon. Stupid
I
name.
remember him.
He was the Red Sox. I believe he was their right fielder. Stupid name.
Trot was, very baseball-y.
Mhm.
You're also revealing your extreme seam headness. You are a baseball nerd, but you do a good job of keeping it private.
Number 4, Cole Hamels.
He was good.
He was also another total tool.
Okay. Pitcher for the Phillies is how I best remember him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, to recap so far. Chipper Jones, Bryce Harper, Tim Biakabatuka, JD Drew, Trot Nixon, Cole Hamels. 5 of your 6 people so far, all baseball players.
Baseball player.
That's right.
All right.
I got a football player here.
BIAKABUTUKA.
If you want, the phone lines are filling up fast. If you want to call in and tell us who you hate, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. All right. Landfill's top 3.
Number 3,
Yeah.
Chris Sims.
Really?
Why? He beat the Redskins.
One time?
They beat him in the playoff.
Yeah, and he was annoying as hell too. Like, he's not good at quarterback, and it was one of the most frustrating things imaginable when your team can't beat a guy who sucks. So it really pissed me off, and I hate him.
I like Sims. You know who, by that category, isn't DeVito 2-0 against them? Or what was the Cowboys' backup? Cooper Rush?
Right.
Cooper Rush.
I think he's 2-0 against
Isn't he
them.
Lamar's backup now, Cooper Rush?
Yes, I think that's right. He went somewhere.
Yeah.
He went somewhere. Is that helpful? I'm looking it up. Number 3, Chris Sims. I know Chris and like Chris a lot, so I can't get there with you on that one.
I think B-Mitch knows number 2.
Who was that?
Tiki Barber.
All right, look, he's my friend. But if you don't like him, Tell me why. I'm not gonna defend him.
He was another guy who
JP
just
defend his friends. I don't defend my friends.
dominated the Redskins every time they played. It was obnoxious as hell.
Dominated the Skins.
Yeah.
Like all those fumbling
His brother
problems.
cool as hell though.
Yeah, Rondé's cool. All those fumbling problems he had, not against Washington.
It was for like 7 years too. Just every time they played, Tiki Barber was just crushing our dreams.
Dude, Cooper Rush has started 5 games against the Skins. Is this right? Yeah. I guess they just have him listed as the Skins, which
And what is he?
kind of odd to see. In 5 starts, Cooper
4-1.
4-1. Cooper Rush has completed 66% of his passes for 5 touchdowns with no picks. Cooper Rush just torches him. He has 570 passing yards. I mean,
He has some running too, didn't he?
it's not listed, but I'm sure he did. Cooper Rush against the Skins as a runner. Not much. All right, Landfill, without further ado, dude.
Number one.
Do you want to give your number one, or do you want to take a couple calls and then come back to your number one?
I'll go with the number one here.
Okay, let's do it.
I think I might not be the only person who works on this show with this guy as number one. Aaron Rodgers.
I'm with you right there, Landy.
I wish he would have just stayed in the darkness.
He's annoying.
He's obnoxious as hell. At least when he was playing at an MVP level, he's annoying as hell, but he's really good, and you just kind of gotta watch that. He sucks now, and he just won't shut up.
Well, I also think when he was playing at an MVP level, he didn't talk all the time.
Yeah, because he was busy, being good at football.
I don't blame it. I think a lot of it was McAfee. And McAfee gets this extreme popularity. Rodgers is on there once a week. Then you add COVID, all of it.
No, don't give him no excuse. It's Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Some reaction live on Twitter. My man Ernol44 says we should try to find Pat Summerall saying Biaka Batuka back in the day. Carl Greavy says, how about Roberto Alomar? I know people hated Alomar because he spit in that ump's face. I always liked Alomar. One of the greatest catches I've ever seen was when Roberto Alomar was second baseman for the Blue Jays in the World Series, and he made a diving, jumping stab of a line drive. It's one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Yeah, but he's spitting in somebody's face. That person had the right to do whatever they wanted to him.
I mean, they threw him out the game.
Threw him out of the game, he would have been carried out the game. They should have took a bat and beat the hell out of him.
It's a loathsome act, but I don't like Sean Taylor spitting a dude's face. Like sometimes
I didn't like it neither.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. I'm not going to defend him because he's my friend or somebody I like. Spitting somebody's face, you get what the hell you get.
Fair. All right, Big G is on the line. The phone lines are full up. Big G, who do you hate?
Pulled up.
Pulled up. I pulled up to the house.
Hello.
What's up,
What's
Big
up,
G?
G? What's happening?
The most players I hate is Charles Barkley because he cry a lot on the basketball court. Drew Pearson because he played for the Cowboys. And Troy Aikman because he played for the Cowboys.
All right, gotcha.
Hey, look, check this out, y'all. Hey, look, I was that gentleman last week that made that oopsie on the radio.
Yeah.
I want to apologize to you and B Miss for that, man. That was unacceptable, man.
You're
and
good,
I want to
bro.
apologize to the fans too. You know what I'm saying? I'm honest and straight up dude. But man, the Bama caught me wrong, man.
All right, that got you, man. You're cool, bro.
Hey, B Miss.
You're all good.
B Miss, and for the record, just to make sure that I'm telling you some true bill, you can holler at your boy Raleigh McKenzie, a good friend of mine, man.
All right.
I'm the same dude that worked at the golf course, man. Holler at your boy.
All right, brother.
Yo,
Got you, man.
Does that mean you're setting us up with free golf? Let's make it happen,
No, I
Big
don't
G.
work there no more.
Oh, all right. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Take care.
Well,
I appreciate how concerned Big G was about letting one slip. It is all good, dude.
Yeah.
Kenneth is in Annandale. What up, Kenny?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. And I really appreciated it when you guys did this segment before. I think it was about a month ago. And I got to stick with my same top three. Active players, definitely Travis Kelce. He insists upon himself. And when he bumped into Andy Reid in a tissy fit in that Super Bowl against San Fran last year, that just did it for me with him. And then two non-players that I just think infect the sports world every time they open their mouths are Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless. And I just wanted to get y'all's take on that. And as always, thank you guys for being you, man. That's all I got.
Appreciate you,
Thank
brother.
you, dude. I am not surprised Kelce makes the list.
Oh, no, he probably should.
He's always kind of been an antagonist. And I think now his star is just so crazy big just because it's adjacent to Taylor Swift. I get it. I think a lot of people are kind of out on Kelce. And I think that's a big part of one of the weirdest things in the Super Bowl this year with the Eagles and the Chiefs was people are like rooting for the Eagles because they hated the Chiefs so much, which I just found mind-boggling.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
To me, that was mostly Kelce driven. The people that hate Mahomes, I cannot understand that. What is there to hate about Mahomes?
The person he decided to live his life with.
Just that his wife's kind of a pain.
Yeah.
I think I hate the brother more than I hate the wife.
Well, when they come together.
Yeah, that's a big old package deal of you remember Bill Clinton's brother? I don't remember his name. But he was kind of just like a country drunk, I think. And like when that got out in the campaign, people were like, "Oh, don't look at his brother. Just focus on the person." I think that's what the Mahomes family needs to hire James Carville or something to right that ship. Julius is in Waldorf. What's up, Jay? Who you hate?
What's going on, y'all? So, man, let's see. Most hated sports, player, whatever. NFL, Dez Bryant. He got on my last nerve. Every time he catch a touchdown doing that, whatever, I'm like, dude, go somewhere. Sit down. You're not him. You're not that good. Another person, Albert Haynesworth. He was the most I'm like, how are you so worthless but worth $92 million?
Just
never understood.
Lazy. Worthless and
like,
lazy.
And lazy. And then if I'm going to go NASCAR, I'm going to say Matt Kenseth because he dumped Jeff Gordon so many times. Every time I went to a race, he always dumped him. So I stopped going. And Brad Keselowski because he always cried so much. And he dumped Jeff Gordon too. I didn't like that.
So Jeff Gordon is your favorite NASCAR guy.
Call me Jeff Gordon.
All day. Yeah. All day. That's what I grew up watching. 24 all day.
Gotcha.
And then the last one, Formula One, Fernando Alonso. All because Lewis Hamilton came into Formula One and outperformed him from day one all the way to right now. And he still hates him. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, dude, why are you hating on greatness? He's the greatest ever. So, but yeah, that's my list.
Appreciate you, Julius.
All right, man.
You know what I've been enjoying when we've been doing these segments is the variety of dudes people hate.
The NASCAR hate is real.
NASCAR is real. That might have been our first F1 one.
F1 is real.
A lot of people
my son-in-law, and my son and my daughter-in-law, they watch.
Do they?
Formula One. And
so Willie's watching it like early Saturday mornings or whatever?
Every person name, who they've been with, who he used to race for. I was sitting there where I say, look, I told my little granddad, I said, let's go take a walk, boo. And mom and your daddy geeking out right now. Let's go.
My boy John Sadler watches it with his daughter. And she's, I had to guess she's 10, 9, and she loves it. Like the whole family watches it Saturday mornings. It's crazy. I think a big part of F1 success is that the Netflix show, The Drive to Survive, because it humanizes the people. I can't get that into it, but I like it, and I certainly support others liking it. Mm-hmm. Lighten Up Francis on Twitter says, I loathed Ricky Waters as a kid. He would shred the skins.
Oh, yeah.
Our guy Tay Wilson says, most hated, Emmett, Aikman, Moose, Irving, Bobby Taylor, Carl Malone, Shady McCoy, Terrell Owens, Sidney Crosby, Bill Romanowski.
They basically tell you he hates the NFC East.
That is a strong
Other
list.
than the Commander fans.
And the mailman catches some heat on there. Let's go out west. Let's go to Kenny in Warrenton. Kenny, who do you hate?
Guys, it's not going to be the most popular, most hated player, but when I was growing up, I hated Michael Jordan, Bill Laimbeer, current NBA player because I'm big in NBA, LeBron James. Michael Jordan was always on TV, and I was a Celtics fan, so I just got tired of hearing about him.
Okay, I get it. You were a Celtics fan. That's
I think
they changed the rules for him. He didn't win in the 80s. There was a reason he did win in the 80s.
Because
80s
your boy Lambeer was pounding on him. And didn't have a team built around him.
I'm a Celtics fan. So he didn't win the title in the 80s because he didn't have a great team. They changed the rules after a while because it's dirty play. I just got tired of the commercials and stuff. I just thought Magic and Bird were the
what rule did they change that you're talking about?
Hand check. You can't get in Michael Jordan's personal space.
Man, Michael Jordan got beat the hell up. What are you talking about? He got beat the hell up going to the hole.
He did.
The hand check rule came in with like Iverson when they really shut that down.
Changed though for him. No, because the Pistons made a change. I mean, they were too brutal.
Kenny, I'm not mad at you. You're a bona fide hater, sir, and you're allowed to. That's what this segment's about. But
the other thing is, me and Jeff were talking today, Rod. He's a loser. He's a cheater. It's a big baby.
He's definitely a big baby. Thank you for the call.
He knocked the ball out of
that was such a
hand in the American League.
That was such a chicken bleep attempt to just slap the ball out. He looked like. There's so many words I want to use that I'm not going to, but it was so lame.
Every spring training, he had a different blonde driving him around. Well, he just,
I'm not
he
mad
was big into that, and
All right, Kenny, we got to. Thank you, buddy.
But
thank you, Kenny.
They hate on that one.
That was a good call. I hated A-Rod. Hating on MJ. And I think a lot of people probably feel this way. Said Shador is already annoying.
Why?
Scotty G, but it's weird. I am really, really curious how everything goes with Shador and Dion on the next level. TW says Kurt Schilling and Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
I didn't hate Schilling as a player. I thought it got way overhyped how he had like the bloody sock.
Yeah, the bloody sock thing looked a little weird.
He has become quite a political cartoon character, I would say, in his post-playing days. Clemens was that dude that wanted to bully you. Remember he threw the bat at Mike Piazza?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just a locked-in ball player trying to intimidate the batter. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah. He's cool, though.
You know who I hate? That little flea that jumped on Tom Wilson's back. Panarin.
Yeah.
I hope everybody at WFAN hears me say that.
I don't like him either.
I know Landfield is busy because I just realized we are very late. And listen, if you're on hold, stay there. Who do you hate the most? We're taking these calls. 800-636-1067.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Hockey, Capitals have just 2 games to go. One of them tonight on the road at the New York Islanders. 7:30 p.m. for that over in the Team 980 tonight. Nats baseball here in the Fan. Nationals on the road all week. Pounded by Pittsburgh last night, 10-3. Nats have now dropped 3 in a row, 4 or 5. They look to get things back on track tonight. Another one in Pittsburgh for the Nats, 6:40 p.m. here on the Fan. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight as well. Hawks and Magic in the East, 7:30. Memphis Golden State out west, 10 p.m. Winners tonight get the 7th seeds in the upcoming NBA playoffs. There's no better drink to enjoy in the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed iced tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway, and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Bye. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. And the game.
Dogs on top.
And I must shine, homie.
Envy me.
Last week, Jeff shared his list with us of athletes he hated. It was great.
Yeah.
Today, we got Landfield's top 9 athletes he hated. Number 1 on the list, Aaron Rodgers. Number 2, Tiki Barber. Trot Nixon made an appearance. We're giving you guys a chance. Who you mad at? Who you hate? Let's go to JR the hater from Boston. JR, who do you hate?
Listen, you're the one who gave me that title last week, so I figured
I mean, you're kind of a hater, dude. This is a good segment for you.
I do. I own it. So, obviously, I'm born and raised. Even though I haven't lived in D.C. for 25 years, I'm still a homer. Anyone wearing a Cowboys uniform, Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, especially those guys back in the day, took so many. Nowadays, it's more of like all the times that Crosby took away wins from the Capitals. But, like, I know you guys call me a hater, but you guys have to admit the Capitals proved my points right over the weekend. And they might be, like, my number one, like, people that I hate right now. When you think about it now, Brian, would you say that you played perfectly when I was watching you growing up?
No.
No, exactly. But I would say that you played hard, you played smart. Carberry used the exact same words I did last week to you guys. He wanted his team to play hard and disciplined. You had over 1,700 touches, punt returns, kickoff returns, rushing and receiving times, and you only fumbled the ball 46 times, less than 3%. I don't want my teams to play perfect. I want them to play hard and smart / disciplined. If the Caps don't reach the 3rd or 4th round, the biggest team I'm going to hate are the Capitals as a whole because they are their worst enemy. The only team that can beat the Capitals right now in the East is the Capitals.
All right, my turn, JR?
All right, go ahead.
The team you hate the most right now has already locked up first place in the Eastern Conference and the 1 seed. Should we maybe try to find a happy medium here?
Well, no, I agree. But my point is they can.
We've heard your point.
2 heads.
We've heard it. We've heard it. You are heard, sir. Thank you for the call, JR the hater from Boston.
I kind of like don't want them to be like the President's Cup and all that stuff. I want them to do all that because every time they do it, they don't go nowhere.
They're not gonna win it. I don't think.
And I'm good. I'm happy with that. JR wanted them to win all that.
JR wants them to go undefeated. Hank is in Brandywine. Hank, who you hate?
Hey, man. I hate to say hate, but I being a PG boy, South PG, we play. I don't watch much pro ball anymore. I don't like how the game is. But Kevin Durant just seemed like a whiny person. Just to be from PG. Gwynn Park won 10 state champions in 20 years. I played on the playground with him. I could have been a bench warmer there. He just seemed like a big whiner.
Damn.
So I'm throwing that at Kevin Durant.
Hometown guy, just don't care, huh?
What's that?
Just hating on the hometown guy. I mean,
I ain't hating on him, man. He just seems like he whines and jumps teams. He just don't have the loyalty enough. And like Brian said when he said Sean Taylor, somebody spits on you, it's on. It's on. I don't care who you are.
I thought you might say you don't like him because he never came here. I didn't think it was just about all the other stuff.
I didn't say you said anything. I said he's a whiner. I grew up playing on the playgrounds, and Gwynn Park was the baddest 10 state championships in 20 years. He just don't seem like the PG people I play ball with.
All right, so Jeff, our guy Jeff Too Funny, Jeff Walker, is a proud product of Prince George's County. Our friend Hank and Brandywine says Durant just doesn't seem like a PG guy, and he can't stand him.
What you mean?
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, that's strong words.
Hank,
I'm just saying, he just seems like a whiner.
Hank, everybody whined. Do you know who Terrell Owens was? Everybody whined. He was a whiner. It doesn't matter where you. It doesn't matter where you're from. But my boy made the smartest business decision in his career. Did his thing. Yo, how can you say Kevin Durant whine? Everybody come for KD on the internet, and you know what he say? Y'all broke. I ain't even paying attention to y'all. Like, just don't hate on our boy.
Money ain't the beginning and end. You ain't taking none of it with you, brother.
Bruh. But
anyway, that's all. We all got opinions like what
I'm just
about.
I'm a
Stephen
homer.
A.
I love my hometown guys.
Cool. That's cool. I was rooting for him, but it just seemed as time went on, I'm like, damn, I don't know. It's just the younger generation.
So hold on. Do you feel as though LeBron James cry more than Kevin Durant?
Oh, he does some whine. Oh, he does some whining, but he backs it. I mean, he's the baddest.
All right.
He's the baddest.
KD don't back it up.
He's the baddest. He ain't Michael Jordan, but he's the baddest. But
Thank you,
I'm with Brian. But Stephen A., I think I know what the A stands for. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
All right. But you know what's funny is these people call in and they hate something specifically, and then as they continue, you realize who they root for and why they hate the person. Like for me, I hated Michael Irvin. When I was a kid, I remember when Darryl Green played through a broken arm in 92, and Irvin said he was going to torch him, and then Darryl shut him down the following game. Like that was one of the happiest non-playoff games of my life. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast.
What up, Zeke?
Zeke, who you hate?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, will y'all let the people hate who they want to hate? You don't have to agree with it. Hey,
if
one
they
of the
hate,
things
let
I
them hate and watch the money pile up. Go ahead.
I know that's right. Well, I have 159 that I hate.
159 people?
Right. Yeah, they're called the Eagles, the Cowboys. The Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Giants.
Oh,
that's who they are.
All right,
53-man roster. That's it.
I thought you were about to say a whole name.
Nah, I hate anybody in the way of us getting that championship.
I'm with that, brother.
But growing up, I hated Lawrence Taylor. He was a good player, but when he broke Joe Theismann's leg, I said, okay. I started hating him from that point on. He was one of the guys that I feared him because he killed us every time he played. But when he broke the leg, man, that was it for me. So I've been a hater ever since. That's all.
Yeah. I see the play all the time.
Thank you, Zeke.
And I say he was more hurt than anybody in the play. So I don't think it was a purposely done thing.
I don't think you could. What happened to him, you couldn't purposely do.
Yeah.
Like that is, at some point, it's the universe, man.
And you watch, man, and he started jumping up and down like, get over here.
Right.
And if he was like, that's why I never hated him.
Right.
I tell you one thing, I respect the hell out of him on the field. Though.
You could play.
Like they say, we got speed right, you got to block LT. I'm like, what? Why can't Jake drop back and block him?
Ryan the Stoner on line 4. What's up, Ryan the Stoner?
Hello, what's up, man?
This is the perfect call for Ryan the Stoner. Hey, man, you there?
Ryan the Stone. Let's go. All right, go to the next one.
There you are. Jonesy.
Jonesy, what's up, bro?
What up, man?
What's going on, big man? Ryan Stone, man. He probably seeing all the whole universe right there. But it's all good. Man, my problem, and I don't hate the guy, but he made me sick because when I was working up in Baltimore, this particular guy, he's a NASCAR driver, Jeff Gordon. He could do no wrong in certain people. There's some of the coworkers that I worked around because he was always talked about and always brought up. And, he even transcended football in this particular place I worked at the time. But it's no way in the world. My next guy I'm moving to, because I always thought we had the dude wrapped up when we played the Cowboys at the time, and that was Brian Barber. They got him. They got him. No, we don't. He's going down the damn field. He can just score. You know what I'm saying? And he hurt us at the end of games. That's the thing. We played 3 quarters great, and the last quarter, bam, this dude just gets stronger and stronger and just break out, and it just seemed like we had nobody on our defense to stop this dude. But now it's a combo twin of currently of the day, and that's that Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. I don't like them, man. I'm sorry. Yep, they wear their ugly, nasty green, and I'm sorry we had to. We put you through that B-Mitch. I'm still pissed off to this day with Vinny Serrato for pretty much letting you ride up out of here and walk out of past here, only to watch you come back here and burn us up in a green, nasty outfit wearing the dirty 30. But I've always said welcome back home, and that's forgettable. I ain't never gonna say forgivable because it wasn't your fault.
We got it, Jonesy. It's a good call, buddy. We got to roll. Vinny Serrato should definitely be higher on this list. Bruce Allen.
Well, I said players. That's not the right name.
Yeah.
Well, I just got a call from my buddy with Ariane Close and said he ate Grayson Allen, Troy Aikman, and Christian Laettner. I think everybody around here agrees.
Yeah, dude. People aren't going to argue with that one. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to get through as many calls as we can. It's my understanding we have an NFL owner on the line. We will definitely get to that. But B, is it Jim Smith? Did he do your rude work at your house?
Yeah.
So Jim had to come to my house today. I wasn't home.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren's not home.
Oh, you left the door.
You know what we did? Now, Lauren doesn't let me have access to the app because she thinks I'll do something stupid. So she has the app. So Lauren, at her office, was able to open the garage door at the house so my man Jim could get in.
There you go.
You know how dope that is? That's what the folks at Door Pro America have done for me with my new garage door. The app is called the MyQ app. My wife has it. I do not, but she does. And you can open your garage door wherever you are.
Woman.
So if somebody has to go by the house, you could just open the garage door for them and let them in. It is a game changer, man. You don't have to worry. You know how stupid it is to leave keys under your mat in the year 2025? Stop leaving keys under your mat. Get a new garage door, and you can open that thing remotely from Guadalajara, for all I know. Whatever you need. If you need the MyQ technology app to open your door, or you just need some repairs, some maintenance, call Door Pro America, man. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options on our new door and gave us a great recommendation. They're based locally. They've been doing this for over 50 years. And I'm telling you, the app is a game changer. Call today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check out the website, doorproamerica.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Landfill. Bought a bunch of pizza. Not on my hate list. Landfill debuted his hate list earlier. Top 5, Trot Nixon, Cole Hamels, Chris Sims, Tiki Barber, and Aaron Rodgers. And it's my understanding, we're still working through the contractual stuff. I think next week, Chris Russell's going to join us for his most hated athlete list.
Lord.
That could be a long one.
It might be the whole world.
Everyone is wrong, Rooster. Taking your calls. Who's the athlete you hate? We have an NFL owner on the line. I don't know how he will answer this. Hello, Jera.
JP Finley and Brian Landfield, Jeffrey. I don't know if it's White Brian or White whatever. I hope you all are having a good day. White Brian, I guess that's his name. Y'all have. I hope you all doing well. But anyway, listen. There's one bastard professional athlete that I hated the most. I think I might have even scored it in my boxers a couple of times every time he touched the ball, and that bastard is Brian Wayne Mitchell. Every time, or Brian Keith Mitchell, I'm sorry. Brian, every time you touched the ball, I wanted somebody to whack you bad. But most of the time, you took it 30, 40, 50 yards and changed the momentum of the game. I think there was one time I even yelled at you, and you looked up at the owner's box, and I sat the hell down and said, I hope he didn't hear me. Listen. One extra out of him. This is a professional. He's not an athlete, and that's a professional dumbass, and that's Charlie. I tell you what, if you were to rank him, he is the Bill Gates of dumbasses. And I tell you this, Charlie, I'm never going to stop. You started this. You opened your mouth when you shouldn't have, and that's why you're getting it there. Don't call back in here whining and crying. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be. Hey, listen, you dumbass. You called me out. I don't even know who you are, but I tell you this, I know where you live. And if I see you walk through a crosswalk or in your wheelchair or walker, whatever, in College Park, I will run your dumb ass over. Hey, listen, y'all have a great day. I got to go.
All right.
I guess that
felt a little aggressive today. All right. Let's try to go fast here, folks. That way everybody gets in. Matt's in D.C. Matt, who's your least favorite athlete?
Sidney Crosby for obvious reasons, but I got to go back to the Kevin Durant thing because when he choked off that Western Conference Finals up 3-1 and up 9 with a few minutes left in the fourth quarter to the Warriors, and then goes and joins them the next year. To me, that's everything. That's the worst possible thing an athlete can do. I got zero respect for that. I'm sorry. I mean, and he sort of ruined the Splash Brothers. It became the Kevin Durant show. And what was exciting was now boring. I have two players. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Two players that I hated but came to respect. One was Michael Jordan, both because I'm a huge Hoya fan. Michael Jordan and Steph Curry. Jordan came to the Wiz, and, when you get to root for the guy, sort of changes your perspective a little bit. Because after the Warriors lost to the Cavs in 2016, huge celebrations, all this craziness, he sat there courtside for 10 minutes in the middle of that just to be able to congratulate LeBron. And I, for a guy like Chuz's mouthpiece, looks like the cockiest guy that ever played basketball. That really turned it around for me on Steph. I thought that was incredibly classy. So,
all right, brother, we got to bounce. Thank you for the call, man.
Appreciate it.
Mitch and Woodbridge, go fast, bud.
Mitch.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Nothing much. So I hate the strong word, but I got to say I do despise Jalen Hurts. So I'll keep it simple. You give best running back in the league, probably the best, subjectively the best O-line in the league, 2 great wide receivers, an amazing defense, and you throw Jalen Hurts in the mix. I think you could have any top 20 QB, including Sam Darnold. You could put Heineke back there, and I'm going to be honest, you probably end up with a Super Bowl. So, yeah, my hate for the day definitely go to Jalen Hurts. Hope we beat him next year. Thank you.
Well done, Mitch. Well done. Andre's in Alexandria. Dre, who's an athlete you do not like?
Well, I got 2 of them I wanted to fight, literally wanted to fight, and I still want to fight him to this day. The second one, I don't have to explain. I just say his name, and I think everybody would nod. But the first one, Karl Malone, when he knocked David Robinson out with a cheap shot, hit him in the back of his head with that elbow, I wanted to fight him and just swole his eye up and make his eye the same size as the basketball. I don't think he can fight. He's a good cheap shotter, but I don't think he can square up and fight. That's what I want to knock out. And then the other one, I'm going to make it quick. Draymond Green. I don't need to sell a story. I just hate him.
I get that one. Jeff had him too. He might crack my list as well. Thank you, Dre. Lord knows
I'm gonna set up a fight with Jeff and Draymond though.
So let's clear something up. A good buddy of mine, my buddy Blaine, is at various times has been in like amazing shape. He's a rugby player, like a big, strong dude, right?
Uh-huh.
We were texting when we did this segment last week about how we used to have a rule, like me and him, that we would fight Mike Dunleavy Jr. if we ever saw him, just on site with Mike Dunleavy Jr. while he was at Duke.
Uh-huh.
And last week we were texting with the added wisdom of being 43 instead of 21, saying, we would have gotten our asses kicked. Dude's like 6'9" and an athlete. Like, we would have gotten worked.
Probably so.
So for all the I'm going to fight this guy, don't fight him. You could boo him from your seats, but don't fight him. Brian, I don't know where
in the palace.
Bad idea, man. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. Everybody prepare. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what state he's in. Hello, Commander Tequila. Who do you hate?
Oh, boy.
Who do I hate? I'm in California. I hate Gerald and his Cowboys. I had to go drive by there and just poop at the stadium and bring the cows in and just bring them the loads, Other than that, I just can't stand Gerald.
All right.
He just needs to learn. We got to take away his yellow jacket, his gold jacket, because he's not a player. We need your gold jacket to be Mitch.
Thank you for the call, Commander. That was a good one.
Baby.
Well done. When we come back,
pooping in people's places.
Yeah, maybe take it easy with the public pooping. But besides that, it was a good phone call. When we come back, talking sticks, and then we got a whole bunch of NFL draft news I want to run through. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Capitals are hoping to find some momentum late in the season to get things going again, heading into the Stanley Cup playoffs. 2 games to go for the Caps. One of them tonight on the road at the New York Islanders, 7:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Caps close out the season Thursday night in Pittsburgh. Now, they're still waiting to see who their first-round playoff opponent is going to be. Montreal lost again last night, so the Canadiens failed again to clinch the second wildcard spot. That's going to come down to either Montreal or Columbus now over the final few days for the final playoff spot in the East. Baseball Nationals on the road all week, beaten in Pittsburgh last night 10-3. Nats have dropped 3 in a row and 4 of their last 5. They'll play another one in Pittsburgh tonight, 6:40 first pitch for the Nationals here on 106.7 The Fan. NBA play-in tournament getting set to start as well. Hawks and Magic in the game in the East tonight, 7:30 p.m. in Orlando. Memphis plays at Golden State, the late game out west at 10 p.m. Winners tonight in those games will get the 7th seeds in the upcoming NBA playoffs. Meadows Farms Nurseries, thrilled to announce our screening sale exclusively for our VIP customers. Arbor Vitae, Skip Laurels, Nellie Stevens, Hollies, all on sale. Visit us at meadowfarms.com or any of our 16 convenient locations. Meadows Farms Nursery, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
If you missed any of our Who Do We Hate the Most segment, you should get on the podcast because it was a lot of fun. Next week, we're doing it again. Chris Russell's most hated list. I think we do that every week.
We need White Brian because they don't talk.
Yeah, White Brian will have a hell of a list.
We need him to talk a little more, man. It's so damn quiet.
Yeah, dude, we're worried about you, White Brian. Quiet Brian. We could also call him Quiet Brian because everybody would know the difference between Brian and Quiet Brian.
Yeah.
Joining us right now, though, we're going to switch gears. Mystics made 3 picks in the top 6. I imagine that's unheard of, but Kareem Copeland knows a lot more than me. You can read Kareem's work in the Washington Post, covers the Mystics and women's basketball, Terps, all of it. What's up, Cope? How you doing, bud?
Ooh, what up, fellas? Thanks for having me on. How's
What's
it going?
up, Kareem? How you doing, man?
Good. I'm tired. Starting vacation today.
Yeah, I bet.
That's it.
Has any team ever had 3 of the top 6?
I don't believe so. I've had to go back and look at every year, but I mean, I know there's been 2, but 3 of the top 6, I don't believe so. Not as far as my research, but you know, I might have to dig in a little bit deeper.
All right. So I wanted the Wizards to trade up for Beckers with 3 of the top 6. They obviously didn't do that. Then I wanted them to trade up for the Victoria Wembanyama Malanga. They obviously didn't do that. Before we get to the Mystics picks, how good is Beckers? And then what is up with who could Malanga be?
Well, Beckers is the truth, and probably the most efficient player that came out of college last year. You know, National Player of the Year as a freshman. The only thing that ever really slowed her down was some knee injuries that took her out about a season and a half. But besides that, remember, people were talking about her like Caitlin Clark before Caitlin Clark got going. And I still would say, I mean, Caitlin is who she is, but at the same time, when Paige went down with those injuries, that kind of allowed a lot of the attention to shift towards Caitlin because she was kind of that player that everybody was kind of talking about at that point. So she's the truth, and that's why she's in Dallas, because a lot of people made a lot of offers to Dallas or tried to call, and they weren't interested in picking up the phone. It was all Paige all the way for them.
Okay.
And Malanga, I mean, she's only 19 years old, but she's 6'6", athletic, can play on the perimeter, can dunk. And so she's arguably got the highest ceiling in this draft of what she could be and what she could develop into. It's always tricky a little bit with some of these foreign-born players just because sometimes they have national team commitments and things like that. So sometimes that part is shaky, but the question is how fast can she develop and how quick can she get used to just the physicality of the league? But if you're talking about ceiling, she's as high as anybody in this draft.
All right. I mean,
yeah, Paige game, she do it all, dog.
I watched. I'm gonna tell the whole truth here, left hand up style. I watched one Malonga highlight where she was not being defended, and she hit a drop step, spin move, dunk, and I said, trade everything for her, risk it all. But they didn't. So let's talk about what they did do. Talk to me about number 3 for the Sticks.
Sonia Citron,
3, 4, and
guard.
6, whatever.
Yeah. Well, Sonia Citron went number 3. Guard out of Notre Dame. Probably got overshadowed by Olivia Miles and Hannah Hidalgo. And the thing about her is she's just that player that does a little bit of everything. An elite defender. She's got good. She shoots it efficiently, but at the same time, you don't really have to run stuff for her. So she can be that kind of secondary third scorer where she gets a lot of points just off of back cuts and things like that. So you don't have to run your offense through her, but she's still super effective. It was, quite frankly, probably one of the most underrated players in college just because she doesn't put up, you're not going to look at her stat line and see, 19 and 10 and 6 and be wild in that way. But she's a super efficient 4, 5, and 4 kind of a player. And I think she was kind of hands down considered a top 5 pick. And it just kind of depended on what Seattle was going to do, quite frankly. And Seattle was kind of in a weird position where they're ready to win now. But I think even if Malonga has to develop for a little bit, there's just too much upside there to go to somebody who might be a little bit more, W ready right now on this day. But I think Citron might be, as of today, one of the most well-rounded players, not kind of after Paige, but one of the most well-rounded players that was in college last year.
Well, and then when you go with the young lady Kiki from USC, I watched her in a game when Juju went out, and she just took over that game.
Took over. That's the kind of player she is. Like, she's the truth. When at the end of last year, I was talking about her unquestioned as a top 3 pick coming out of Stanford. She dropped, I think, 40 in that opening weekend tournament game last year. Like, she's the truth. She's got everything you could ask for in a post. I'd say arguably, if not the best power forward in the game last year. The only thing that was really a negative was people wanted to see her extend her game a little bit, get that shot to start falling a little bit farther out towards the perimeter. And she does most of her work in the post. But a really smart player, pretty good in pick and roll situations, high basketball IQ, all of those kind of things that you want. The only thing that's kind of missing is you'd like to see that perimeter game become a little bit more consistent. But for this whole last year, even playing with Juju, you knew she was a lottery pick essentially the entire time. It just kind of depended on, where people kind of in front of her slotted. And I wouldn't have been surprised at all if Seattle decided to go with Kiki at number 2. That wouldn't have been a shock by any means.
Wow.
If they did that, you think the Sticks would have taken Malonga?
Oh, absolutely. See, now, Malonga is probably the perfect fit for the Mystics, considering they're a team who's looking 2, 3, maybe even 4 years down the road at this point. So you would think, hey, if it takes her a little bit to develop, by the time she's kind of ready to, really hit the ground running, that would be a kind of coincide with the time that Washington believes that it should be back in the kind of contending space. So that was the weird thing with Seattle is you're hoping that, hey, even if she doesn't contribute right away, that you've got enough to still contend. But for the Mystics, it kind of would have been a perfect fit as a player who's going to need a couple years with a franchise who's already looking a couple years down the road.
Gotcha. And talk to me about the third first-round pick, the point guard out of Kentucky.
Electric point guard, can score. I think she averaged 19 this year. Pure point guard, super flashy. Somebody that's just fun to watch and plays with personality. The only problem is she's 5'6". And there was I do believe I counted last night, 6 or 7 players in the entire league last year that was 5'6" or shorter. And so that's the big question mark with her is will she be able to hang with the physicality of the game at this next level? But she's lightning quick and she's got a shot and she's smart in how she runs the show. It's just you start to wonder who she's going to defend and if they'll put if opposing teams will put her in bad positions that way. And, will she just kind of get beat up a little bit by the physicality? But she said last night, hey, I've been short all my life, and that's been part of something I've had to overcome at every level, and she's done so far. But that's really the only knock on her is her size. Otherwise, she's an incredible offensive talent.
So a couple other things. Talking with our friend Kareem Copeland, covers women's basketball for the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at Kareem Copeland, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Cope, the young lady from Maryland, Cheyenne Sellers, made it to the second round. Was that a surprise to you?
Huge surprise. I honestly thought that was where the Mystics might go at number 6.
I think you told me that, or somebody told me.
Yeah, it was just kind of depending on, because you knew Mystics were going to go a guard. It just depended on which one they ended up liking more. And Shy definitely slid. I think a couple things that kind of hampered her was she was dealing with a knee injury the entire second half of the season. And so that just kind of slowed her down, and she just wasn't herself. She honestly had to change her game, where she started working a little bit in the post and a little bit in that elbow area as a bigger guard, because she didn't have that same quickness and couldn't drive to the basket and plant in the exact same way that she did. And so I wonder if people kind of were worried about the way that knee lingered a little bit. But, I mean, she's a big guard that has filled every role for Maryland over the years. And I wonder if she got dinged a little bit just from the structure of the team this year, where she wasn't asked to score 15-plus points. She didn't have to. Last year, she led the team in every single category, but there was more talent on the team this year. So she had to do less. She facilitated more and, quite frankly, wasn't as healthy as she usually is. And so all of those dinged her numbers down a little bit. And I wonder if people kind of looked at that and said, and had a quite frankly, had a question of if that was more what you would see at the next level, as opposed to, really when she really signed and put up, kind of crazy numbers during her sophomore and junior year. But, big guards in this league that can handle the ball, that can play on the wing and guard multiple positions, those are valuable. So I think Golden State, quite frankly, got a steal, especially in the second round. You just need to get her healthy, and I think she's going to be just fine.
That's so left hand up. I'm going to confess something here. I don't know all of the logos for the WNBA teams. I kind of only know the Mystics, and I couldn't figure out what team had drafted her, because I'm looking at ESPN.com and it just has the logo of the team. When is Golden State new?
Yeah. Golden State. This is their first their expansion team.
Oh, wow.
This will be their first season. So this draft was their first draft picks, and they're kind of in an interesting situation where I kind of believe, so after next year, a new CBA is coming, right?
Yeah, dude. So I wanted to ask you about that. I just read, I can't remember which player it was. I got to talk to Aaliyah Edwards over the weekend, and she was really impressive. But these women are now making more money in like the 2 months they play in this unrivaled league than they are in the W, right?
So it depends on who you are. But Unrivaled did kind of put together, essentially I look at them as a startup. And they had a whole lot of great financial backings this very first year that they kind of put all the way into salaries. And so they're honestly, quite frankly, putting a little bit of pressure on the W as they're in these CBA negotiations. And so what all the W players did knew that the old salary structure would end after this 2025 season. And just last year, they also got a new media rights deal worth $2.2 billion. So with the new CBA, everybody's expecting salaries to make a significant leap forward. And so what every player did, I think there's maybe 2 veterans in the league that didn't do this, but anybody else that's not on a rookie deal, they set up their contracts to end after the 2025 season. So next year, you're looking at like 100 players that are going to be free agents, including every all-star that will be completely unrestricted free agents because they all want to be able to sign a new deal under this new money. So that opens it up.
Big star is going to be a free agent next year.
Every big star who's not already passed their 4-year rookie contract. I think there were only 3 of them that signed. Even people who were signing extensions, they were only signing 1-year extensions because everybody wants to get a piece of that new money come the 2026 season. And so I think Golden State is kind of setting themselves up to be a major player in that, because if you're an expansion team in San Francisco, owned by the same folks that own the Golden State Warriors, you could go and make a run at a couple all-stars and say, hey, come be the face of this brand new franchise in one of the best cities and best markets in the league. We got a brand new practice facility and all the bells and whistles. So I think that makes them a pretty attractive team to free agents after this 2025 season. And I think they're going to make a big push for that. What is
that money going to be like?
They're making more money in college now, a lot of them.
Right. Like, dude, so like somebody like Asia Wilson, right, in Vegas, or who's a young woman that just drains threes in New York? Ionescu, right?
Yeah. Ionescu.
Like what kind of cash are these, all-star players going to start making? Are we talking 10 mil a year? I mean, you said it was a $2 billion rights deal.
We're not talking about going that high. Because you gotta, right now, I do believe the max salary for a single season right now is somewhere right around 250, 275, somewhere right there, just under 300. And so the money's going to go up, but we're not talking about 10 million a year type stuff yet.
You got to have that type of backing for it to go up there.
They don't want to be paid the same as the NBA guys, but they want the same percentage of the pot. And that's the difference. And the pot in the W is obviously much less than the NBA. So it's not equal salary to salary. And none of them have said that, but they want the same percentage of what the pot is. And so that's the big negotiating point that we'll see in this. Quite frankly, they've already started, but it'll kind of continue for these next 12 months, it seems like.
Wow. That's it's all quite interesting. So do you think the Mystics did well? With the 3 top 6 picks?
I do. I think they did as well as they can, as well as they could. I've been a big Tiki fan ever since last season. Sonia was just in that tier that it was impossible to pass her up. And again, she's not that flashy player, but that player that everybody loves to have on their team because it makes the entire team better. The big question mark is going to be Georgia. There were some other good point guards out there. And she's an All-American and played as well as anybody in college. But the question is, does her size translate to the league as well as some of these other point guards that might be a little bit more physically blessed?
We will find out. You are physically blessed, Cope. Thanks for the time, buddy.
Appreciate you, brother.
I'm trying. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate you having me.
Hi, babe.
It's our boy Kareem Copeland. The haters said we wouldn't do a Mystic segment. They were incorrect.
Totally.
A lot going on in the NFL. We're going to circle back to that side of town. Washington has a bunch of folks visiting today. Some names you've heard, some names you might not have. All of a sudden, sure seems like White Brian's Giants are circling the quarterback basin. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's 3 minutes with JP here. And if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and air conditioning system right from your phone. If you forget to turn down the heat before you go on vacation, you can adjust it in seconds from the phone. Plus, you'll get alert if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
Here's the best part, B. Those systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, no more of that weird banging in the middle of the night. Just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently, even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings. I know you saved some cash. It is tax day. With Rude, you can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Yep, that cash helps because I get cash back. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Guys are going to talk a little football coming up next. Final preps underway for the draft. Couple of defensive backs, Maxwell Hairston, Kentucky, Louisville's Quincy Riley, along with Oregon offensive tackle Josh Carnley Jr. and Boston College defensive end Donovan Azaruka among those scheduled to meet with the Commanders today. We're just 9 days away from the draft next Thursday in Green Bay. Commanders 29th pick, first time since 2014. They will not be choosing in the top 25. Final few days of the hockey season. Caps on the road against the Islanders tonight, 7:30 p.m. over on the Team 980. Baseball, Nats, and Pirates again tonight in Pittsburgh, 6:40 for that one here on the Fan. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
So when I first heard that open, Landfield, I thought it might be Garth Brooks. It is not. This is obviously the Doors. We never really talked about this when Val Kilmer died a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Jeff, you like this song? Jeff's hyped in there.
The day we're born. Yeah, that's my song.
Sing it, dude.
Riders on the storm. I just know that part, the Riders on the Storm part. Playing the game when I was younger. That's how I know this song.
It's a good tune. When Val Kilmer died, there was so much talk about Heat was really good. Top Gun, obviously. Tombstone, obviously. But I also thought he was really good as Jim Morrison in the Doors movie. All right, we got a lot of NFL kind of moving and shaking going down right now. Tyron Smith, probably a Hall of Famer.
Yep, retiring.
Left tackle for the Cowboys. He's calling it quits. I think he was on the Jets last
13 years. 8 Pro Bowls.
I think his body just gave out eventually. A truly excellent player. I mean, those Cowboys lines when they had Smith and Zach Martin were some of the best in football. Both those guys retired. All right, I want to run through. I don't know where this list is being compiled by. I imagine this is a bunch of people reporting this. I am getting it from some dude on Twitter, the Burgundy Burner, who does a good job. I think he might be involved with Hogs Haven, just kind of compiling information that becomes available on the internet. Now, so we're clear. I am not reporting this. I'm just reading this. Okay. We know they were having the big old draft visit party in Ashburn today, right? They're having multiple prospects out there. Some of the prospects include a name we've heard a lot, Ezaraku, the DN, the pass rusher from Boston College. Okay. Then it's some of these names we haven't heard at all. Carlin Vigors from Louisiana Monroe. Ollie Gordon, running back from Oklahoma State. That's an intriguing player right there. That dude can go. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, another running back from Arizona. Jalen Smith, corner out of Southern Cal. Josh Connerly, a tackle from Oregon. Anthony Belton, a tackle from NC State. The Wolfpack fighting Leon Duncans. Maxwell Hairston, that's a corner I've heard some good stuff about, out of Kentucky. David Walker, who we talked about yesterday, I believe, as a FCS player that could maybe make a real impact. He's an edge rusher out of Central Arkansas. And then Quincy Riley, another corner out of Louisville. I see multiple edge, multiple corner, multiple running back, and then a pair of tackles.
Like all the people that you see? Or position that they could use somebody.
Yeah.
So, and then I hope no one is worried about the fact that they're all here together.
I think that's over.
I hope it is.
Now, of their top 30 visits, I believe they drafted 4 people that did a top 30 last year. Here's the thing. If you're bringing somebody in for a top 30 and you have the 29th pick, you only have 5 picks. 29, 61, and then everything's way north of 100. They're not throwing anybody off the scent at this point. This is not there's no disguise going on.
Not really.
They're trying to figure out some dudes they might like.
Hell yeah.
And it doesn't mean they're not taking somebody they think could go around 100 and try to trade into that spot. They want to check out some players they want more information on. And clearly they're looking at corners, running backs, edge rushers. And I mean, maybe a little more than that, but I found that all pretty interesting. What else is pretty interesting is what's going on in New York today. After weirdly, stop me if you've heard this before, but things just seem a little off kilter in New York for the Giants. There was a period of time where they acted like Dable doesn't go to he doesn't travel for the outside of the combine, but like for the pre-draft stuff. Like he doesn't go to workouts and stuff. Then all of a sudden he did, and they're like, yeah, well, he can do whatever he wants. Jaylen Milroe, Alabama quarterback, is one of 3 quarterbacks the Giants are holding private workouts for.
Shador is another.
Bama quarterback Jaylen Milroe, Colorado quarterback Shador Sanders, and Louisville quarterback Tyler Shough. I think that's how you say it. Shough. I think that's like a hard ending. Giants have already done a bunch of work on Jackson Dart and are making it very clear they're not out of the quarterback conversation, I think is the best way I would say it. What do you make of the Giants at this point?
They are confused. They are in a position now where they're desperate. And now they have to do some work. You know, they had all this stuff going on. I don't think Mara and Shane are on the same page. I think they're trying to do some things to try to put themselves in position to secure a quarterback and solidify this roster. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
So the Giants have the 3rd pick, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They're not taking one of these guys there. I think this is about later or maybe even in the 2nd round. You think there's a chance they take a quarterback at 3?
Yep.
Really? Shador?
Possibly. I mean, the thing about it, they can sit up here and act like what they want. They have 2 quarterbacks on their roster right now. Okay? And
I think they have DeVito too, but
they're not going to want to pay them after this year the money that's there that they would probably be trying to command. So they're going to need somebody to move forward. DeVito is not the guy. They already know that.
Right.
They keep him around for the little fun of it or whatever, but he is not the guy.
Totally. Our guy Pat Leonard out of New York wrote a column in Sunday's New York Daily News saying why Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart could be the Giants' NFL draft quarterback. Says the Rams are also chasing Dart.
Well, basically, I would think that their quarterback knows he's probably not many years left there.
Right.
So they're trying to move him out this year.
Right.
Then they worked out a deal, and that deal is probably not no long term or whatever.
Oh, I don't think there's any secret that Russ and Jameis aren't the answer there.
Oh, hell no.
If you had to pick between Dart, and remember, Jackson Dart was recruited to USC, then he transferred to Ole Miss, 6'2", 215, Last year, he completed almost 70% of his passes, 29 touchdowns against only 6 picks. If you had to pick between Dart or Milroe, I'm curious what the accuracy numbers are. I'm pulling it up. Not as good, but better than you'd think. 64%. He only had 16 touchdowns against 11 picks last year. Milroe is obviously just an outrageous runner.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I would say he is years away from being an NFL passer. He does have a rifle of an arm, but he's just not close. But guys can develop. I mean, Jalen Hurts was so much further along because of the year at Oklahoma when he got drafted, but still there were real questions about his ability to be a passer in the NFL. Hell, Josh Allen was really inaccurate coming out of college. Like, guys can develop. Dart is a polished, pocket guy now. If you're picking either one of them, who you taking?
Depending on what I have around it. I mean, if I have a stout offensive line and I feel like a quarterback gets in the pocket and has that ability, it's going to be better, I'll go with Dart. But if I have a system that I can, and my system is something I'm going to utilize my quarterback's athletic ability, I can see Milroe, because coaches, there's going to be a coach who say I can fix him. I can make him better with that athleticism.
White Brian, this is your team. This is your big blue New York Football Giants we're talking about. Pretty clear they're still in the market for a quarterback. Whether that happens at 3 or later remains to be seen. I mean, the Giants do also pick, I assume, if my math's correct, like 35, 34. Is there a quarterback you want them to draft?
Not really, no.
You'd rather them just punt on this year altogether?
Yeah, I'm all in on Arch Manning.
All in on a kid that hasn't really played a year from now in a draft. You have no idea where you'll land.
Yep.
You know why? Because he has 2 uncles that's won Super Bowls.
It's not crazy.
And a granddad who was in the damn NFL for a long time.
Sure. When we come back, we're going to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Just join FanDuel today, and you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From 3-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm moving in. We got to listen to this for a minute, right? This is a banger. Jeff, you like this one?
Don't know it.
And the thunder roll. In the house across town. What is this song about? The wife's cheating on the guy? The guy's cheating on the wife? Oh. Never mind. Landfield gave me a physical sign to show me what the song was about, and we're going to move forward. I did want to ask a question. So this Braves reporter last night, I think this is last night, he got this girl's phone number while doing a sideline reporting hit, and people are like mad. Although all I'm seeing is people saying how lame it is to be mad. I'm not actually seeing anybody that's mad. Like, if you're mad about this, just relax a little. Like, these are adults, and it sure seemed like the lady thought it was cool and funny. Like, I think we're good with it, right? Like, everybody just relax a little bit.
Yeah, he kind of went out sad, though.
Why? What'd he do?
Because, bro, women love confidence. And he went smacking the lady and said, yeah, they told me to get your number. Nah, bro, you were supposed to just, can I have your number? I'm doing this on live TV. Boom. Then she would have blushed. But he talked about they telling me to get your number in my ear. That's where he went out sad. I was all for the antics, except for that one.
He got her number. Boom. How you like them apples?
But he was scary with it. Yeah, my boys told me to get your number in my ear. No, you don't do that.
Have you watched it?
Yes. She literally said, oh, they telling you to get my number too. Somebody mentioned us in that tweet earlier. And they asked me, was it game or was it lame? I said, it was lame when he said, they told me to get your number. I said, it would have been game if he would have just went on about it and got her number because he wanted it.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not mad at any part of it. Jeff doesn't appreciate his pickup technique. Is that accurate?
Yeah, just be confident with it, bro. Don't throw your boys in there.
White Brian, when you first met Rose, how did you approach her? With confidence?
Yeah.
Yeah? What'd you say? Hey, I'm White Brian.
Well,
I wear a size 12 shoe.
She met my friends first. We were at the beach, and then they came back to the house for a party.
Whoa, dog! You met her late night?
No, it was during the day.
Okay. How'd it go?
It went well.
It was teacher orientation.
Can you confirm Rose is a teacher? That's why you have spring break coming up.
She is a real estate agent, not a teacher. And we don't have spring break coming up, unfortunately.
Some of us do. Hello, B.
What up?
You think the Braves dude did anything wrong getting that girl's phone number?
No. You think he did?
Some people.
It was a bit. The people in the studio were telling him he had to get the number.
So here's apparently the thing that people got mad about, right? Is some dude, Tyler Weiss, said, according to the Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics, journalists should avoid conflicts of interest, real or perceived, avoid pandering to lurid curiosity, even if others do.
Tell Tyler, shut the hell up. We watch journalism at the highest level. Nothing is in journalism is what it was when that damn book was written.
Yeah, dude.
So cancel that.
Get with the times.
Tyler probably was trying to holler at himself and he's mad.
That Tyler guy sucks.
Yeah, give me a damn break.
Well said. All right. Let's make some bets.
Gather around, gather around.
All right. Jeff, I do need to circle back to something you just tweeted out. Pawnee, Nebraska is offering to pay Americans 5 G's and 50 grand towards a new home if they move to Pawnee. Would you actually move there?
Why not?
He'll be back.
I don't know that you're going to make Pawnee Great again, dog.
I'm gonna go turn Pawnee up, play all the music. I'm gonna be the only DJ in town.
Yeah,
He might be the only lots of things in town.
500 people there. You go to a damn party, it might be 20 people. Everybody else got to go work.
Pawnee is also the name of the fictional town in Parks and Rec. This is actually Pawnee City, Nebraska. Jeff, there's a Casey's on F Street.
It's 100 miles from Omaha.
I've pulled up Pawnee. Not a lot going on there.
Nah, I doubt it.
Jeff, I get you want the 5Gs and the 50K, but I don't know that this is the place for you, buddy.
May God flip it, brother.
Make Pawnee bump. All right, bets. I lost last night. This is what I get for hatering.
Hatering?
I bet against the Nets.
Hating?
Yeah, JP and B Mitch lost, and everyone in the aquarium won.
Damn, haters. Now you guys are hatering.
Parlay for Jeffrey. I'm taking the Caps tonight over the Islanders.
I'm taking the Magic -5.5.
Oh, I meant to read something. You know who we're rooting for tonight?
Who?
The damn Grizzlies.
Why?
Bullets Forever tweeted this out. Just a reminder for Wizards fans. We are all Grizzlies fans tonight. If the Grizzlies don't make it out of the play-in, that first-round pick coming from Memphis vanishes and turns into 2 seconds. Let's go Grizz. So because of that,
if they win the pick in the lottery,
you know how they like protect all these draft picks and stuff? I'm sure it's like if Memphis makes the playoffs, you get a first rounder. If they miss the playoffs, you get a second.
Oh, it's something they had traded before.
Yeah, it's already done. Yeah. And I don't even think it's for this year. I don't know when it is. I see it all the way up to 7.
Yeah, it was at 5.5 yesterday.
Give me the Grizz.
Give me the Warriors.
Give me Ja.
Paolo, 30 points.
What?
Give me the Warriors and the Magic. I'm going all the way out.
B taking both favorites on a play-in Tuesday.
What, -5.5, -7.5?
Exactly.
I'm not doing a Jeff.
That's what David Stern wanted. All of us talking about the play-in. Except we're kind of making fun of it, man. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Jordan Reed. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Kareem Copeland. Thank you to everybody that called in. The What Athletes Do We Hate segment is a lot of fun.
It is.
And we're going to continue it. Chris Russell will tell us what athletes he hates next week. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I got a packed show. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a parking spot.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Final week of the season for the Caps, 2 games to go, and hoping to get things turned around. They've dropped 2 straight, 3 of 4 heading into tonight's game on the road against the New York Islanders. 7:30 face-off over on the Team 980. Capitals still don't know who their first-round playoff opponent's going to be. Montreal lost again last night. Canadians failed again to clinch the second wildcard spot. That's going to come down to either Montreal or Columbus now in the final few days of the season. Football preps continue in Ashburn. Couple of defensive backs, Maxwell Hairston, Kentucky, Louisville's Quincy Riley in town today, along with Oregon offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. and Boston College defensive end Donovan Ezaraku, who are all making pre-draft visits with the Commanders today, just over a week away from the NFL draft, 9 days from now, next Thursday night, first round in Green Bay. NBA play-in tournament tips off tonight, Hawks and Magics. The 7-8 game in the East in Orlando at 7:30. Memphis at Golden State, the 10 p.m. game out in San Francisco. Winners tonight get the 7th seed for the upcoming playoffs. Nationals continue their road trip in Pittsburgh tonight, 6:40 on the Fan. And it was announced today the Olympic baseball will be played at Dodger Stadium for the 2028 Summer Olympics when they're held in L.A. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny on April 15th, 2025. Thanks for listening to us. We'll take you up to 6:10 ahead of Charlie Slow's Dave Jagler and pregame of Nationals baseball right here on the Fan. Speaking of the Nats, last night they could not hit against Paul Skeens. They lose in Pittsburgh. And it's a pretty big night for the Capitals. 7:30 puck drop against the New York Islanders tonight. They've got 2 games left tonight and Thursday in Pittsburgh as they try to hit a switch here and get a little momentum going into the postseason.
It'd be really nice if they did. Just for my own feelings. You've got a more mature outlook about it where, for you, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You said it doesn't carry over as much. It's, it's about health for you, matchup opponent, and you get into a series. For me, it would just make me feel better. I mean, that's all. I just would like the good team to play good again. I don't want the group that's been here for the last month that's given up way more goals than they did the first 60 games, that is struggling to score at times and just sort of looks tired, lethargic, and not into it and giving away periods at a time. Just make me feel good going into the postseason, which is coming. They've earned it. That 1 seed, they put in the work. I'd love to take advantage.
Yeah, I can agree to all of those things. They're not playing as well. Their goaltending's been bad over the last couple of weeks. Their defense in front of the goaltending has been way choppier and not as consistent. And some of their best players have played, I would say, some of their worst stretches here. I don't think John Carlson is necessarily finishing as strong as he played much of the year. But I will also tell you that I'm not overly concerned because I don't know how much momentum matters. And I'm willing to say whoopsie and apologize if they get knocked out in the first round pretty quickly. If it's a series where they play really badly and it was pretty clear that there was something cancerous wrong with this team and I didn't acknowledge it. But I think there's a better chance they win their first round series by 5 games than they lose, in my opinion. I just think they're really good. And I think when they care as much as their opponent, that's going to show. But I'm also not naive. I don't think Charlie Lindgren's a guy you're necessarily winning the series with based on how he's played. They need Logan Thompson back. I also think it's really pertinent that Alexi Protas, who is their best even strength skater this year, statistically, plays in their first round series. We don't know if he's coming back. But I'm just not going to get up in arms over games where you get blown out and Ovechkin and Chikrin and Protas and Thompson and even Lindgren weren't playing. Or more recently, when you lose a game and John Carlson sat. If you're willing to say, obviously, that they are prioritizing rest and making sure that everybody's ready to go in the playoffs by way of their lineups which have been completely thrown into a blender and guys just completely resting like it's the NBA over this final week to get ready for game one, then it's hard for me to be 100% onto the side of, man, they really care about this. They don't care that much. We're acknowledging that, right? In terms of the roster that they're putting together for these games. So maybe it's hard to fake it as a player. And I just think these games stay healthy. They're useless in terms of the result. So I can't get overly worried when you look at the recent history over 5-6 years and how many teams that have made cup runs had losing records in their last 6-7 games.
Makes sense. I mean, to me,
But would I rather them be playing well than badly? Of course.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
I'm
keep
not
coming
some
back
tough
to.
guy that's like, who cares if they lose 6-0? My point is, I don't know how much it matters, but I'd feel a lot better if they hadn't got blown out and outscored 11-1 by Columbus this weekend.
My only counter is that I just think it's so hard to get it back, whatever it is. Like for the first 60 games of the season, buzzsaw, awesome, incredible. 60 minutes, there are lapses. I mean, there's second games of back-to-backs. There's tough road trips. There's getting in at 3 a.m, your plane's delayed, and whatever, it happens, right? You drop a game here or there, you didn't have your best period or had some bad luck. Stuff happens. But over that first several months of the year, again, 60-plus games, they were excellent, and they simply haven't been for these last 20 or so. And that's kind of my fear, is it's hard to turn it back on.
So I don't think it was a reasonable ask for them to play 82 games at that level. Not because
I think it's fair.
They, can't, but because this group shouldn't have really. I mean, they weren't even supposed to be this good. So I think what happened was kind of expected and reasonable. You came back to the pack a little bit. Is it hard to hit the switch? Definitely. I will agree to your terms there. But in the NHL, I just don't necessarily believe in the momentum from the regular season. Like, does your goalie have a great game in game one? Now it doesn't matter. Do you get some puck luck where your pass goes off of a dude's skate and goes into the net 2 minutes into the playoff game? In a way that other sports don't have that happen, hockey does. And I'm not saying I'm right. It's just my philosophy. I don't really get up or down too much game to game, even in the playoffs. When you go down 2-0, you're probably losing the series. That stinks. But I kind of, the games are quirky. It's fluky. 8s beat 1 sometimes. And that could happen to the Capitals. But I just think that, when the entire team is on the ice together for the first time in a few weeks, they're going to look better than when they weren't at full strength. What we don't know, though, is the health of Thompson.
They be? Yeah.
I think he's going to be ready to play because he's skating again today. And then the health of Protas, which I'm less sure about. That one worries me a lot because he was really important. And as big and physical as he can be around the net and as much as he can screen goaltenders, not having him would be a game changer in a really bad way. So we haven't heard anymore. He got his foot sliced, and if you can't put your skate on, you can't play. So I just don't know where
that's
we're at.
That's a huge part of it. Like you need to wear skates on both feet.
What if he didn't? What if he did the thing I did, where when I was in roller hockey as a young kid, I just wore tennis shoes and everyone else was on rollerblades because I was younger and I led the league in goals because I could just run around.
You could stop and change on a dime. Maybe not as fast in a straightaway, but you could get your spots.
Corked my bat and set all kinds of records.
Yeah,
I mean, I put up numbies.
Well, speaking of cork bats, you think the Nats could have hit Paul Skeens with a cork bat yesterday?
No, because I don't. That might help with how hard you hit it.
If you actually got a piece of it,
you have to kind of hit it on a good part of the bat.
How many innings would it have taken? Like if he threw 14 innings yesterday, they might have got to him in the 14th.
At least we saw it coming. At least you knew.
Yeah.
Get that one out of the way to start the series.
That's tough.
Now let's put some hay in the barn here.
Yeah. Hey, anybody in a slump? Let's extend that one more day.
As a minimum, you probably got to take 2 of these 3 to feel okay leaving Pittsburgh. It'd be nice to take all 3. That'd be asking for a lot. Jake Irvin on the hill. That's a really bad offense for the Pirates. Now, the Nats bullpen is worse than the Pirates offense is. So when 2 things collide and neither of them can actually move another object, something's got to give
The
here.
stoppable force and the movable object?
50 runs all season for the Pirates before last night, and they hung 10 on the Nats.
Yeah.
Because they scored 8 on the bullpen in 2+ innings. But keep using Colin Poche. That's going well. I can't watch that bullpen anymore, and it's April 15th. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's tax day, and I'm out on this bullpen. This happened way too soon.
There's who are you going to call? Who's the other answer?
This is the baseball equivalent. Let me speak football for those of you out there that want to do it that way. This is the baseball equivalent to looking at the mock draft in week 3 of the NFL season. I can't do it with this bullpen any longer. Sorry. the problem is the lying to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We all know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what was under the tree. You knew what was under the tree, but you pretended like maybe something good was in those boxes. Nothing good is in those boxes. I want to talk Shador Sanders, though, to get started today. I don't remember a face of a draft caliber prospect, which is what Shador Sanders is. With all apologies to Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Sanders is a bigger star, a more recognizable player, and he is going to probably be the guy we remember most, other than the on-field exploits, if Ward's a baller, from the 2025 draft class. And yet, the reporting on where Sanders is going to go is all over the place. Just today, Albert Breer, who's the lead NFL reporter at SI, says he's not going in the top 3, that the Browns and the Giants will not be taking him. Yesterday, Todd McShay suggested that he has heard from sources all over the NFL that a lot of teams don't even have him as a first-round grade, and there's a chance he could fall lower than we're expecting. And yet, the Giants have a private workout with him where the report today from Adam Schefter was that there are people in the building that want to take him, there are people in the building that don't want to take him, and this private workout is to get everybody on the same page, basically, 9 days before the NFL draft. So, same prospect, face of the draft, Danny. And we're hearing he might go 3 to the Giants, or he could fall to the back end of the first round. And a lot of teams think he's a second rounder. It's always wacky this time of year, but with him, for some reason, he's so polarizing. It's that into a megaphone.
So Toby and I were kicking this around the other day while you were at Denton Day's wedding. Not to this degree, but talking about this. I think people are underestimating the Deion factor when it comes to this and the variance. Because if this is Shador Stevens, just a guy who's a quarterback, there are going to be teams that would go, in a different year, he might be the 5th or 6th best prospect. This is not a great year for quarterbacks. He might be the 2nd best, maybe the 3rd best. Maybe some people like him the most because he's a stand in the pocket, deal with all comers, throw first guy with some athleticism, and you could coach into that. You could play with that. I think the fact that Deion has been kind of this overbearing presence. He's not going to certain places. Well, teams are wondering, am I one of those places? Is it me?
They're not wondering that because that's part of the conversation that's happening behind the scenes right now. Well, if that's a reality, and by the way, I don't think beggars can be choosers. I don't get the sense Shador Sanders is shot calling right now at the top of the board. But to that point, you're not wondering. If you're Cleveland, you go, hey, you going to sign here or not? I mean, teams get pretty far down the road in these negotiations.
So fair. Change the verb then. I think there are teams that know they're not one of the desired places. So maybe that's why.
You really think that Deion is in a position with Shador Sanders where he's telling teams he's not going to play for them early in the draft?
I mean, he said he has. He said he's doing that.
He says a lot of things,
but I think that's a factor because even let's say he's not doing that. He's still Deion Sanders. It's still an outsized, larger than life persona. It's still your mention on the podcast, right? That Deion's going to be doing, even when he's signing guys to NIL and asking reporters if they believe in him and believe in the organization and believe in Colorado and have you contributed and this, that, and the other. When he's doing his podcast, he'll start running your franchise down. If Shador goes, they lose their first 2 games. I think people are underestimating the outsized influence that he has when it comes to the prospect. Like if he was surefire, so excellent, you go, damn the torpedoes. I don't care. He's too good because he's got wrinkles, because he's not an imperfect prospect. Not that many come out, but I think that's a bigger factor than we're I guess discussing here. And I think that's why you see this degree of variance from he could go 2nd to Cleveland or not in the first round at all. I can't remember that many of those.
No, there aren't many. He is ultra polarizing. And I think one of the biggest reasons why is his dad, if that's what you're saying. But I don't think that's going under talked about. I think it's the first thing everybody talks about with Shador Sanders is his dad. Now, if you're saying his dad is calling shots and dictating terms and telling certain teams he won't be playing for them, and that's being underreported or under-discussed, then you may be very right about that, because I would bet against that. I think there was a time where he put that out there to say, hey, we're not going to just play anywhere. But a lot of this stuff ends up always just being fluff. Remember when Caleb Williams wasn't going to go to the Bears, or he wanted an ownership stake, or his parents ... You always hear this crap. And then we get closer and closer to the draft. And at like a 99% clip, I remember John Elway not wanting to play for the Ravens, or I guess it was the Colts
then,
at the time. And Eli Manning didn't want to go play for the Chargers. And there have been a couple of guys who have done that. But by and large, it hasn't really happened to the extent that is promised. I also just think, and again, I could be wrong, I'm speculating, but I don't think Shador Sanders became the quality of prospect that gets to do that necessarily. So I think they're now in a place where, would they like to steer him to the Giants? I'm sure they'd much rather him be in New York than Cleveland. But I don't think he'd be upset going to the Cleveland Browns. I bet he'd be giddy to come off the board number 2, where you're going to start over Joe Flacco maybe in week 1, and you were just the second pick in the NFL draft. But I'm just surprised by the entire conversation around him, because I actually like him as a quarterback a lot more, it seems like, than the consensus. His fatal flaw, if he's going to have one, is taking sacks. He took 1 million sacks at Jackson State, and then 1 million more at Colorado over the last couple of years. He is a ball holder. I mean, he is in the pocket forever, trying to wait and let things develop. But there are other guys in their careers that were ball holders, like Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, who would have high sack totals and still make all the throws. I just think he's got a huge arm. He can spin it anywhere on the field. He can throw it down the field. He's ultra confident. Some of the demeanor stuff that maybe people don't like, where he's wearing a hoodie over his eyes in a television interview, or whatever the dumb things you're hearing people complain about. Is he the CEO of the Fortune 500 company? I don't know. But I know that I think from a sheer quarterbacking standpoint, size, arm strength, some of those boxes you need checked, I actually think he should absolutely be drafted in the first round in a year where we're being told it's not a great quarterback class.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually, again, put whatever you want to put aside, personality, off field, whatever. Just watching him play football, I go, there's a lot to like here.
Same.
He's accurate. Arm strength is there, and he's patient. He'll let, the whole point here is, I'm here to throw the football. I'm not here to dance around. I'm not here to run around. I'm not here to, and if that's your cup of tea, it's not quite Drew Bledsoe lead feet, but it's closer to that than it is first sign of trouble, I'm bailing out Johnny Manziel style.
I think it's Stroudish. Like, I think there is actually more athleticism and more ability to make a play with his feet, and maybe even eventually scramble and do some things than he'd let on. But he's got the rocket arm, and he knows it. I'm not saying he's as good a prospect as Stroud, who got run down last year because of the S2 cognition test or whatever that stupid rumor was. And then he ended up going number 2 years ago. And
he did just fine. Yeah.
He's a franchise quarterback. Some of this stuff right before the draft, I think it's inevitable. It always happens.
Sure.
And it gets way too much credence. And then we look back, and it's almost like if you go back to 1 month before the draft, that read is better than whatever comes after. But I will say, and I will admit, I would want nothing to do with dealing with Deion Sanders. If I was going to draft Shador, and maybe this would be a deal breaker for him, I would say, hey, man, we want you. We like you. We're going to coach you up. We're a great home. You're a grown-up now. I ain't dealing with your dad. So let prime time, whatever he wants me to call him, Deion, coach this, let him know that you're a big boy and you're working with us, and your dad can go do his thing at Colorado. We're having a baby in this room. The vending machine's over there with the granola bars. That's where you sit. I sit here. I deliver the baby. And if he doesn't want to rock with that, then maybe we're not a fit. But I would not play the Deion Sanders game. I'm just not doing that. I don't do the let's post videos of Baker Mayfield's missed throws because I'm Odell Beckham Jr.'s dad. I don't do the parent thing. It's not for me.
Are you able to separate that? That's
up to him.
You personally can, but like, you can make whatever demand you want, and does he have to follow it? Can he shoehorn to something else, or can he have certain conditions? Again, that's what makes this whole thing so fascinating. Again, I think that the Deion presence is the overarching thing here when it comes to it. Yeah.
I don't do celebrity backup quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing attention-seeking me guy dads of QBs either necessarily. Like, it's just not for me. So
even ones with Hall of Fame pedigrees, even ones with some of the best, one of the best players, one of the best athletes of all time, it's still now, again, we lose a game or something happens, you're now like the subject of media attention because he's going to reference it on the podcast, how it's not his son's fault.
Sure.
He's going to air your dirty laundry. I don't know how you separate that.
Now, maybe if you're drafting Shador Sanders, you don't care that much about that because Shador's also got a podcast and he's also got a TV show and he's also, very much involved in getting his opinion out there.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be for every team necessarily. I think that's a sign of the times, and it's just the way of the world moving forward. First time I've ever been at Radio Row and seen a guy do his own show who hasn't been drafted yet, but we're probably headed in that direction.
Yeah, be more of that.
Here's what I don't understand. When everyone says he's going to fall out of the first round, that's not a thing.
I just don't see that.
I'd bet anything that he's drafted in the first round. But why would he get past Pittsburgh at 21, who doesn't have a starter right now?
Like, I think if Pittsburgh wants him, I think they're going to trade up to get him. And maybe that's crazy, but I just don't think they can count on him getting to 21. I think he's going in the top 10. Whether it's to New Orleans there, someone who stays put, whether Pittsburgh has to move up to get him. To me, that's happening.
So I can't see them trading up at all. But I think if they stick and pick at 21 and he's there, they would take him.
Yep.
The report from, was it Shefty on a podcast I think I was listening to last night, was that Mike Tomlin really likes him. And who knows? I mean, it's always rumor this, rumor that. But it just makes sense to me. They need a quarterback. He's a guy that could potentially, with a good supporting cast, play quickly. And I think Tomlin has never really had a hard time or been afraid to deal with huge personality circus acts.
That's one of the guys that can manage it.
Seems like
to me, yeah.
800-636-1067. Why the polarization on, and what do you make of the topsy-turvy reporting, where some people have him falling out of the first round, others have him going in the top 3? I don't remember anything quite like it as far as Shador Sanders leading up to the draft, now 9 days away. The Commanders have spent more money on the O-line than you think. Where they rank and how much they've spent, and have they done enough in their offensive line for it to be a strength this season? We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. And Jaylen Ramsey and the Dolphins are exploring trade options. He could potentially be on the move. Also, Tyron Smith is retiring. NBA play-in tournament tonight. Hawks and Magic. The winner of that game will get the 7 seed in the East. That'll tip off at 7:30. Grizzlies and Warriors will tip off at 10 o'clock. Winner of that game gets the 7 seed in the Western Conference. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Pirates 10-3 last night with Paul Skeens on the mound. Tonight, Mitch Keller on the hill for the Pirates. Jake Irvin goes for the Nationals. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Capitals back in action on the road at the New York Islanders. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Just 2 games left in the regular season for the Capitals. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Those guys don't come on the market very often, right? Left tackles in free agency or any time really. And picking 29, it's not like you're picking top 5 and it's a sure thing or as close to a sure thing as you can get. So when you have an opportunity like that, and we really wanted to bolster the offensive line, and he's, in our opinion, one of the best. You can say he's top 3, top 2 in pass protection. I think he's underrated as a run blocker too. And understanding too, we have people in that building that really vouch for him as a person. So we knew he'd fit in with our team.
That's Adam Peters talking Laramie Tunsil after the big splash acquisition this offseason. Want to get into the Commanders' work on the O-line, how you feel about their group as they get ready for what is the final chapter of this offseason plan. The NFL draft now 9 days away. We started by talking about Shador Sanders. Depends where you look. Some people have him going 2nd and 3rd overall. Others saying they're hearing he's going to fall out of the 1st round. Pretty amazing as we are a little over a week out for one of the faces of this class. Our buddy Guy Lorian tweeted us and said, I don't particularly care about what's going on with Shador Sanders. I just came here to say, man, is it nice to not have to worry about this. He said to not have my team playing a part in it. It's true. The Commanders 100%. Are out of the needing a quarterback bucket. So whether he's good or not, or a pain, or you're dealing with Dion or you're not, it's not Washington's problem.
There are no questions. It's no, can Carson Wentz be okay? This guy that's unproven, Sam Howell, is that going to work out? What about Heineke? Those stupid questions, those big wastes of time are over. We have one. Sorry. Let's get back to the regular business of trying to build a football team, which is hard enough as it is.
Larry is in La Plata on Grant and Danny. What's up, Larry?
Hey, man, the question is, can he play? Yeah, he can play. But at the same time, you got to remember, we dealt with the Mannings, so you got to deal with the Sanders. I mean, it just is what it is. The guy, his father's a Hall of Fame player, if not one of the best players in the game of football. So you have to take it for what it is. And I mean, he's put it like this: he's able. His father should be able to criticize or not criticize the system because he played in the system.
Well, we'll disagree there. I mean, yeah, he can do whatever he wants, but whether I want to deal with that as a person involved on the coaching staff is a different situation. I mean, by that standard, are you critiquing the Little League coach with every move they make because you played baseball in high school? Probably not.
That's funny because I do.
Yeah, so we will just
appreciate you there.
Live our lives a little differently.
Well, so
I guess.
I know what you're saying. Like, if the point is it was ridiculous when Eli Manning made that pouty face and refused to go to San Diego and insisted on a draft day trade to New York or whatever, yeah, that was ridiculous. I held it against him his whole career. I still think it was absurd to do that, but whatever. So if that's the point, then I guess I don't know. From an organizational perspective, from a team's perspective, if Sanders was so great, if he was like
Peyton Manning,
or if he was, I don't know, you could pick your 1-1 guy. If he was Caleb Williams, or if he was Andrew Luck, or if he was, name that Trevor Lawrence in terms of that pedigree, you'd go to the caller's point. I don't give a damn what his dad says or doesn't say.
100%.
We will deal with it. This is
even me, by the way, who I do not do the Deion Sanders act. Like, I'm not calling you Coach Prime. that just I'm not playing whatever the game is.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's an amazing personality. He was an unbelievable player, one of the
So
greatest
good.
of my lifetime. And I saw a video circulating with him helping one of his players and talking about a pitch that he's got coming up in school. So he had him give it to the team. I think he does some real good too.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also so much baggage and so many of the I'm bringing Louis and you can all get out of here. It's in a sense, it's like exploitative of all of the things I hate about college sports now, is like how he's running the program. And he's not alone in this. He's just one of the ringleaders in college sports, getting worse and worse. But I digress. For me, it's just about the celebrity distraction part of it. I don't want to deal with it. Now, when he comps him to the Mannings, like Arch Manning's going to be coming out next year. If Peyton Manning is as much of a attention-seeking, opinion-giving dad as Deion Sanders has proven to be, then I would probably be out on that too. But he's not. Like, and by the way, I understand that that's not his kid. It's Cooper's kid, and he's the uncle. But my point is, I don't view him as that. He occasionally gets asked about him. He gives an opinion. Maybe it's a little different because Deion's the coach. But I think people that have followed Arch Manning versus Deion, they're both kind of famous for being famous. Shador, whatever. Shador, again, I'm team Shador Sanders as a player. I actually think he gets undervalued.
I think he's a first round. I think I would take him in the top 10 probably.
I would too, if I could have a heart to heart where I said, I need you to run my entire building, man. And that's the part I just don't know. I've never sat down and talked with him. Can he be the CEO? I don't know. Can you not be doing a TV show with your dad where you're calling out your wide receiver from Sunday's game because he dropped 2 passes? I don't know about that. But I don't think Peyton, for all of his media ventures, is doing that kind of thing.
Right. Now,
so I don't think the comp is good.
Yeah, from the Manning cast on Monday night, after week 1, they're shredding whoever takes Arch and calling their offensive scheme simplistic and questioning this, that, and the other thing. We could have that same conversation.
Yeah,
I just think it's a different thing.
Everything's a building up and positive, and they do their little jokes. Some of them are not that funny, but they wear their little sweater vests. It's there's not anything divisive about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of this like feel good. Everyone's here to be happy. You're not going there because they're going to be crushing anybody. And I don't know if that's how it's always going to be with Deion. I don't remember Peyton Manning taking anything that the teams that his nephew's been on or Eli's on to task for play calling. You know what I'm saying? It's not the character. His whole shtick is like Cal Ripken Jr., the perfect guy. I've got a team of PR people, 9 people around me working all the time to make sure that my flaws, because everyone's got them, don't get out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the whole living my truth loudly thing is not really what he's about. And just that ability to play the game would make me feel a little more comfortable with someone in his family being on my roster. But I just can't wait to see what happens in 9 days.
It is fascinating.
If you're telling me he goes 3rd to the Giants or he doesn't get drafted in the 1st round, I'll tell you he goes 3rd to the Giants. Because, again, I think him falling out of the 1st round would be a joke.
I just don't see that. I don't. Like, he's a first-round quarterback. And to the caller's point, someone's going to say, whatever the distraction, whatever it is, that's worth it to us because you want to call it desperate enough, or this is such an important position and that guy can spin it. There's a lot to like in that skill set. He's going either to New Orleans at 9. I still think Pittsburgh might trade up to get him to prevent that from happening. But to me, he's going in the top 10 somewhere.
I do wonder if he'll ever stop taking so many sacks because I do just think he is huge bodied, cinder block footed, like stand there, take on contact, make big boy throws. I just think it's always going to be part of it. And when you do what he did in college in terms of the sacks, we talked P2S percentage a lot last year. It doesn't normally change a ton. And he doesn't have the Jaden Daniels ability to run out of the pocket or to, he'll leave some, but he's mostly what I want, which is a pocket passer. But you got to get the ball out quicker than he has in his career. But just so many reports, different directions, pretty crazy to see. All right, on the offensive line for the Commanders, you heard the clip from Adam Peters coming into the segment. I mentioned this to you yesterday. Washington ranks 8th among how much teams are spending on their O-lines right now for the 2025 season. Only the Panthers at $95 million. The Chiefs at $81+ million. And then the Giants, Bears, Vikings, Lions, and Broncos are spending more than Washington. And in fact, the Commanders are on the verge of the top 5. They've spent $61 million on the line. The team at 5 is the Vikings at 64. At 4 is the Bears at 66. So they're kind of in that range. There's only 2 teams that have made a substantially more obvious commitment to the O-line, and that's the Panthers and the Chiefs, who have young quarterback Bryce Young, and then the guy of all the guys that you want to protect in Patrick Mahomes. Kansas City coming off of a Super Bowl loss because of their line, not being able to protect, essentially. But I bring this up to say, have they done enough for you guys? Now, that was one of the big talking points for the fan base going into the offseason was, you got to make this offensive line better. Well, they went out and got one of the best left tackles in the National Football League. They have also brought in a potential contributor on the interior, I guess, if you think any of the guards that they signed, like Nate Herbig from Pittsburgh, are going to play. But for the most part, right now, you could make the case it's like one new starter. Andrew Wiley at right tackle. You got Biotish at center, who played really well. Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. Brandon Coleman's going to move over and hopefully upgrade, another position. They're going to give him a chance at tackle to compete with Wiley. Maybe he wins that job. I kind of think he ends up at guard. But regardless, you've changed 2 positions because Coleman's changing spots. But they really only added 1 new starter. And with the financial commitment, it says it's top 10. How do people feel about what they've done? Are you confident it's going to be a strength now?
I don't think it's a strength yet. I think it's improved. I think it's better.
So you're probably then 1 interior starter away from strength?
That's where it is for me. I think they got a lot better. I think they got away with it last year. And again, this has been my theme for this offseason is I don't want to get away with it again. I don't want to count on magic again. I don't want to count on unsustainable, once a generation type things from happening. Again, they played ball control without a running game for the last 8 games. Like, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that went their way that I don't think are repeatable and sustainable. This offensive line, I think, was maybe better than the sum of their parts last year. I think that was scheme. I think Daniels helped. I think weak opponents helped. I think a number of things went their way that I wouldn't count on. It's better. I think it's now probably fine or okay. I want it to be a strength, though. And that, to me, probably means one more guard. It means, if Coleman sticks at right tackle and can really do it, as good as he played at left tackle as a rookie, which I thought he held his own, wasn't great. I don't think he was bad, though, by any stretch. Now you've upgraded 2 spots. If you now have something, sort of brewing there, I think you could actually be good and have it be a plus.
The other sneaky thing, too, when you mentioned the Cosme injury is because that happened in the playoff game, like the second to last game they played, in a sense, in terms of the week 1 starting offensive line, it's like losing someone in free agency as you look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So, yeah, you went and got a left tackle in Tunsil. You're better there, but you're worse at right guard where you had a really good player. He was your best lineman before Tunsil. Now he'll be your second best lineman. I watched him walk around Capital One Arena in an Ovi sweater, watching Ovechkin tie the record a couple weeks ago. He's moving pretty well. Very different than anchoring and playing.
Sure.
But hopefully he's going to be ready, a month or so into the season would be ideal. But that injury complicates things too. But if they were a C-, let's say, at the end of the season, they're probably not higher right now than a B-.
That's what I've got,
think. A little above average, probably in the 10 to 16 range. So is it a strength? No, but they've gotten better, and they could still address that if they draft someone early enough. They just don't have a lot of picks. So unless they trade back, it's hard to fathom that, he's starting guards walking through that door in the next 10 days in the NFL draft. If you want to hop in on that, you can. 800-636-1067. A sideline reporter got a phone number during a Major League Baseball game last night. Let the internet feud begin. This is Grant and Danny.
I've seen it happen in my neighborhood, right around the corner from our place. Somebody was trying to sell their home, couldn't, rented it. Now they're trying to sell it again. Just shake my head. They should have done what I did, what my family did, and so many others have. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams. What's up? It's Danny Rouillet, and you already know, man. If you want your home sold, guaranteed, you call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team. They got a database of over 16,700 qualified buyers ready to guarantee the sale of your home fast and for top dollar. They net their sellers 6.1% more money on average. That's around 30,500 more bucks right into your pocket. So many uncertainties. Markets all over the place. Stock market every day is up, it's down, it's everything in between. Your home is going to sell if you use Debbie, Sarah, and Ronald's Power Home Team. They're so confident in their services that for some reason, if your home doesn't sell, they're going to buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Your bottom line, the home is selling, dude. Give them a call. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. The internet has been abuzz. We've got ourselves a good old-fashioned web feud. Couple of camps digging their heels in here on the viral clip that went round the sports world last night. The Atlanta Braves television broadcast during a Braves baseball game. Their sideline reporter was doing a weird thing where he was like at some type of bar in the ballpark, and he was standing between two females that were sitting at the bar who it became pretty apparent were not big Braves fans and didn't care that much. Didn't seem like about the team or the game. And we'll let the audio tell the story here as he would go on to be told by one of the broadcasters to try to get one of their numbers, which he did.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the corner rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name? My name's Lauren. Lawrence, all right. I'm Kayla. Kayla, and you guys hang out the rooftop lounge often? Once a year I come out to visit. Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys doing for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way. Okay, Wiley. We got 5 innings, 4 innings to get the numbers. There's some more Braves fans. All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my
number. I'm dead serious. They're saying to my ear right now, she didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move. This is unbelievable. So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV. I should have thought of this years ago. I am speechless. I got the number. We're good.
So she punches her number into his phone with her thumbs and hands him the phone back, and he shows the camera and he says, I got the number. We're good. And they go back to the broadcast. And I think they show him a couple more times. He's up there for a couple more minutes talking to them, and he like looks over and winks at the camera or whatever. I watched this clip as it was making the rounds right after it happened last night. I wasn't watching the game live. My first reaction was I laughed. I thought it was funny. That's number one. Number two, I did think it was a really awkward thing to do. I would not ask for anyone's number on television for fear of rejection. Now, I guess now currently because I'm married with kids. Like at a time in my life where I'm single and doing sideline reporting, I would not have done that. A little bit awkward. I kind of cringe at the attempt, just like I would cringe at a buddy walking up, just shooting his shot in a bar. It's not a great public look necessarily. I don't know if the time and place is right, but I thought it was a little awkward, but I thought it was funny. I thought it was harmless. She clearly was not overly bothered by it. They were having a good time too. Everybody's okay. And my third thought was, this guy's going to get eviscerated. I couldn't believe the initial reaction was people were laughing, and it was very positive. It was like, this is a really funny moment on the Braves game, but it was only a matter of time because I just knew this guy was going to get destroyed and that this would be the subject of think pieces and whatever else. And that has happened as the day's gone on.
It has indeed. So the thing that I feel like I noticed that I feel like nobody's mentioning is I think they were talking about getting them to be Braves fans. I think the guys on the broadcast were telling this dude, the reporter, like, get those numbers up. Like, yeah, bring us more Braves fans. Like thinking like we want these people to be fans of the Braves, not just hanging out once a year at the hotel bar.
You
or
didn't
whatever.
Take it as them saying get their numbers?
No,
I did.
I think the guy misunderstood it and then used it, and they kind of, you're doing something live for content. When if you go no back to you, it's awful. So
play that clip again, Darius. I thought they were saying get their numbers, and the joke was like, so that you can convince them to be a Braves fan. You could keep working on them. But I thought pretty obviously they were saying it's two attractive females. There's a little bit of kind of weird flirtation anyway, where he's like, I'm going to get back to work up here. They had a couple of these lines where it was pretty obvious, like he's happy standing between these two girls. This is the clip again.
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way. Okay, Wiley. We got 5 innings, 4 innings to get the numbers.
To get the numbers, then the next line is, about bringing us more Braves fans.
Some more Braves fans.
I thought that's what that was.
I thought that was just a funny throw-in, as if like that's why you're going to get the numbers. You think if he was sitting next to you, he would have said to get the numbers?
No, I think it's confusing and awkward and a stupid TV bit where it's like, have a man on the street talk to two people that there's no vetting. It's like, can you name one Brave? No, I'm just here to hang out in the lounge or whatever. There's it's not a good segment. It's not like entertaining, but they're trying to do something. So then once it gets down the line far enough where you're turning it into something funny and unique and amusing, you're salvaging a pretty awkward situation into something that I thought was innocent and fun. Two consenting adults had a little flirtation, and I thought everybody was okay. There's no victim here, but I guess I was wrong.
What I've been a little bit surprised by, not surprised is the wrong word, because I expected this to get blowback. I thought, oh, this dude is going to get canceled. That was my first thought. Like anything like this that you see, and we do this every single day. We're broadcasters. We're on the air. And what 10 or 12 years ago would have been seen as like a funny non-baseball moment in the broadcast is not, right? But the one reaction that I haven't understood is people say, well, if a female broadcaster did this, she would be fired or like everyone would look down upon her. I disagree. I think it would just be funny as well. To me, it's awkward. Again, I wouldn't do it. I think it is awkward. And if you want to call it cringeworthy, in the same way that my mom or wife covers her face every time you see someone get engaged on a TV show or something, yeah, it's an awkward thing to watch him ask for her number. And normally, in the middle of a broadcast on the sideline, Dan Colco style, is not the time to do that. But the notion that, like, if a female did that to a male, I would think she shouldn't have a job, or someone would think that. I just categorically disagree with that. It would be just as funny. It would be, by the way, the dude would take it very well, I'm sure, if a girl as attractive as this sideline guy standing next to this girl did that. That take's been strange to me. Like, oh, this is only funny because it's a man. No, it's funny because it's funny. It's an awkward thing. It's stupid. Should it have happened? We could debate that, but it's harmless. Everyone's okay. This girl does not seem bothered. She's not raising a lawsuit. She's not angry. She seemed to pass over the phone and have a laugh about it and go back to watching the baseball game and talking with her girl.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it happens more and more often, I realize I'm the weird one, that I'm out of step, that I'm the, I don't, you call me the bad guy, or I don't have another way to put it, that I'm the weirdo. Because when I'm first introduced to this, I see the video, I kind of chuckle. I went, that was pretty awkward, but it turned out okay. Back to you, and let's hopefully call another Braves loss here in a second. And the vitriol, the angst, the whatever you want to call it, was so strong of a pushback against it. People are using very big, strong, angry words about it. And that seemed to be the universal thing that instantly blew up on my feed or whatever. Obviously, I'm not weighing in. So I don't know. This one seemed pretty harmless to me.
Oh, I sat this one out.
Yeah, I'm not weighing in.
I was not tweeting my takes on this one.
Yeah.
Ralph Vacchiano, who reports and covers the Giants, I think, for Fox Sports, went to Syracuse, said an unprofessional the producer in the truck who could have stopped it at any point, like jumped in and saved them, stopped it. What is it exactly? It's not fun. It's not cool. It's not harmless. It's only a standard for harassment.
I don't know. I didn't see that. Like who was harassed? With anybody? I mean, sometimes, and this has happened before, where sometimes relationships begin.
What do you think, by the way, when someone says she couldn't have said no, therefore,
sure she could have.
He's got the mic, she's on TV, he's using that power, and he's asking. I think she could have just said no, or given him a fake number, or there's a lot of different things you could have done. Or if you wanted to be like, no, I'm not giving you my number, weirdo. You could have said that, and everyone would have laughed.
And that's funny too.
And it would have just been over.
I mean, what if they go out? What if they become a couple? That's your kind of a unique meat story, right? Is that offensive? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do, I guess is the way I would put it to you. I never know what to say, what to do, what not to say, when I'm supposed to listen, when I'm supposed to talk, what the right thing to say is, how not to say it, the tone I'm supposed to write. I don't know how to type it. I don't understand. I can't imagine having that level of anger and angst to this one. This one right here.
Right.
Others, sure.
Yes.
I could see it. That's clear as day. I got that one. That makes sense. I would fail this quiz. You know what I mean? If you put this quiz in front of me,
it's like the goal or no goal hockey.
Yeah.
You're watching 100 clips. Was it goaltender interference or not goaltender interference? You just never know. This one comes up, and are people going to be bothered? Now, I guessed right. Because my third thought after that was funny and then that was awkward, I would not have done that. My third thought was, oh, this poor bastard. Just a dumb moment on television, live. You say and do things sometimes you want back. I don't even know if he does, but this won't go over well for him. Initially, went over great. Everyone laughed. It has not stayed that way all day long. Let's get to some NFL draft burning questions next. We are 9 days out from the draft. At 3:30 today, how worried should we be about the really bad offensive start to the year for Dylan Cruz? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group. In baseball, Jackie Robinson Day. Everybody wearing 42 today in honor of Jackie Robinson when he made his debut 78 years ago today. Yesterday, the Nationals fell to the Pirates 10-3. Back in action. Game 2 of the series today in Pittsburgh. 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes a hill for the Nats. He'll take on Mitch Keller of the Pirates. In hockey, the Caps in action tonight, taking on the Islanders at 7:30. Hear that game over on the Team 980. Just 2 games left in the regular season for the Capitals. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt is at the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Got to be a spring break thing. There has never, and I mean never, been less traffic getting into Washington, D.C. than I had today. I don't think I tapped my brakes from the beginning of 395 where I got on at the Mixon Bowl. All
Joe Mixon
the
Bowl?
way up till I got off at South Capitol Street. Crossed the 14th Street Bridge, just me and cruise control. I didn't have to touch anything. It was so easy getting into the city. So if you've ever wanted to, I don't know if the cherry blossoms are still a thing. I know it's certainly not full bloom because I haven't heard anything in like 3 hours about that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've ever wanted to go to a museum or the zoo or something, today might be that day. It's got to be that Fairfax, you told me, is on spring break. I'm assuming DC's on spring break.
Yeah, I think a few places are.
Congress is out. There's nothing in session right now. Someone tweeted me. I don't know what other factors there are, but there are no cars on the road.
There was a day years ago, I think July 4th might have been on a Thursday. And so then that Friday, I think everyone collectively said, come on, right? I think that was the easiest time I've ever had driving to and fro. I was like, this is that Will Smith movie, right? Where there's nobody around. I'm cruising around. I'm dealing with mannequins.
I just kept looking over each shoulder to my left, to my right, waiting to see like a movie being filmed. Like the bridge was shut down, but nobody caught me. And for some reason, Gerard Butler is protecting the White House
again.
And he's like knocking a car off the 14th Street Bridge. But oh no, now he thinks my car is the car he's supposed to be knocking. Like I just kept waiting to see Gerard Butler.
Like this is the stunt car.
I don't know why it was him, but it had to. He's running down the street on the bridge.
Yeah, you're thinking a movie that's going to be a February release.
Yes.
Right? It's heavy on action, light on character development.
Action film, Gerard Butler in the city. The White House is involved. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? We welcome you back on G&D here. I want to remind you we are sponsored by the law firm Kandori & Murad. They'll help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We are 9 days from the NFL draft. Let's answer some burning draft questions, and to lead us through some of the big questions surrounding the first round and beyond, our producer, Darius Dameron. You know him as Dad.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let's start with burning question number 1. Aaron Rodgers, what does he do? What does he do this offseason here? Does he go to Pittsburgh? Does he go to Minnesota? Or does he just up and retire?
I think this is an up and retire situation. I think he played chicken for too long, and I think Pittsburgh is moving on. I think they're drafting Shador Sanders, whether they stay at 21 to do it or they move up to do it, which is my latest hypothesis. I think Aaron Rodgers won't have any dance partners left. That's my working theory.
So I disagree with part of that. I don't think they're moving on from him. I think if he wants to play on their terms, they want him there. And I don't see them trading up to go get Shador Sanders. So it's up to him. My guess is, though, the longer this drags on, the more comfortable you get living your life, doing whatever it is that he's doing in some weird location right now, probably like paint on his chest next to strangers on some beach with the water touching their toes and petting a rock or whatever he's up to. He's like, I don't really need football. Also, 2 years ago, he didn't play. Last year, he played poorly. Does he want to keep running it back as a hired gun and add another team to the resume? I don't think so. So Pittsburgh, I say he sits that out. There's actually a report today. I was reading Albert Breer's piece with all of the intel he had from the Vikings that Rodgers actually came to them supposedly and said, hey, 1-year deal. I will coach up your kid quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. I will help get him to a place where he is locked, loaded, ready to go next year. And let's hunt a Super Bowl together. He's buddies with Aaron Jones, their running back. He wants to play with Justin Jefferson. And the Vikings and him had some discussions. And according to Breer, it's just not happening. They're ready to move forward with McCarthy. So he's going to retire. I think we're in lockstep. Aaron Rodgers doesn't play next season. And if that is the case, then the Steelers situation becomes fascinating. Because you're saying Sanders, and I think if he's there at 21, they'll take him. But he's probably not going to be. Then what do you do? Who's your quarterback? Mason Rudolph? Are you kidding me? No chance. Is Kirk Cousins an option? Is there somebody else they could trade for? Are you really going to have that defense and the team they've built around quarterback and just punt on the season with Mike Tomlin? No, I don't think you could do that. So I have no idea what would be next for Pittsburgh.
Speaking of Kirk Cousins, when the draft ends, is old Kirk O'Chains still an Atlanta Falcon?
I think so. His options are now Cleveland, which is less likely than it was because they signed Joe Flacco. If he plays well and starts enough, he can make $13 million. You could still bring in Kirk and start him over Flacco, but I just think there's less urgency to do it. Minnesota would actually be a crazy, weird option. But if supposedly they're talking with Aaron Rodgers because they're not sold on the McCarthy recovery or there's still some questions, just think about that team, Danny, how good they are, how many wins they had last year, how great that defense is, how elite those weapons are, how they made Sam Darnold look. Do you really want to trust a Super Bowl caliber operation to a quarterback that's never played it down? They clearly want a veteran as insurance. They tried to sign Daniel Jones. I could see them kicking the tires on Cousins, but I don't think him going back there is going to happen. Which brings us to the Steelers. Maybe that happens later in the offseason, but you said before the end of the NFL draft. He's got a no-trade clause. I don't think he wants to go anywhere and then risk them drafting a QB that immediately competes or supplants him. He already had that happen. He's
I
not
think that's
getting
happened before.
Penixed again. So I'll say Cousins continues to be held hostage by the Falcons.
Yeah, he's a Falcon. It's a bad situation that Atlanta created, right? When you look at the dead cap hit, the cap allocation, the no trade clause that he's got. I mean, there's no way. I mean, he could waive certain things, but even still, it would leave Atlanta in dire straits. They wouldn't be able to add. They wouldn't be able to probably pay their draft picks. I'm being hyperbolic, but I just think it would be a disaster. So I think he's stuck, and Atlanta's just got to swallow this bitter pill.
There were 6 quarterbacks that went in the 2024 NFL draft. Count them, 6. How many go in this year's first round?
4. And I think that's probably too high, but I keep banging the drum on this one. Jalen Milroe is invited to the NFL draft. So he'll be there. The top 2 guys that we're always talking about, Shador Sanders, Cam Ward, and the wild card may be Jackson Dart. If he ends up, not going to the first round, I'll be wrong about this. But that's the third guy or the 4th guy, depending on how you want to ask it or how you want to phrase it. I think 4 end up going, which I don't think there are 4 first-round quarterbacks, but I think 4 will go in the first round, if that makes sense.
I think I'm going to be wrong, but I'm going to stick to my guns. 2. I think it's Ward and Shador Sanders. I just can't see taking
and that's it?
Milroe in the first round. I just can't see that. He's got too much work to do. Unbelievable athlete. Maybe the most physically gifted quarterback in the class. Probably is, actually. And what we just saw Jaden Daniels do, I think there's going to be some teams that are smitten and enamored and go, what if we got the best player and playmaker on the field and just had him run all over the place and, make some big boy throws. But Milroe can't hold a candle to what Daniels can do in the pocket as a processor, as a thrower. And for that reason, I'm kind of out. So I will say he goes round 2. Will Howard's not going round 1. Some of these other guys that have all of the, everybody talking about them now, like this Tyler Shook out of Louisville or any of these other players, they're not first-round picks. I'll say 2. I think it's going to be Ward and Sanders and nobody else.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. If you didn't hear, you can go back and listen on the Odyssey app. Where does Shador Sanders end up getting drafted?
So I have thought all along that he's going to go earlier than people think, and that this is going to be like silly season knocking of Shador Sanders. I'm going to go New York Giants at 3 because the Giants always do something that doesn't make sense. And while I like Shador Sanders, if I'm John Mara, I am not keeping my GM and head coach and then allowing them to draft Shador when I'm going to fire them. They have an awful schedule. Look at their schedule, by the way. they're going to win 4 games this year. You're going to be picking in the top 5 again with a new GM and a new head coach, and that should be when you take your quarterback so you get everybody on the same page. But they'll screw this up. I think they'll take a QB. I think it'll be Sanders. The question for me is if he doesn't go to the Giants, because I don't think the Browns take him, then what happens? And I could actually see him sliding to the Saints at 9 after the Derek Carr injury. Maybe they're interested. That would make some sense. I think the Colts at 14 would be intriguing. I think they're done with Anthony Richardson. And then all the way to the Steelers at 21. But I'll say the Giants at 3.
The Pittsburgh Steelers will trade with the New York Jets up to number 7 to prevent Sanders from going to the New Orleans Saints, and the Steelers select Sanders at 7. That's where he's going.
What's the earliest that you could see Ashton Jeanty going and getting drafted?
Now, I'd have to look at each team where it would make the most sense.
Yep.
But that, which is obviously part of the exercise.
That is what you do.
I think now teams are now.
That's a great bit.
Well, but teams are now doing a thing. I think they're overcorrecting. Where there's been some success with running backs here lately. I think everyone's going, we'll just do the same thing. We'll have an amazing running back without building the incredible team that goes around it. See Philadelphia, see Detroit, etc. Speaking of teams that do the wrong thing, give me the Raiders at 6, drafting Ashton Jeanty, getting the rims before your car engine. Like, I think that's where it ends up happening. I think they overdo it and get all excited and stupid and draft a running back at 6, which they shouldn't do.
That popped me. You're like, I'm going to look at the teams to see which one might draft a running back. All right. You went Raiders at 6.
Raiders at 6.
Earliest he could go. What about the Bears at 10 for Ben Johnson? I'd be steamed, by the way. Are there any alerts that might sound?
No, I don't think we have any of those.
Nothing like
sure? No, we got something. Just go ahead.
What kind of alert would sound?
Look through your drawer over there.
What sort of alert?
Can you imagine if Ben Johnson got himself a little toy? They've upgraded that O-line.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they don't have any running backs either. I mean, they're fine at that position because they spent some money the last couple off seasons. DeAndre Swift. They still have Rashawn Johnson. But Ashton Jeanty would look good with Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, and the great Olamide Zaccheaus.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
It alerts people to Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson alert. The great Olamide Zaccheaus is a great line. The last one here. Build your scenario. Build the best trade back scenario for the Washington Commanders.
Okay, I don't want a division.
How far do they trade back? That kind of.
So my variable here is I don't want a division rival to benefit in any way. Like, I don't want Philadelphia to get something because of it, which they somehow will. Howie Roseman's just come to maneuver and do something incredible. They go back to 35 with the Tennessee Titans and end up with an extra 3rd rounder because of it, and then they end up with, say, Devin Ezeraku.
Okay. I've never connected these dots. But Devin Mesoraco used to play for the Cincinnati Reds.
That's what I thought he said at first.
That's what I thought he just said, and that's the first time
I sprinted through Donovan and said Devin.
Yeah,
I think I did say Devin actually.
So I've never
obscure catcher Devin Mesoraco.
Right.
I'm looking at Donovan.
They're going to draft Devin Mesoraco,
which would be a terrible pick.
What high school did he go to? Devin Mesoraco.
He went to St. Francis.
Punxsutawney High School in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania.
Is that right?
He did. Look it up. Drafted by, looking for.
Wasn't it was the Reds? I mean, he played for the Reds.
Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
There it is. And now, the artist formerly known as the Redskins. But who's been drafted by both?
Nobody.
Devin
Nobody.
Mesoraco.
Nobody.
Okay. Best case scenario, they trade back to the early 40s. And they pick up 2 picks to do it before pick 90. You go back like 11, 12 spots out of the first round, and now you're picking 4 times, not 2 times, before the end of the 3rd round. I would be perfectly fine with that because I'm just not sure how big the gap is between whoever you're getting at 29, whoever you're getting at 40. Now, if they love an edge that's there, I could see them doing it. They love a corner that's there, I could see them doing it. But every person we've had on keeps saying, yeah, in this draft class, 25 to 50 is pretty similar. Okay. Let's move back as far as we can in that window. Get as much as we possibly can. I'd be steamed. Devin Mesoraco, I believe, was a one-time All-Star.
He made an All-Star game,
Yes,
I
he
feel
did.
like.
He's definitely played on both of our fantasy teams, I bet.
I never had him.
Really?
I've never had him on a fantasy team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Power hitting catcher, nothing?
It never happened. It just never worked out in drafts for me.
How worried about Dylan Cruz are you right now as he continues to not hit? That's next on Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Pirates yesterday 10-3. Game 2 of the series in Pittsburgh tonight at 6:40. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He enters with a 5.63 ERA and 3 starts this season. Mitch Keller gets the ball for the Pirates. He's 1-1 with a 4.24 ERA. Jackie Robinson Day around the major leagues today. 78 years ago today, Jackie Robinson made his major league debut for the Dodgers. In hockey, the Capitals back on the ice tonight on the road, taking on the Islanders at 7:30. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Just 2 games left in the regular season for the Capitals. In basketball, NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight. The Hawks and the Magic at 7:30. The winner of that game gets a 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. Grizzlies and Warriors to follow. Winner of that getting the 7 seed in the Western Conference. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius, Ryan, Tobes on the production today. Appreciate their efforts behind the scenes as always. We're taking you up to 6:10. That's when the Nats play the Pirates. No Dylan Cruz, Paul Skeens matchup today. Skeens, the winner in that head-to-head, and just overall yesterday, the winner in the Nats-Pirates game.
Right.
6 innings of pretty unscathed baseball as he completely dominated and shut Washington down. But I wanted to talk Dylan Cruz here, and we can open up the listener lines for anybody who wants to weigh in on this at 800-636-1067. Cruz is 5 for his first 47 at the plate this season. 47 at bats, just 5 hits. All 5 of them are singles, by the way. No extra base hits. He only has 2 walks. That goes against 18 strikeouts in his first 13 games. Danny, how concerned are you?
Somewhat. I mean, you'd be lying or naive to say 0. There are reasons for optimism, though. You start looking at how unlucky he's been. That's not just anecdotal. There's numbers that back that up. You start talking about hard hit percentage and some of the expected batting averages that he should have. He's, a couple hundred points below where it should be. And, number of barrels, line drive percentage, those sorts of things don't speak to a player that's hitting 1 or whatever the heck it is, hitting in the 100s. But there's also the strikeout element. There's also the chase percentage. There's also some things that say he's a little overmatched right now. So it's not a 10 out of 10. It's not an alarm. It's not an, oh my God, this is a bust, or oh my God, what a mistake this was. We're not even close to that level for me. But it's one of those, okay, I'm monitoring this now. I'm curious as to where the adjustments are coming. I believe they will. He's done this at every level, not this degree of struggle, but risen to the level that he's at, adjusted, and thrived. He does too many winning things for him to be this, in my opinion.
So I am bothered by how often he struck out this year, 4th percentile in Major League Baseball. And you mentioned chase. He's chasing way too often, 34th percentile. I think there's some mechanical things he's trying to work through right now. I also wish he had a higher hard hit percentage, 18th percentile. Sweet spot percentage, just 15th percentile. He's not getting the good part of the wood on the ball. Just hasn't happened, right? There are issues here, to be clear. But I think this is one of those things where if you are making a big deal about this, you're being a little bit of a worrywart. Number one, it's been 2 weeks in the baseball season. This is a tiny sample. We're talking about 47 at bats. That's number one. Number two, the strikeouts, which you led with as your biggest kind of concern or one of your biggest issues, and which for me, just if I looked at them as a total, not knowing how we got there, a problem, have really come down. He had 10 strikeouts in his first 15 at bats to start the season. That's awful.
Yep.
That is, oh my God, you can't be in the big leagues doing that. He had a 5 strikeout game against the Phillies. But if you go from those first 15 at bats, the opening series against the Phillies, to now, he has 8 strikeouts and 32 at bats. 1 out of every 4, 25%, which is a much more normal, reasonable strikeout percentage. Now, is it a little higher than you'd like for a guy that's not hitting for a lot of power and has been just a contact guy to this point this season? Sure. But 25% is not, nobody would be batting an eye if he had a 25% strikeout rate for the season. So I think the first 3 games, the Phillies, the 10 Ks and the 15 at bats or 4 games, whatever it was when he was at that point. That's still what has the strikeout thing out of whack. The ball's been in play way more often since then. The other thing I would say about Dylan Cruz is he has been unlucky statistically going into play yesterday. The 7th most unlucky player in the sport in terms of expected slug versus actual slug. He should actually be hitting 209 right now based on the expected numbers. He's hitting 106, 100 points lower. He should actually be slugging 334 right now. He's actually slugging
106.
Way, way, way below that, same as his batting average because it's only singles, 106. So it's indicative of he's hit into some bad luck. He's also, and people don't like hearing this because, again, they're just looking at the result and everything's an excuse. He's getting pitched to. Like, I would say more than anybody else in the lineup this year, the nastiest, oh, man, you got pitched to there, bro. Moments have been against him. He's down 0-2 and a ton of at-bats where, a lot of guys, you go up there, James Wood, they're afraid of you. They're throwing off the plate. They're missing. It's 2-0. It's 2-1. Dylan Cruz, because nobody's fearing him right now, he's down 0-2, makes it harder. I think the Nats have to help him, though. And they are setting him up to fail right now by hitting him 8th in the batting order. They have to move him up in the order to get him some pitches to hit. They have to hit him in front of one of their better hitters, James Wood, or someone who's more selective and harder to get out, like a Nathaniel Lowe. I think to expect him to get going while he's hitting in front of Nasim Nunez or Jacob Young or batting 9th in the order is ridiculous. I don't understand how that's supposed to help him. And frankly, I'm surprised Davey keeps sending him up there Maverick style, but in a plane that's not going to help him accomplish the mission.
Yeah, it's compounded. It's more difficult. I'm with you. I mean, he is 0-2 pretty much every AB. I observed that to Toby the other night when we were at the game and I was doing the post-game show. It was every at bat. It seems like that's how it starts, whether he takes a strike, something nasty, or fouls one off. Next thing you know, as I said, he's in battle mode. Now, he battles well, and he's fouled some pitches off, spits on some close ones. But when you're 0-2, bad stuff happens to everybody except for Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn, it was like a 330 hitter, 0-2. Everyone else, is subject to the to the whims of the pitchers, especially now that stuff is this nasty. So there are some encouraging signs. Again, I'm with you. Nobody wants to hear them, and no one wants to look at the silver lining. It's not as if he had his expected batting average and slug, it would be great, but it wouldn't be this disastrous.
I mean, if he was hitting 210 with a slug well over 300,
nobody would notice.
I don't think we'd be doing this segment.
Of course not.
He would just be a guy that's off to a little bit of a
slow start,
disappointing or quiet start. It wouldn't be alarming with a high strikeout rate and one of the worst batting averages and success rates so far in baseball.
Yeah, and he's the demeanor, the even keel, the fact that he's grinding. I mean, some of this is just bad timing, which means he came out of Florida and was in knots for the first couple of series. That happens. That happens to guys all the time. It just happened in this really small initial sample. If it happened in June or July, you'd go, hey, he's not hitting well lately. He's in a slump. That's normal. When the slump is the only sample we've got that he's now climbing out of slowly but surely, doesn't mean in order to get to, we talk about this all the time with baseball, in order to get to a 300 batting average, you don't hit 0 and then 500 to even it out over, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. You're hitting better when you start 0 for 19 and now he's 5 for 20 since then. That's not great, but it's also not world ending, right? The bats are there. I think he's going to come out of it eventually. I don't think we talked about this before the season and kind of as we got going here. The expectations for him were always maybe a little bit out of whack, a little bit too high, given his popularity and what people were expecting from him.
So I want to go back to that in a second.
In terms of that.
But to hit on something you just mentioned, which was the start of the season, answer this for me. Why was he hitting in the top third of the lineup for the entire spring? Every day at spring training, he was in the top 4, top 5, generally lead off, second, third, whatever it was, right? Throughout. You get a month of these fake games, these preseason exhibition spring training games. I don't ever remember him hitting 8th or 9th. And then we show up on opening day. You remember this. Toby and I was sitting there next to you, and we're like, the lineup just came out. Dylan Cruz, I think he hit 9th or 8th. I guess Young would have been 9th. So I think he was 8th on opening day. What is that? I don't understand that. By the way, Davey did the same thing with Victor Robles, if you remember.
Yeah.
Which is not a big deal, but it is. I'd like to ask, and maybe I'll have to get over there on the next homestand and ask him this question. What is the point of that? Robles, for an entire spring, hit near the top of the order and had some decent results. And then on opening day is in the bottom of the order. It's like you've completely changed it. Even the days where you do your dress rehearsal games where you tell the media, like, yeah, this is what it's going to look like for the season. They assume this is what the lineup is. He's hitting second or whatever. And then Robles was at the bottom of the order hitting 9th. And he's doing the exact same thing now with Dylan Cruz. If it sounds like I'm making a huge deal about it, that's not my intention. But what I am saying is why? What is the point of that? And do you not think that has any mental effect on the player? It certainly does. Has anybody watched the Netflix series about the Boston Red Sox yet? Have you watched this
I haven't yet, no.
Danny, please watch this. It is so good. If you like Drive to Survive in F1, imagine that, but for a sport you really care about.
But for baseball?
It's awesome, right? But one of the things that has become crystallized in this series for me, with young players, especially for Boston, is how much they overthink everything, how much they look into any move in the lineup or perceived slight or anything that happens, how they get down on themselves and they're cursing themselves out and they're telling themselves they're useless and they don't belong and all this stuff. Now, it just so happens, I think Dylan Cruz, who's got confidence, number 2 pick, College World Series champion, winning player. I don't think he's that type of guy necessarily. But when all of a sudden on opening day, for the first time I'm batting at the bottom of the order, when you told me all spring I was going to be this other thing, I don't think that helps me. I don't know if it hurts him, but it certainly doesn't benefit
Right, it's not a
me.
benefit.
What is the point of that? And there is a little bit of a trend where he's done it now with multiple guys. But I am a believer in when you call a guy up from the minors, if you're calling him up and hitting him in the worst spot in the order to get pitches, you're doing them a disservice. When right now, to me, getting Dylan Cruz going should be one of their biggest priorities.
And it doesn't seem to be. And
it's not. Alex Cole having a 2-hit game is a bigger deal to them.
Well, there's a philosophical thing where sometimes I remember this, again, it's not the same, but where my coach who's now at Wake Forest didn't want to hit freshmen right away at the top of the order, right? He was like, you need to get used to the speed of college baseball. You need to do this and kind of get used to everything. And eventually you can work your way up. That seems to be the philosophy. I understood that for kids, for guys that are 17, 18 years old. I totally get that, where you went from being the big fish to a totally different level. This guy's got enough pedigree and he's important enough to your organization where, I'm sorry, I will sacrifice Alex Call ABs even if he's so hot. I will sacrifice Ahmad Rosario swings or whoever to get my very important long-term face of the franchise piece going, and they don't seem to prioritize it that way. They're one of those, we need you to kind of work your way up. It's almost like being in the semi-minor leagues in terms of the lineup and how important it is. It's a philosophy, not one that I subscribe to, though.
The last piece of the puzzle is what you referenced, and I said I wanted to come back to, which is something that I jotted down to make sure we brought up, which is, for anyone who listened to this show, this is something we talked a lot about leading up to opening day. I thought the conversation on Dylan Cruz offensively was completely flawed. I thought that leading up to the first game of the season, because he was one of the favorites for Rookie of the Year, because he's talked about as a number 2 overall pick, as one of the best young players in baseball, that is taken, I think, synonymously with, oh, well, he's just going to go hit 25 home runs, or, oh, well, he's going to hit 300. That's not what he is right now. And I think anyone who's been following this kind of knew that. He was a career 275 hitter in 135 minor league games, 275 in the minors. You don't get better normally right away early in the big leagues, right? If you look at AA and AAA, he was lower than that. He was hitting, around 250, 260. At Harrisburg, he was hitting 270 in AA. Then he was hitting 260 at AAA when he got called up. And then last year hit barely over 200 in the big leagues. He failed to recognize spin as often as you'd like. Like, there's some work that needs to be done here. The point is, he's a terrific defensive player, which he's already shown. He's an amazing base runner. He stole a run in a game going second to home on a play in the infield. He's already shown. He's going to do all those little things at an exceptional level for a young guy, and he's done some of that. But the hitting is going to have to come, and he's either going to make the adjustments with spin, or he's going to be a 240, 250 type hitter who gives you 20 home runs and 35 stolen bases. And my point has always been, when he's playing in center, that's a really damn good baseball player. There's an immense value there, and it makes sense to take him too. If you're playing him in a corner, the value isn't quite the same. You're not a plus number 2 pick, or you're not a plus player at 18, 20 home runs and 35 steals and a 247 average or whatever in right field necessarily. Which is why I think, because he's an above average center fielder, for him to end up really being a star, it's going to be easier to do that in center than right. Eventually, do I think he can hit you 280 plus in the big leagues? I do. I think he can make those type of adjustments. He's got that type of bat speed and the exit velocities and all the things that I look for without the eyeballs of Mike Rizzo to say that he could do that. He barreled velocity against college at a great rate, more than most guys do at LSU, facing those guys in the SEC. But I just think the conversation was flawed. And the difference between him being in a place where he can get to around 250, which is where I thought he'd be this year, ideally, 245, 250, whatever, and starting off at a place where you're in eyesight of that is a couple hits so far that he doesn't have when he's been robbed a few times. So it's being overstated. But is it a 0 out of 10 concern? No, because you just can't give him forever to get going.
Right.
But I would bet on him. I just wish they would help him a little bit more, which it doesn't seem like there's any urgency.
Yeah, I'm in lockstep, but I know that's boring, but I tend to agree with you. I mean, to me, he's too much of a winning player to be like this. Does that make sense? Like there are too many good attributes, too much workmanlike, too much grind, too much smart, savvy, discipline. I mean, you go to the ballpark and you might see him go for 4, but one of those will be a ground out to the right side to move a runner from second to third.
Yeah, it's
one
good
of them,
baseball.
Yeah, one of them is a great jump on a play in the outfield that doesn't get mentioned, or a throw to the throw behind a runner to nab him or keep someone close. He just plays winning baseball, and eventually it's going to work for him. But there might be more speed bumps maybe than people think.
Chris in Hyattsville, what's up?
What's up? So I am a little bit concerned, but mostly because I had one major concern with him coming out of college, and that I think he's a bit undersized. I mean, he's listed 6'203". I think 6 feet is generous. He's playing like 5'11", and when you don't have the extra beef, some of those wall scrapers that could have turned into home runs show up in your stat sheet in your OPS, and maybe balls that are getting caught by the center fielder would have been doubles off the wall. I mean, he's not skinny or anything like that, but he's not a huge guy who can rely on his size and power to make up for maybe some of the struggles he's having with contact or identifying pitches right now.
I mean, you know what the average height of the Hall of Fame hitter is?
Well, what was the average pitch velocity, Grant, of every Hall of Famer? It's a different game these days.
To some extent, I agree. I mean, the answer is 5'11", by the way, his height. It's harder to hit when your arms are longer. You swing and miss more. Guys like Aaron Judge and James Wood are unique and rare, and they're exceptions to the rule. It's easier to hit. You look at a guy like a Jose Altuve as an example, who's quick to the ball, or the reason Luis Arraez, hits 320 every year and is being 5'11" and 6 foot has massive advantages when you're quick to the ball, have the exit velocities, the wrist strength, and the things he has. I've never worried about his size. That hasn't really ever crossed my mind. Especially, he's built really well. He's a thick guy. But would you rather him look like James Wood? Sure, if he has James Wood's skill set. There are 3 of those guys on the planet right now.
But I think to Chris's point, the one thing I will say is there are a lot of those, God, he just missed that type fly balls, which if you're a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger, a little bit whatever, maybe those are wall scrapers. Maybe those carry out when the weather's warmer. I mean, that's the thing, and maybe that's the point there. But to me, this is about squaring up the baseball. The thing that I always kind of would advocate for Luis Garcia for all those years was, I understand there's a lot of stuff that ain't good, but that barrel can get to that baseball at a better clip than most guys. And I'm willing to give a lot of leeway there. And that's not what's happening right now for the most part with Cruz.
And just top of my head, thinking of like all-time home run guys, it's a little different because of the era they played in.
Sure.
Like Sosa, Ramirez, those guys weren't 6 foot. Now, we could talk PEDs or whatever, but my point is they had no problem hitting the ball in the air hard with authority.
Yeah.
If you're 5'7", 5'8", I worry about your size. When you're about 6 foot and you're 200-plus pounds and you're well put together.
Those legs are trunks too, by the way.
Yeah, hadn't really been something that's crossed my mind. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for our double play. Next, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, and we've got Defenders tickets to give away for somebody coming up in 16 minutes. G&D welcoming you back. It is time for our double play. We do it every day ahead of 4 o'clock. It's brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Spoiler-free review, The Last of Us Season 2. Premiere episode, Sunday night. This show continues to be incredible. They've done so much in terms of adaptation for TV from the original source material. If you ever played the video game, just know that it's from a video game that basically plays like a movie. It's Indiana Jones kind of meets sort of zombie horror. But if you watch the show, you know that it's not just a regular zombie show. It's really about people's relationships when everything goes to bleep. And really, really good. So you sort of finish with the end of last season and cut to about 5 years later as everybody's now kind of settled into this town and some of the politics therein and some of the challenges. The thing that I was fascinated to see what they would do, GP, and again, you watched the first season, right?
I watched about 2/3 of it.
Yeah. The thing that I was curious to see what they would do is if they were ever going to make the cordyceps fungus, which is the villain here. That's the bad guy. It's the thing that takes over and makes the quote unquote zombies or whatever. No spoilers there. That's the first minute of the first episode. If they were going to make it evolve and change as kind of happens in the game, and we got our answer in episode 1. I thought it was a great table setter. So good. We set up our conflicts. Jeffrey Wright is coming here down the pike.
I love Jeffrey Wright.
Well, of course you do. A, St. Albans Bulldog. B,
less because of that, more because of how good he is at acting.
You respect him because he's a St. Albans Bulldog. You know that very much.
He loves his Commanders.
And he loves the local football team. He plays a huge role coming up in this season. I can't wait.
Very good friends with Josh Harris, and they've been close since
They're
they
buddies.
were little boys,
Mhm.
going to camp together.
That's right.
Jeffrey Wright's one of my top 5ers, I'd say.
He is so good.
Yeah.
His career, you kind of forget that, he was in that. Who was in that? And whatever he's in, sensational, by the way. So good.
Partially because of him. I mean, he probably makes good choices, but like he's one of those, maybe not on the level of like a Paul Giamatti, but and this always sounds condescending, but like the bit actor of like, it's always a fairly small role.
It's a supporting role.
Yeah, never carrying a movie, but he always enhances everything. He's so good. And you never say, there's Jeffrey Wright. He's just playing a guy.
He morphs into whatever it is. And he plays a paramilitary leader that is in opposition of our main characters. I can't wait.
While we're talking TV shows, if we want to just round it out, I'm going to advocate for the Netflix series on the Boston Red Sox. So my one gripe on this, is that it was from last season. And while that sounds kind of like a dumb thing to complain about, because such a big part of it is the beginning of the year and spring training and opening day, and we're going through all of that as I'm watching it in the last couple of weeks. It's almost like confusing.
Oh, I see.
Like in real time, I'm like, wait a second.
So if it was more Hard Knocksy, closer to real time.
Exactly.
I got you. Okay.
Would be perfect, especially with Netflix now doing, dropping things in real time and doing some live programming. If they could have a team sign up to do the Hard Knocks version, where every single week you give me a new episode and I'm seeing the Nats and the Pirates at PNC and Skeen shoving on them, next weekend or whatever, it would work better. But what they did is they did an 8-episode series where they just followed the 2024 Boston Red Sox for an entire baseball season. And, they go down to the minor leagues and they follow a couple of the prospects for an episode. There are different themes and they're behind the scenes with different members of the staff and employees and so many different factions of the ball club. It's absolutely incredible. There's an episode basically that's just on the trade deadline and what all the players are going through. And you see them, worried about being dealt and what they're going through with their wives and their babies and packing things. Maybe they're getting traded. Maybe they're not. You hear from Jaron Duran, who's got major mental health issues. And actually, and this is very serious, I don't mean to make light of this, in a rapid fire breakdown of the show, but, contemplated suicide and talks about dealing with people telling him he's awful all the time and how many times he gets out. And then in the same series, he makes the All-Star team and wins the MVP of the All-Star game last year. And it's a wild ride, but it's behind the scenes access to a sport I love. It's what I crave. It's my favorite thing in entertainment. And it just is, even for someone like me who's been around baseball for so many years and in and out of clubhouses, and we cover it and we get closer to it, which we're so lucky to be able to say. It's
different. Yeah.
Staggering to see the lifestyle and what these guys go through. And honestly, like how much with all the failure, it beats them up.
Mm-hmm.
You think of them as like, oh, whatever, they don't care. They're hitting 196 right now. No, they're miserable. Like they are so angry and so mad when they're 0 for 7 in a stretch. And it's just as I'm like tweeting about how awful Colin Poche's been the last week, I'm like, all right, I'm going to delete that. Or I'm going to be a little nicer. Maybe I'll just tweet the stats without saying he stunk. I'll let the stats tell the story. Because I am like trying to be cognizant of that's a human being, and him and his wife are sitting at the table fighting back tears after he walks another 2 every inning.
That's right.
Like it's a real thing, man.
No, for sure. It's it is definitely in the queue. This, and by the way, this actually lends itself really well to to this format. I mean, there've been stuff that's semi-similar in the past. Like Showtime did the bullpen for a year with I think the Phillies, and maybe there's been a couple other attempts at this. But a quintessential 500 team. They were 81 and 81 last year, the Red Sox. So it's the perfect amount of almost good, almost disastrous at times, the undulations and the up and down. It looks like it's ripe for it. Compare it to Drive to Survive in terms of delivery. Does it feel like it's the same group doing it? Does that make sense?
It's that guy, Greg Whiteley, who's done all the shows like the Last Chance U's.
Yeah, okay.
And some of that stuff that I love.
I mean,
I think it feels a little more Last Chance Yui than it does. And maybe he did do the Drive to Survives, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more informative in a sense. Like there's this many teams. Like there's a little bit less of that. They do some of that where they're telling you why opening day is a big deal.
They're assuming that you know on this one.
A little more often.
Yeah, I got you.
For sure. But you learn things like the lady who runs the business part of the organization. She said, how much do you think they spend on baseballs for a season, the Red Sox? Like just baseballs.
I wouldn't even know where to begin. $1 million?
$500,000.
Yeah, there you go.
On baseballs for a year, not counting the minor leagues. So maybe it's close to $1 million, just at the big league level. And you see her doing her budget and everything. And there's just stuff that I would have never known. It's pretty cool. All right, let's give away those DC Defenders tickets and give you a Beltway Blitz next as soon as we return. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Jaylen Ramsey and the Dolphins will be exploring trade options, and Tyron Smith is retiring. In the NBA tonight, play-in tournament gets underway, playing for the 7 seed. Hawks and Magic at 7:30, 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. On the line, Grizzlies and Warriors at 10 o'clock tonight. The winner of that game gets a 7 seed in the Western Conference. In baseball, happy Jackie Robinson Day. 78 years ago today, Jackie Robinson made his major league debut. Everybody wearing 42 today in honor of Jackie Robinson. Last night, the Nationals fell to the Pirates 10-3 in game 1 of the 4-game set. Game 2 tonight, taking on the Pirates in Pittsburgh. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He enters, making his 4th start of the year with a 5.63 ERA. He'll take on Mitch Keller, who is 1-1 this year with a 4.24 ERA. In hockey, Capitals taking on the Islanders tonight on the road. 7:30 puck drop. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Just 2 games left in the regular season for the Washington Capitals. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. Superior fiberglass windows from TheWindowman.com. Now is the time to replace those drafty, cheap vinyl windows. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Let's give away tickets to this weekend's DC Defenders game on Sunday at 5 p.m. Should be a great game. They're 3-0, trying to get to 4-0. Congrats. 800-636-1067. Caller 10 right now. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to Defenders home opener. Well, it's not the home opener because I've been to a couple games already. Sunday, April 20th. This is home game number 3. At Audi Field against San Antonio. For tickets and the full Defender schedule, thefandc.com/contests.
We are Grant and Danny, and that show, Grant and Danny, sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morant. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, the whole kit and caboodle. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
It is Beltway Blitz time. We will cover the Nationals. We will talk about the Commanders, but we got to start with the game tonight on the ice for the Caps. Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network. Katie, let's begin with the $1 million question. Should we be concerned with the Caps scuffling down the stretch as the 1 seed in the East ahead of the playoffs starting this weekend?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks again for having me on today. I always appreciate coming on, but I don't think so. You know, obviously it can sound like an excuse, but there's been a lot going on this season, obviously, with the Alex Ovechkin chase first and foremost. So it was only just over a week ago that happened right here in Long Island, and obviously everything that came with that. And then secondly, fortunately, the Capitals have not had a lot of injuries all year, and all of a sudden, you're losing guys like Alexei Protas and Logan Thompson, but both are on track. Thompson back skated with the team today. So there's been a few things that I think have maybe messed up the rhythm. Of course, I'm not saying that the guys aren't taking it seriously, but when you clinch playoffs so early as well and almost, have sort of nothing to really play for the rest of the way, I think it can maybe get you out a little sync, but I don't think there's any concern in the room. The lines have had to be changed up a little bit. The guys are getting over what has been a hectic year so far. So I know even though it was a loss, they were a lot happier with some things in the Columbus game back home on Sunday. So they'll just look to carry that into tonight and try to finish strong before playoffs.
How close is Alexei Protas, Katie?
He is on the trip, but he has not skated yet. So that is all I know for now, but he's here and he's walking around, so that's a good thing. Last week, Carberry said that he would probably be skating by the middle of this week. So what's today, Tuesday? If that still stands true, maybe tomorrow or Thursday morning he could get back on the ice. But that's all I know for now. But he is progressing.
So I'm asking you to read between the lines, I guess, a little bit here, but I feel like that's a really, really good sign, honestly, to go from he couldn't put any weight on his boot when he couldn't get off the ice when he got it cut to traveling when he doesn't have to be while, wearing a boot a few days ago. I feel like that's really legitimate progress.
Oh, for sure. And he's still in that boot. But like I said, the little time I've seen him in the press box up at games now and things like that, he looks to be walking and recovering fine. So I still don't know the full details of the cut, but definitely a good sign based on, when he came off the ice. And I think we all kind of held our breath when we saw that he could not put any weight on it to where he is now. Hopefully they'll have him back by playoffs. And then, again, Logan Thompson will be back on the ice. Obviously, Clay Stevenson was called up, and Charlie Lindgren will still get the start in net tonight, but great to have Logan back out there with the team as well.
Katie, I've made this mistake before. I'm obviously much older than you. I remember at one point a long time ago when I said, oh, good, we get to play Montreal in the first round. And of course, anyway, so I'm going to ask you to make the same mistake here. Is there somebody you think the Caps match up better with in terms of playoff opponents for the first round?
I don't think so. I think what's been crazy is the fact that even us as broadcasters for almost a week now, we have mentally prepared ourselves to go to Montreal. And even though that's still most likely the case with what is happening with Columbus, and I mean, I thought, they'd be out 4 days ago, and here they are still holding on, and Montreal loses, of course, in a shootout, so they get a point, lose to Chicago last night. It really is coming down to the wire, but I think that's the team that certainly don't count them out. Obviously, I think they're very young, where there's more playoff experience within the Capitals, but I think they're a very, very fast team as well, guys like Nick Suzuki and Cole Caulfield. And then first and foremost, just the atmosphere there. I mean, that is truly hockey central, right up there with some of the other Canadian markets. So I think it'll definitely be a hard-fought series if it is indeed the Habs, but I think the Capitals can pull that one out in the first round.
Katie Florio of the Capitals Radio Network. Enjoy the trip, and we thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, be good. Thanks for the time. Let's talk baseball. Bobby Blanco, MASNsports.com. Bobby, we were discussing Dylan Cruz about a half hour ago. What's your level of concern with his slow start?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be concerned, right? Like, you don't want to see a guy hitting 100 basically, and not have a lot to show for it. I think that for me, like, the optics seem better, or that at least they're improving. I know in Miami, the game he played Friday night, he hit some hard hit balls and they just were unlucky, like right at defenders, didn't land for anything. But I think the optics is looking better. He's getting a little more confident up there. It feels like, a basketball player. He just needs to see one land in the field and see one go through the hoop, get that confidence back, get that swagger back. Luckily, he's been playing strong defense when he has gotten on base. He's been smart on there as well. So the other parts of his game don't look bad. It's just at the plate, the results aren't there, and it can be frustrating for him. So I'm a little concerned. I'm not hitting any panic buttons just yet, though.
What's the latest with Michael Soroka?
Yeah, Michael Soroka, he's actually through, I think that was Sunday in Miami. We didn't get a chance to talk to him. He actually threw after we talked to Davey Martinez, so didn't get the latest on how that went. But it was good to see him get suited up and go, act like he was, active and healthy and go throw a bullpen session. So that's a good sign. Hopefully, whenever his time is up, I believe sometime this week, that he might not even need a rehab start or anything. He can just kind of get stretched out on the side and get inserted right back into this rotation.
It's April 15th, and I'm already done with this bullpen. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, last night was brutal. The team worked so hard. I mean, you got a tough ace on the mound in Paul Skeens. You get him out of the game. You finally get back into it. You get within 2 runs, and then it just collapses. I mean, it's on days that guys not named Finnegan, Ferrer, or Lopez pitch, it's a roller coaster ride, and it's kind of scary. No lead is protected. We saw the Nats go back and forth. I mean, I did, at least in Miami, go back and forth with the Marlins Saturday and Sunday and not be able to pull it out, and then it got ugly late in that last game. So same thing kind of happened last night. You are in a tight ball game. It's a tough grind, and then the bullpen kind of lets the floodgates open on the other team. So, yeah, I don't know what needs to change. I mean, maybe some guys need to get right. I would think, like you said, April 15th, we're kind of into that. All right, the extended spring training part is over. You would start pitching, but it just hasn't happened when those other three guys aren't on the mound.
Is there any improvement possible, let's say, when Soroka does come back and now Brad Lord's a bullpen arm who's I think thrown the ball decently, or is Cole Henry somebody that can help? Because you mentioned there's a whole bunch of names where you're doing that Michael Scott cringe gif when the bullpen door swings open.
Yeah, it's totally that gif. And I do think, Soroka back into the rotation, bump Lord back to the bench. I think that does help. Because then you're not relying on guys like Eduardo Salazar and Balta and Orlando Rebalta, and then now he's hurt too. But like guys like that going long innings, we can be a little more trustworthy with Brad Lord, I think, and then other places fall in the spot. Cole Henry, we know his story, long journey back from a lot of injuries, thoracic outlet syndrome being the main one. To get to the majors by himself, in and of itself is a huge get for him, but the fact that he struck out 2, he looked good. He let one inherited runner score, but can't really count that against him. If he could be anything at this point right now, and him making the full-time switch to reliever, that could be a weapon that they have, and we'll see how he plays out, how it plans out. But I think Soroka going back into the rotation definitely puts some guys back into their normal slots, and that should help a little bit.
Bobby, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Have a good one.
See you, dude.
You got it. Bobby Blanco, MASNsports.com. Let's talk football. Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, and Odyssey Richmond. Michael, pick number 29. Washington stays put. Edge, corner, something else? What do they do?
Well, I'll never be mad about an offensive lineman. I know that's a minority position here because they look pretty good. But if you're planning for long term with Jay, and if you want to bring in somebody, especially a tackle, maybe a center too. Those are both primo positions. You think about what Biotish did for Jaden Daniels in terms of helping him control the line, control the rush. I think that was invaluable. You look at obviously how important it's going to be to have a good left tackle. They addressed that with Tunsil, but you can never be too careful in building for the future. And if you get somebody you can plug in at right tackle, that frees you up to, have better depth along the entire line, put Brandon Coleman in at guard. All that said, I think the conventional consensus here is edge, and it wouldn't bother me at all because that is a big-time position to need as well.
What kind of edge are we talking about? In other words, is it the stay-at-home, bigger-bodied, I got to be good against the run, stout kind of guy, or do we want a kind of a speed rusher there? What do you think they want?
I don't think we know for sure what base alignment they're going to use next year either, and I certainly wouldn't rule out them messing around with doing some kind of 3-4 style looks. I don't know for sure that that's going to happen. It depends on what personnel you bring in. But how do you use the people you get to the best of your ability? I think this is probably the kind of situation where Adam Peters takes his favorite football player and Dan Quinn says, all right, here's how we're going to use him. Here's how we're going to mold him. You look at Sanders still last year, for example, right? That's it. That's a guy who they drafted because he was really good at football. And then you find out you can do a lot of different things with him. There's a long way of not answering your question there, Danny, but I do think they'll find the player, then find the fit.
You mentioned that they're in an okay spot on the offensive line. How good do you feel about that group right now?
Well, 1 to 5, I feel good, but you need depth. The Eagles showed us that last year. They had a lot of injury luck last year. Not that there weren't injuries, but I think they did better than average. You look at the Eagles, who did worse than average, but were able to work through that. And so, 2 centers down, they're still chugging along on their path to a Super Bowl. I don't think there's depth here that you feel great about. And certainly Cosme is an interesting piece of this puzzle because if Cosme's not there for the opener, right, you got Wiley and Coleman there on the right side, presumably. So I think you feel fine about the 5, but I don't think you have quite enough the depth for a 17-game NFL season.
How badly do they need another weapon on offense? Like 1 to 10 it for me.
All this talk is about a 3-down running back, and those are great. Everybody loves those, and certainly we saw the value of that, in Philly and in Baltimore this year of what those guys can do for you and do to your offense. I don't know that it's as critical as defense. I think you're probably talking about two big picture conceptual things here at 29, right? Well, if you're staying put. One is Jaden Daniels is the future. We've got to do everything we can to get this kid every possible weapon we can, help him feel as good as he possibly can. School of thought number two, 30th best defense last year with a lot of needs and big question marks at key positions. Need to get some guys there and become a more balanced football team. And I'm not saying either is wrong, but it's two very different schools of thought on building this team around number 5.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder on the Commanders. Michael, what's for dinner tonight?
I am going out, so I am speaking to a group tonight about the Richmonder, and I've been told that there will be pizza. So I don't know what kind of pizza. I don't know what kind of toppings. I give you my theory, boys, on ordering pizza for a group. I like to throw in a couple cheese pizzas, not because people want cheese pizza, but because some people don't.
Mm-hmm.
So your latecomers, there will be cheese waiting for them, whereas the people who like me, I could throw down 4 or 5 slices of pepperoni, but I get to slice 4 and all that's left is cheese. I'm pepperoni hungry, but I'm not cheese hungry. So I think it's a nice way to moderate consumption, make sure there's a little something there for everybody.
What's your favorite pizza style? Like bar pie, New York style, thin and crispy.
Let's guess. I think Phillips I think he's a pineapple and bacon Hawaiian guy.
So I think he's a pizza snob. Respectfully, Michael.
Oh.
I respect you, but I think he's a snob.
I've actually eaten pizza with him recently.
So I think he looks down on people like me that welcome the Chicago style, the Detroit style bar pie. I think he's like New York only, or I don't even want it.
Remember when we tried really badly to get pepperoni pizza together and we just couldn't?
You couldn't get them.
We were taken to a very nice Italian restaurant by Chris Russell that said coal-fired pizza on the outside, which is our first hint we would not be spending the night in a nice Italian restaurant. You also couldn't get butter for your bread there. It was quite the situation all around. I am not a pizza snob. We have a tradition at our house on Sundays in football season when I'm around. We get Little Caesars pizza and eat it in front of the television while watching American football. This has been going on for more than a decade now. I actually kind of like the Detroit when it's done right with the crispy edge. I think that's nice. But I can be snobby too, like what do they call it? The margarita, not like the drink, but the Italian, like the margarita
style,
where they put like the little blobs of mozzarella on it instead of the shredded cheese. That can hit the spot too. Pupatella, is that the place that we've got one of those down here now?
Pupatella's my go-to.
Yeah, Richmond's slowly getting fancy like you big city folks have had for years. So I think we're slowly learning about the finer things. It's kind of nice.
In or out on pineapple?
No to the Hawaiian pizza. And Canadian bacon, I mean, is just ham trying to masquerade under a better name.
Stop pretending.
I'm hard enough.
You know what I mean? Like, I know what you're doing. Like, you're just ham. Just say that.
You don't get to be bacon.
Yeah, say that you're ham. It's fine to be ham. Ham is good. Don't pretend you're not ham.
Be comfortable with who you are.
You.
If I do a specialty, I want to meet lovers. Just load it up. Go the distance.
Canadian bacon's just living a lie.
It's just ham.
Michael, thank you.
Take care, boys.
See you, buddy.
A sports superstar did a gender reveal during his team's game last night. Were we in or out on it? Next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has a lot of ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, coachwooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight. Eastern Conference, Hawks and Magic, 7-8 seed game play-in for the 7 seed. In the East and the West, the Grizzlies will take on the Warriors coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. In baseball, Jackie Robinson Day. 78 years ago today, Jackie Robinson made his debut in the major leagues. Everyone wearing 42 to honor him tonight. The Nats taking on the Pirates. Game 2 of the series in Pittsburgh. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Mitch Keller. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Islanders on the road. 7:30 puck drop on the team 982 games left in the season for the Caps. Coach Wooten's basketball camp. They instill love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Last night, a superstar athlete did a gender reveal in game as one of his at-bats was taking place and his team was on the field. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I want to go around the horn here, okay? And I want to play a little in or out. Did we like it or did we not like it? Now, the player in question is Bryce Harper. So what I'm going to ask, Danny's a lost cause. I understand that. He's going to hate everything Bryce does. But he would also hate a gender reveal, so it's a trifecta for him.
Yeah, this is pretty much fish in a barrel for me.
But Toby hates Bryce Harper. Ryan hates Bryce Harper. So I'm going to ask them to try to suspend who this is, if they can, from the conversation. If you're not capable of it, that's fine. It's your life. But the question is, in or out on this act as a gender reveal? So Bryce and his wife, Kayla, are expecting their 4th child. Who would have 4 kids? Those dumb people.
What kind of person would do that?
What kind of person would be expecting a 4th kid? Don't they know how many kids that is?
That's so many.
That's a lot of expense.
How many do you have now?
I have 3.
You have 3.
Yeah.
And that's it, right?
For now.
Oh.
Yes. Until this summer?
Ah, yes.
Then
that's
there
right.
will be a 4th.
That'll make 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Phillies slugger cooked up an idea that felt perfectly on brand for a player who never fails to make a statement with his style choices, is how this write-up goes. How did Harper reveal the big news? A color-coordinated bat, of course. So here's what he did. Bryce Harper had somebody email Trey Turner, his longtime teammate, Washington, Philadelphia, the gender, boy or girl. He had 2 bats sent from his bat company. One was pink, one was blue. He had them both ready to go in the on-deck circle. Trey Turner had to come up to him and tell him which bat to use in his at-bat. And so last night, Trey Turner went and grabbed the pink bat, started swinging it, pretended to give it to Bryce, then put it down and handed him a blue bat and told him get to work. Bryce Harper having a boy for his 4th child. Gender reveal. Goes up to the plate with a blue bat.
Yeah.
And they're telling the story on the broadcast last night. Everybody kind of finding out together. Quote, I got a text message with the gender, Turner said. I had to mess with him a little bit in the dugout. I picked up the pink one, swung it around. He thought he was having a girl. So then I had to mess with him. Sure enough, it was a boy. I ended up handing him the blue one, and he was pretty happy. Hope that's okay, by the way, that he was happy about that.
Yeah, what if he wasn't?
I mean, I think
then what happens?
Probably would have been happy with a girl, too. It just so happens he was happy with a boy. But we could skip Danny, but we'll do it anyway. In or out on Bryce Harper, gender reveal, in-game, blue bat being used in an AB?
In. Here's why.
Wow.
It's not the stupid nonsense where everybody gathers around and there's a piñata or there's a bottle rocket or there's smoke or whatever. It's a nondescript. We don't stop and wait around and then clap no matter what the result is. This is a personal thing that he was able just to get done very quickly and still played the game. If you're going to do something stupid, no one should do a gender reveal at all ever. But if you're going to do one, that's how you do it. There's no like, and everybody claps no matter what the result is. There's no stakes. Is the baby healthy? That's what's important. If you're going to do one, and no one should, but if you do it just like that.
Team gender reveal. Everyone should do them. They're so fun.
Never once.
I'm surprised, though, your take, I would have bet $1 million would have been Bryce is all about himself. It's a me thing. He's doing a me thing in front of everybody.
Well, it certainly is, but again, that's what the gender reveals are. We get a chance to worship at our own little altar.
Right, but you're cool with the player gender reveal in-game, blue, pink bat.
It's not as if like it's in warm-ups and he's like going to throw a ball and it's going to explode and then everyone's like, oh, yeah. Like all he did, he had to go take the bat. Like there's a clock running. You know what I mean? You didn't hold anybody up. That's like my big deal. There's no pausing. There's no weird delay. He just went to having it bad.
I'm stunned.
Yeah.
I'm in on this. Obviously, I love gender reveals. Unlike Danny, I don't hate Bryce Harper either. I thought this was a pretty cool deal. It was a good moment for his family. Walks up to the plate. I'm also a sucker for a cool bat that looks abnormal.
Yeah.
Wearing, having like just a blue bat up there look different. I liked everything about it. I am in on the Bryce Harper gender reveal. Toby.
I'm indifferent on gender reveals in general. Also, the Phillies lead the league on these. Bryson Stott did a similar thing for a friend earlier this year. I don't know if you remember this. This was, I think, first week of the season. He wore a pink armband to the plate to let someone know that they were having a girl.
So Bryce stole this idea from Bryson Stott.
Well, it's a little bit different. This is for the Harpers. That one was for a friend for Bryson Stott, so it's a little bit different, but I don't hate it. Why not? Have a little bit of fun. It's 162 games. Obviously you got families, you got things that matter. I don't hate it.
I am already stunned. We're 3 for 3 on the Grant and Danny radio program in on the Bryce Harper gender reveal. By the way, I love that if Stott did that for his buddy. I did not know that story. That's pretty cool. You're watching the Phillies game and he's coming up to the plate. He's either wearing pink or blue. They show him in the batter's box. He's got the pink on and you're having your baby girl. That's pretty sick. That's a good story too for the kid. Like you got a picture of him at bat or something.
That's when we
signed.
knew you were you. Yeah, that's cool.
I still did we do a third gender reveal for McKinley? I don't know we did one with the kids. We baked the cake and they cut into it and that was the deal. But the second one we did for Truman, we went to Randy's Steakhouse, which is my favorite steakhouse, great American restaurant, Tyson's Corner, delicious place. And we had them they don't do Aussie rolls there typically, but we went off the menu a bit. We did some Aussie rolls and we had them inject pink or blue into the middle of the delicious Aussie roll. So that we bit into it. It was either going to be blue or pink. And it was blue. And that was Truman on his way. Steamed up for a gender reveal, Danny. They're the best. All right, Darius, in or out on Bryce Harper's gender reveal?
So I'm not I'll say I'm not crazy about gender reveals. I get it, but it's not. I also feel like it's not necessary. Regardless, I'm not out on Bryce Harper like everybody else is. Everybody hates Bryce Harper. I don't really hate him. He's fine. He's a guy that played here. He's not here anymore. Oh well. I don't have a problem with this. I think it's simple. I think it's harmless. I don't think it gets in the way of the game. I don't think it impedes anybody's progress for anything. So I'm totally fine with the way that he did this.
You're in.
I'm in.
Clean sweep so far. We're in a good place. But now the number 2 Bryce Harper hater in the studio. Behind Danny Rouillet, Ryan Clary. Let's see if we can make it a clean 5 for 5 here. In or out on the Bryce Harper gender reveal?
I love gender reveals. I think they're awesome. And as you said, I am not a Bryce Harper guy. So, honestly, with that said, I hate this move. I think that this is one of those things where you just cannot do that because, actually, I disagree with Danny in this. It did take away from the game, man. That's what Bryson Stott's looking at. That's what Trey Turner is looking at. Don't get them involved in this. It's not their thing. It's not the fans' things. It's your thing. Make it your thing, not the Phillies thing. He made it a Phillies thing. The broadcast had to talk about it after. They had to do all their bits and skits. Leave that off the field, man. I'm here to watch some baseball. I want to get some baseball entertainment. Bryce, I am out.
It's because it's Bryce, though, right?
No, it's because I'm
so
here.
Tonight, James Wood does a gender reveal. You're mad.
Well, I like me some James Wood.
I think that was Grant's point.
That's kind of what I'm suggesting.
It's because it's Bryce Harper. I'm sorry. It just is. It's because it's Bryce. I'm not going to lie to you. It is.
But you literally just lied to me.
Yeah.
30 seconds earlier.
I did. From the second time you gave me a second chance there,
did do that.
it's because it's Bryce.
But
I'm
this
sorry.
time you're not going to lie to me.
This time I won't.
I appreciate that. All right, so 4 out of 5, not too shabby.
That's like the 4 out of 5 dentists that recommend that one toothpaste. That's a pretty good ratio.
Did you guys do a gender reveal?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Then again,
we found out.
Did you tell anyone you were having a baby? Let's just start with that.
Well, the third guy, we waited a long time. But yeah, I mean, we found out because you need to know as soon as possible. But to hold a party where there's no stakes, you know what I mean? Where like, if it's a girl, people go, yay. If it's a boy, people go, yay. Like there's nothing to that.
But
So we shouldn't do it.
There's rooting interest. People wear blue or pink or, there's different things.
So then your team doesn't win and then like you're disappointed. Like that's your nephew that you didn't want. Like you can't do that.
No, that's not really how it works. You still could have a preference.
Right.
You want your boy first or your girl first. Doesn't mean that you're mad or upset, right?
Then you're starting a forest fire. It's not for me.
There are people that have done that.
Yep.
And that backfired. Mine was pretty harmless. The first one, We had a bunch of people over at the house. My daughter, my first, Reagan, was born about 9 months to the day, roughly, after the Capitol Stanley Cup parade. Numbers approximate.
I was
right?
going to say she's born 9 months to the day after. I was like, I'm pretty sure we know.
So the Capitol Stanley Cup parade, and then
Uh-huh.
you just fast forward right around 9 months, and she was born. So we had borrowed the fake mock Stanley Cup that we use on set over at Monumental.
Oh, yes.
And it used to be on set for every show I did pre and post. And so we filled that with, or my sister did. We didn't know what it was, but we had her fill that with a dye, and then we poured champagne into the Stanley Cup until it overflowed. It was either going to overflow pink or it was going to overflow blue. And it overflowed pink.
How about that?
And that's how we knew Reagan was coming. So fun for everybody.
There's another way to do it, too. You just look at the piece of paper that says what it's going to be.
Not as fun. And I get it. You're no fun rouye. You don't enjoy spicing up life. But think about it. You could have just done something in a really boring way, or you could have had a hell of a party with delicious food and people coming over and high-fiving.
Let's go eat if you want to eat. I mean, I'll eat with you right now.
It's a party. Just a reason to have a fun party.
You just have a party.
Yeah.
With a piece of paper.
What do you mean with a piece of paper?
It just says what it is. Like it's a boy, it's
just
a girl.
Pass it out.
Or just tell people. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's the reveal part of it. It's just I just can't get there. Can't get there.
I think too bad I've already revealed the gender of our fourth baby. Right? I invite you to this gender reveal. Although I don't think, did you come to the gender reveal the first time? I think you were doing something.
No.
Yeah.
I may have made up that I was doing. Did I actually do something?
No, I actually, honest, stick aside. I'm pretty sure you were just like, I'm not doing that. And you just didn't come.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I think.
A lot of people did. We had 40 people at the
you
house.
had a good group together.
Thus far, no Danny.
I mean, it could be hey, we're getting some folks to come over. And if you want to do that while I'm already there under the pretense
I'm not gonna respectfully, we're gonna have a fun time with or without you.
That's my point.
You're
fine.
invited.
You'll be fine.
I'm not gonna lie to get you to come.
But you guys aren't doing. You
either
guys
have enough respect for me to come to the gender reveal, or you don't.
You didn't do the reveal this time, did you?
No, not this time.
Okay.
We found out. You realize this? You can now find out at a 99-point-something% clip in a non-invasive way with a blood test.
Yeah.
5 days in, which is what we did. It used to be you have to wait 20 weeks or you had to do something kind of invasive.
Oh, yeah.
So this time, I'm just so curious. I can't wait. So we found out, let's just say on a Monday, that we're having baby number 4. On Tuesday, I had ordered the kit that my wife has to do the little prick thing and get the blood.
The thingy, yeah.
And I'm not allowed to be in the room while she does it, or until this thing's sent off in the mail. I can't be near it because it's searching for some kind of dude stuff.
Yeah.
In the blood. And I can contaminate just by being around.
Just by being close by.
So she sent it off and she's like, it's a boy. And crazy. I woke her up. We got the email and we're looking at it. And then so far, it seems like that's accurate. We don't know for sure. But
you won't know now.
Based on some imaging, it seems like that's accurate.
Ah, yes, of course. I see.
At this point. But if we have a gender reveal, even though we already know the gender, I will invite you again, and you cannot come again.
That'd be good. It works out for everybody.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The odds for who's going to go where in the top 5 are out. NFL draft 9 days away. We'll get into those next. We're just 9 days away from the NFL draft. It is hard not to assume that the energy's down in town about the draft.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It just is, right?
It just seems like there's no buzz at all. When we talk about it, there's other things that seem to draw more interest on the show at this point. Normally the draft is all anybody wants to talk about. And maybe it's because they're picking so low. Maybe it's because quarterback is not on the menu. Maybe it's both of those things. I think it's also partially because they have not prioritized the draft. They've traded a bunch of picks. They've only got a few at this point.
Yeah, the answer is yes to all of it, I think.
Yeah, but it just seems like the interest maybe isn't there. But Thursday night next week is going to be a blast one way or the other. I wanted to go through the most likely picks at each spot. These are the odds via Bet Online, pick by pick in the top 5. So right now, the heavy favorite at number 1 overall is Cam Ward to the Tennessee Titans. I mean, there's not even a reason to bet it. It's so lopsided. But if you wanted to get cute, Abdul Carter, the edge from Penn State, 16-1. Travis Hunter, who is the two-way player, corner receiver, Colorado, 40-1. Shador Sanders, if they shocked everybody and took another quarterback, not Cam Ward, which isn't happening, 50-1. And then I guess just because he's a quarterback and you got to put a board together, they've got Jackson Dart listed 150-1. Wouldn't be the 5th highest odds, but he's notable. But Cam Ward obviously expected to go first to the Titans. The only other real options would be Carter or Hunter if they went with an edge or the two-way star.
Seems like a done deal. I mean, number 1's the only place you don't have to have mystery or intrigue or let everyone know. I mean, unless you're ready to move off the pick because you don't love anybody, then in that case, we'd hear a lot more feeding frenzy, Tennessee's open for business, etc. Seems like they've done everything but sign the papers for them and Cam Ward.
It's why the draft is not starting with the first pick. It just feels like a foregone conclusion. And the Titans, to their credit, played this beautifully. They lost their last 6 games last year.
Yes, they did.
At one point, they were 3-8. They finished 3-14 and climbed into the number 1 spot in the final 2 weeks as the Giants won a game they shouldn't have, as New England won a game in the final weekend that they shouldn't have. Those teams fell. And then the Browns and the Titans, who didn't win a game after the middle of November, basically right around Thanksgiving, those teams crept up to the top 2, played it perfectly. So then the draft starts the way we're viewing this at number 2 overall with the Cleveland Browns. And this is where things get much more interesting because as known as we think the first pick result is, nobody knows anything about the second pick. Travis Hunter's the favorite there at minus 300, but you can get really good value on Abdul Carter. Bet Online has him at 2-1, paying out twice what you're putting in for a guy that I think a lot of people are mocking there and
I think is the best player.
Yeah, he's that to me is something I might even have to sprinkle that. Shador Sanders 7-1 to go 2 overall. I don't see that happening. Cam Ward 55-1 just to cover your bases if somehow he doesn't go first. Then Jackson Dart, Ashton Genty, Will Campbell after that. But I think the only thing I would really be interested in there, because minus 300 value is bad for Travis Hunter, would be Abdul Carter paying out at 2-1.
Yeah, I mean that's I've thought it's been Travis Hunter for a while. I mean that's the thing I see mocked the most now. What's that based on? Is that based on what Cleveland wants out there? Is that based on what Hunter's camp wants out there? I don't know, but that seems to be consensus at this point. The guy that can play both ways and probably will at some point, whether he's a corner first or in packages or as a receiver first, then in defensive packages. The weapon is too good. How versatile he is and how unique he is too good. I think he ends up going number 2 overall. But yeah, the value there, if you want to bet it, you want to throw a unit down on Carter, you can double your money.
Number 2 to the Browns. Number 3, the New York Giants, also 3-14. They would have had the number 1 overall pick if they didn't win in week 17, but they did. And so now they pick 3rd. Instead of Cam Ward and their quarterback of the future that maybe they love, the question is, do they take Shador Sanders or do they go in a different direction? And if you look at the odds right now at Bet Online, Abdul Carter is the heavy favorite at minus 300. Travis Hunter, plus 250. That feels like great value. 2.5-1 there. Shador Sanders, 5.5-1. You put $10 down on Shador Sanders, you're getting $55 for a guy that they're having a private workout with.
Interesting.
There's a lot of smoke on. And then Ashton Genty, 33-1. Will Campbell, 50-1. Jackson Dart, 75-1. Notables otherwise. But dang, man, plus 550 on Shador Sanders.
That is
to
intriguing.
Go 3rd.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's a little smoke here, right? I mean, it's the major market. You would think Deion might give his blessing. Who knows if he does or doesn't, but they can make beautiful music. I mean, it feels ownership level. In other words, if I'm Joe Shane and Brian Dable. I've gone and gotten veterans because I'm trying to win right now. That's not necessarily a win right now pick. That's a wear it and develop with the kid and sort of build around him. But that may be an ownership C-suite thing where they go, no, this is what we're doing. I'm drafting the kid. You guys make the best of it. I don't know there. So on paper, to me, it's not Sanders, but it might be Sanders.
New England Patriots have the number 4 pick. That's a 4-13 outfit. The Patriots killed themselves with a win in the final weekend of the season, or they would have been squarely in the conversation. In fact, had they not have won in that final game of the season, just looking at it here, they would have had the number 1 overall pick. That's crazy to think about. Wow.
Love that.
Instead, they are picking 4th. They could have traded that for a king's ransom or maybe just gotten the number 1 player on their board. But I digress. Number 4, the odds. Will Campbell, who's the best O-lineman in the country, started at tackle protecting Jaden Daniels at LSU 2 years ago. Was there without him this past year, minus 150. Then they've got Abdul Carter at 6-1. Jalen Walker, same thing. Mason Graham, 11-1. I kind of like Will Campbell there for them. The best lineman in America. They're trying to protect and support Drake May. I could definitely see them going O-line. I do think if Travis Hunter's available, they'll take him and play him at wide receiver.
So the variable there to me is if Hunter's gone, then Abdul Carter, maybe the best player in the draft, is sitting there. And I know that's not addressing Drake May, but my God, at 4, can you really pass up that guy that might be a game wrecker?
There's no way Carter's still there at 4.
So where does Carter go?
I think he goes 2nd or 3rd.
So if he goes...
right now, if I had to guess, I'd say it's Ward. I'll say
Hunter.
Carter 2.
Okay.
Then I would say Shador or Hunter, and then pick 4 in New England.
So to me, it's I'm looking at the odds, and I've actually got it going this way myself. I think Ward goes 1, 2 is Travis Hunter, 3 then the Giants take Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
4 then makes the most sense. It's Will Campbell because you don't need a quarterback there. But if that doesn't happen that way, if Sanders goes or I don't know, some other variable I'm not thinking of, then it becomes very interesting for New England.
I just love that nobody really knows what's going to happen at 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's the intrigue, right?
Now, we're still 9 days out. Maybe that's going to get ruined closer. Like 9 days out from last year, nobody, in theory, knew what Washington was doing or what New England was doing. And they were 2-3 last year. By the way, you fast forward, the Patriots are still picking in the top 4, and the Commanders are 29th after being in the conference championship. All right, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:10 and Nationals pregame. Alex Ovechkin did one of the funnier things I've seen in an interview in a long time yesterday. Want to talk about that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball today, Jackie Robinson Day. Everybody wearing 42 to honor him today. 78 years ago today, he made his major league debut. Nationals taking on the Pirates, game 2 of the series in Pittsburgh tonight. They lost game 1 10-3 last night. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He has a 5.63 ERA through 3 starts. Mitch Keller starts for the Pirates. He's 1-1 with a 4.24 ERA. In hockey, the Capitals on the road taking on the Islanders tonight, second to last game of the season, 7:30 puck drop. You can hear that game tonight over on the Team 980. In the NBA, play-in tournament action begins tonight. Hawks and Magic in the 7-8 seed game. Winner will get the 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. That'll tip off at 7:30. Grizzlies on the road taking on the Warriors in the Western Conference. Again, winner of that one gets the 7 seed in the Western Conference. In the NFL, Tyron Smith going to sign a one-day contract with the Dallas Cowboys, and he's going to retire from the NFL. Jaylen Ramsey and the Dolphins are going to be exploring trade options. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori and Murad, will help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. Visit them at lawyers.com. Tell them we sent you for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. As a reminder, every single day this week at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, we're giving away tickets to the DC Defenders home game this weekend at Audi Field as they look to get to 4-0. They're the only undefeated team in the United Football League in the early going this season. I have not yet looked at the weather, but it's much nicer this week. Hopefully it'll be a beautiful weekend as well with Easter, and I'm going home to see the parents and see the family, take the kids back to KG for the afternoon, which will be nice. But how is the weekend looking?
Taking a gander here. Looks to be a lovely situation, GP. Maybe a little cloudy, but in between 60 and 77 throughout the day on Sunday. I think that'll play.
It sounds like a lot of youth games in your future.
There's a bunch. There's a whole mess. Actually, in all sincerity, only one on Easter Sunday, but we're going to be hunting eggs. We're going out to the to my wife's aunt and uncles, to my uncle-in-law. I guess that's what it is.
I just say aunt and uncle.
Yeah, and uncle. Yeah. So we're going out there. They got a nice little piece of land out there, and they'll be behind the Easter eggs. Nieces, nephews, daughters, sons.
That's the best.
It's the best.
I love that. You guys do a little adult egg hunt ever? Where you put a little airplane bottles maybe in some eggs and go hunt those down?
Well, the adult one happens when we see what the kids missed. There was an egg, for example, turned up last week in preparation for the eggs finding this year. So the adults hit them too well last year. They got a gold coin out of it.
Sucker for a good piece of chocolate, maybe a little chocolate bunny. I hate Peeps. Peeps are disgusting, and anybody who likes them can kick rocks. Did I go too far?
It might be a little far. They're not my favorite. They're not my favorite. You would it's just sugar, man.
Well, I'm anti-marshmallow, number one. But
but that's your own weird stance.
But Peeps, come on.
Marshmallows are incredible.
Any kind of like Cadbury or caramel-filled egg or something? Nope.
Yeah, but again, that's
milk chocolate.
That's extreme.
And then Skittles, Starburst, anything like that?
Yeah, the chocolate that's filled with a cooked sugar, which is what caramel is, fine. Send it my way. Give me a full Bob Senley.
I want to get into the running back position value coming back. We'll do that in just a few minutes. But Alex Ovechkin did an interview on the Pat McAfee show yesterday on ESPN. In fact, we were sitting in here during our pre-show meeting, and we looked up on the screen, and Ovi was like way too close to his phone. He kind of had it like resting under him, basically looking up his nostrils. And it was just a hilarious looking interview the entire time, live on national television on ESPN. I was surprised he did it, by the way.
Yeah.
He does not do a ton of interviews. He has been on this radio station, I think, twice ever. I think he was on the Junkies once. And we taped an interview with him probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago now.
Yeah.
I remember when you and I got to talk to him for like 3 or 4 minutes. Very, very quick. But it
happened.
We
Yeah.
still get to say we had him on the show.
Right.
But to my knowledge, we've had him on 2 times in 20 years. And I get there's a barrier, although he speaks very good English at this point, but maybe he's not as comfortable doing it. But he's done a lot of interviews lately, one of which was on TV with Pat McAfee. But he did one of the funniest things that I've seen a player do in an interview. He's on his phone. He's got earbuds in. And he says, let me introduce you to all my teammates. And he just stands up and proceeds to walk around the airplane. I think they're in the air. I guess it's possible they haven't taken off yet. I'm not really sure. But he just goes row by row, seat by seat, as the Caps are playing cards and just doing. You wonder what it's like.
They're doing road trip bits,
on the team flight, and he just introduces everybody. Now McAfee, who I think fancies himself a big hockey guy, likes the Penguins. I'm sure he knew a couple of the names, but he didn't know most of the guys because he's just like, this is D, this is O, this is G, this is R, and he's like, hey, how you doing? They're just going rapid fire player by player. But there's a couple of really good highlights along the way. One of which is that Clay Stevenson, who's a minor league goaltender with the Hershey Bears, has been fantastic the last couple of years. He just got called up. And so he's on this road trip because they need a second goalie.
Right.
Logan Thompson's hurt. Charlie Lindgren's become the bell cow. He's playing day in and day out at this point. Well, Hunter Shepard finally got to play for the first time since getting called up, who splits time with Stevenson and Hershey. And Shepard was abysmal the other night. I mean, it was just really bad and embarrassing, and I felt terrible for the guy. Rare opportunity exploded in his face. So they sent him down after the game, and they called up Stevenson. But as Ovi's making the rounds, introducing a bunch of his teammates, he gets to Stevenson, who's like walking toward him in the aisle randomly.
Yeah.
He's like, and we got this guy.
And we got this guy.
And then he just moves on to the next.
I mean, it's his version of they're playing how they're playing.
Right. He did not know the name of the person. Now, he might know Clay Stevenson from seeing him at training camp or something.
But right there in the moment,
he couldn't pull the name.
I don't know if he could have pulled Clay Stevenson.
I think he was probably like, who's this guy? Why is he on the plane?
And then we have this guy.
Some other highlights were you'll hear it's rapid fire, so we'll see what you can pick out. But he introduces Tom Wilson, and Willie's looking at the phone, and McAfee gets very upset because he's a Penguins fan. He's like, you son of a... But what's great about it is none of the guys can hear anything McAfee's saying.
Because it's the earbuds, yeah.
Because he's got the earbuds in. So Ovi's walking around like shoving the phone in their face, and they're like, hey, or like waving, but they can't hear anything. And Ovi's not connecting these dots. So then he starts finally telling them what McAfee's saying. It's great. Then he shows them John Carlson, who's like the star of the event. He gets like 10 seconds of FaceTime. They're chanting USA, It's so good. But this is why Ovi's the best. He's just smiling big into the phone with no front tooth. Hockey guy walking around, introducing his teammates. Team captain doesn't know the goalie.
Has already answered the question about, I still drink soda on the bench. Still.
Right. They're like, do you still have just Coke in the water bottle that you spray? And he's like, oh, absolutely. That's all I drink on the bench. But here, listen to this. See what you can pick out.
All the boys watching right now. So let me introduce to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Big Mac, Roy Z, Doobie, Madge, LT, Little Kid Leno, and Little Kid. Don't Wilson.
Son of a
They call you son of a Hey, we have another guy. What's up? Yeah, what's up, guys? Jesus.
We have another guy.
We have another guy is the funniest thing ever. We have another guy. If Clay Stevenson ever makes it big, that's a t-shirt. It's just that guy's silhouette or his face. Quote, we have another guy.
In addition.
He should, on
another
his
guy.
sweater, on the back, instead of Stevenson, should just put another guy. And by the way, he's so excited. He's like, hey, what's up? Like looking into the phone. Ovi goes, it's everyone's nicknames, right? Rorzy for Roy.
Yeah.
Doggy for Duhaime, and, Ratty for Radish. We have another guy. Let me hear that again.
We have another guy.
I watched that last night 50 times, and I belly laughed every single time. If you haven't seen the visual, watch it on my Twitter account, at Grant H. Paulson.
We have another guy. What's up? Yeah, what's up, guys? Jesus.
Does he say, yeah, what's up, guy?
Yeah.
After that?
Yeah, what's up, guy?
Jesus. Hey, guys. Frankenstein. Big Al.
Hey, what's up, son? Big Al, what up?
Yeah. Bull.
What the pilot? What's up, Bull?
Ratty.
Oh, good.
Doggy.
Hey, Doggy.
Captain America, John Carlson right here.
Yeah. USA. USA. USA.
They're screaming USA, USA. What about that Canada? What about Canada?
Boo.
Go Canada. Okay. And always on his phone, businessman Lars Eller.
Lord. Hey, what's up, businessman? Good to see you, handsome. Good boys.
And hey,
that's the one.
Here we go, boys.
What's up, dude?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Ovi, thank you for introducing us.
So good. They're just going around the whole plane. I loved it.
We have another guy here.
Frankenstein. I'd have to rewatch. That's got to be Ethan Frank.
Ethan Frank, I think.
It's got to be. Not a particularly great nickname other than the Frank part, but Frankenstein.
What did we just? Cause the hockey is everybody's an E, right? Would it just be Frankie?
It should be.
Wouldn't you just go Frankie there?
You would think so.
You're not going to go Ethy.
Did he introduce Jacob Chikrin? Was Chicky not on the plane? Is this how we find out Chicks didn't make the trip for some reason? I didn't hear a Chicky introduction.
I didn't hear that either. I mean, they're all kind of running together as to who's who.
Said Chicky at some point.
Yeah,
or maybe he was in the bathroom.
Or yeah, I was going to say Chicky could be seated behind him or be different section. Who knows?
We have another guy, the team captain.
There's so many other people.
It's so funny.
Here right now, we have another guy.
Imagine he doesn't know the name of Clay Stevenson. My God.
We have another guy here is great.
Do you know how uncomfortable that is when you're introducing a table of people? You're like going around the room and you don't know the name of one of the people. Does that ever happen to you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so obvious if you don't play. You get one shot to play it off well. And so you could go with like a hesitation move. And this is Toby's girlfriend, Shelby, or, whatever. But you got one shot at this thing.
That's so funny.
You have to play it off correctly the first time.
Yeah.
And you're hoping she jumps in and goes, "This is Toby's girlfriend." And she's like, "Shelby." And you're like, "Shelby," right as she says it.
Shelby.
But there's nowhere for him to go. He's obviously saying everybody's name or their nickname, and he gets to Clay Stevenson. We have another guy. I want to hear that one more time. It's so obvious. It's
so perfect.
He has no clue.
None.
Who the goalie is.
Like it's the SNL hasn't done a lot, right, in a while. But the "What's that name" sketch is perfect.
We have another guy.
Hey, we have.
Say, by the way, like there's one more player on the roster.
In addition
to all the people that I'm telling you about,
I have so much information for you.
Here's another player on the roster.
Yet another player.
We have another guy. What's up? Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, guy?
What's up, guy?
Yes. What's up, guy?
Do you think he's been worn out by his buddies like that? Because that thing had to go everywhere.
Yeah.
So now everyone knows that Ovi doesn't know who Clay Stevenson is. He has to have been just hit up by every friend that he's
like
got.
Every one of his buddies is like send him a picture of like Lawrence Guy or like Guy Fieri. I mean, like everybody's sending him Guy stuff.
Are you good with names?
No, not inherently. It's something I know I'm bad at, so I try really, really, really hard to I'll say the person's name a bunch of times to the point that I'm probably overdoing it in conversation early if I'm actively trying to remember. It's a problem. Because I see people in so many different walks of life, right? With parent stuff or team stuff with my various kids, school things, my own social life, people's wives. There are a lot of people that you end up meeting, especially when you're kind of where we are.
Time and place.
And it's really hard.
Sometimes it's not that important, but as a coach, you coach every team that your kids on, basically. You got to know the kids' names.
Well, kids' names, yes, that becomes easier to do. I do little games where I repeat them and have the kids repeat them, and we got to know each other. But I'm telling you, with parents, it's you'll see somebody out of context, right? Like if I see someone twice a week at one of my son's practices and I run into him at a Whole Foods, I'm sitting there going, we know each other. We've sat next to each other on the sidelines. What the hell is your name? I only have one context for you. Now you're not in that context.
Well, to back Ovi up a little bit here, I mean, Stevenson was literally called up in the afternoon yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So my guess is Ovi's not reading the transaction wire. I know that. I don't expect him to know, well, they sent Shepard down and they called up this guy.
McClellan's not sending him a text going, FYI, Clay Stevenson's coming.
Exactly.
Right.
So he gets on the plane, and that's probably when he finds out most of the time, oh, so-and-so didn't make the trip, or like this guy is coming with us, or Frank's going to dress tomorrow, whatever it is.
Right? This time coming.
So he has no idea that Stevenson's been called up. But I just would think he's been in the org for a few years, and maybe I'm just expecting too much. He's at training camp. He's been at the prospect development stuff, right? Like, he definitely has seen him. Maybe in the do you think it was in the moment he couldn't pull it, or do you think he thinks as he looks at that guy, this person is on this plane and works in another area of the team?
Like, this is how I have it in my brain. If you said, I'll give you $1 billion.
Yeah.
If you say that guy's name, first try, he couldn't do it. Like, I think now he knows that there's been a thing. Like, but what I'm saying is he doesn't know him.
So it was not like, oh man, I'm having a brain
Oh,
fart.
what's his? Oh God, just up for the minors.
Clay.
I know him.
You're
Bill
saying
Clay. Yeah.
if you gave him a multiple choice,
he might guess it right,
with
but
minor
it's a
league
guess.
goalie names in their system.
Yeah,
you don't think he knows who that is?
he doesn't know that guy from Adam. Like, he probably remembers it. Like, if he saw him in net, he's like, I've shot on that guy before in practice time.
So the players obviously are bigger. They always are dressed to the nines. He was in a really nice suit if you look at the video. So he knows he's a player. I believe.
Do you think? I mean, I'm telling some of these.
But sometimes that's what I was going to say. The traveling party, like the video coaches and those people, they're all in suits too. So it's possible he could have been a staffer who made the trip.
Yeah, just a 6'1", 185 guy. He had no idea.
What's the quote? We have another guy.
We have another guy here.
Oh, Zach in Gainesville.
We have another guy.
That's so embarrassing for him.
Phone.
Zach, what's up? You're on Grant and Danny.
Hey guys. Man, I was curious, like 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, there's, you know how they do the skits, like the videos when they're in the tunnel getting ready to hit the ice?
Oh, it's my favorite content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you see the one that was like Wilson and Ovechkin? It was like doggy, no Bucky?
No.
You need to Google right now, Wilson, Ovechkin, doggy, no Bucky. It's hilarious, man. Ovechkin plays the part so well. And they're like, I think they're trying to tell like Dubois, he's not allowed to wear his helmet on the ice.
Right, no
warm-up
bucket,
or something like that. Oh, dude, it's hilarious, man. Just check it out.
All right, I'll look that up. No, for people that don't know, it's all of the pregame content that comes out is like much must-watch Caps fandom content because the interactions with these guys, that's where the bands thing came from with Chychrun and Ovechkin when they're standing right ready to go
Right
out.
before, yeah.
By the way, Grab from Monumental put this out. I think the guy's name is Juicy J that did the band song. They interviewed him. It's a girl standing next to him interviewing him if you're scrolling for the video. And he's wearing a Cap sweater. They brought him to the game. And he's standing there right as they're about to go out, and they all walk up. And I don't think Ovi knew who he was at first. I'm pretty sure because Ovi's like, hey.
We have another guy here.
Right. And the guy's like, he tells him, like in the clip, like, I'm the dude that did the band song. And Ovi like loses it and he gets excited and he starts screaming bands. And Chychrun's right there and they have a great moment with this guy. But it was his first hockey game, this rapper. I think Juicy J is his name or something. And they give him a sweater. But they did an interview with him and it's hysterical. He's talking about the Capitals and he's like, yeah, they got this player, the famous one, the guy that everybody's been talking about. He doesn't know who Ovi is
doesn't know, yeah.
at all. He's just invited there for the night. Wild. Like you would think maybe you're coming there. Ovi's been singing your song all season. You might look up the name or
NHL.com is so accessible.
Right. And he's like, who's the main player? The guy that sings our song? And the girl's like, Alex Ovechkin. And he's like,
No, that's not it.
Oh,
what is it? Yeah.
But like he's the one as they're getting ready to skate out onto the ice for their big game against Columbus. Maybe that's why it went the way that it did, I guess. But he's like dapping him up, ready to get him going for the game. Amazing.
So good. So good. The poor guy but like, why are we interviewing him? There's got to be at least a little bit of prep there.
Well, they're just playing up the bit.
Well, sure.
This was the interview I was talking about.
Hey man, this is dope. I ain't never been to a game like this. It's something new for me, and I love it. And it's amazing. Like I was watching my timeline maybe like a month ago, and I was seeing this hockey team, the Capitals. I saw the Capitals just singing bands and everything. I thought it was like a AI. People take AI all the time and they put pictures with music. So I was like, this somebody's AI. But it kept going and kept going. I was like, hold up a second, what's going on? Like somebody likes my song, like I feel like they brought the song back, like they making it even more popular than it was 5 or 6 years ago.
Were you surprised to see how much steam it had picked up on the internet?
So I'm so surprised. TikTok went crazy. Like then people start calling me, "Hey man, it's hockey team Capitals. They love your music. Hey man, the guy they call the guy the main player the starter team. I forget his name. Sorry. Yeah. They say he's a Michael Jordan of
yeah.
They say
yes.
Who says they? They say he's the Michael Jordan of
He's there in his sweater, sitting on the glass, guest of the team. And they're like, the main player, the star. What?
Oh, it's his name.
Who is like? She's like Ovechkin, and he's like, "Yep, that's him.
Yep,
Ovechkin." Here's the doggy no Bucky thing at the car.
Maybe doggy no Bucky tonight. For sure. Doggy, no Bucky for you.
Just kids, man, having a good time.
The one that gets me is
Doggy's Brandon Duhame, by the way.
Okay. The one that gets me is that I just like it feels like it would hurt when they take their sticks and like legit wind up and like smack each other with the stick.
That was an Oshie Wilson thing.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Like I would go, oh, don't do that. Like you're gonna hurt somebody. But they're different. Hockey guys.
Yeah, Oshie and Willie would stand there and whack each other in the butt and cup check each other and just do all kinds of weird stuff.
I mean, what if it doesn't? What if the check fails?
Hockey dudes
are different, man.
The boys, they're just having fun.
Yeah, like drop the gloves, just punch each other just to check.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The running back position value coming back. I'll make that case next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In baseball, Nationals taking on the Pirates. Game 2 of the series tonight. They lost Game 1 last night 10-3. 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals, making his 4th start of the season. He enters with a 5.63 ERA. He'll take on Mitch Keller, who is 1-1 with a 4.24 ERA. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Islanders, the penultimate game of the season. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA, play-in tournament games tonight. Hawks and Magic. Winner gets a 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. After that, Grizzlies and Warriors at 10 o'clock. Winner gets a 7 seed in the Western Conference. Meadows Farms Nurseries is thrilled to announce our screening sale exclusively for our VIP customers. Arborvitae, Skip Laurels, and Nellie Stevens Hollies, all on sale. Visit us at meadowfarms.com or at any of our 16 convenient locations. Meadows Farms Nurseries, plants a little happiness. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What's the name of that guy? The famous player? The one that's really good that just scores all the goals? Ovechkin? Yeah, him. That was such a good video.
Oh, yeah, him. That's right. Yep.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. I think the running back value is climbing in the as we get ready for the draft. Here are some of the points that I would bring up. Read a good story on this, ESPN.com. Obviously, the reason for the conversation is Ashton Jeanty, who was the first running back invited to the Heisman ceremony since 2017. Anybody remember who the running back was in 2017 that was invited to the Heisman Trophy ceremony? The last one before Ashton Jeanty. Open to anyone.
Mark Ingram?
No.
Toby Gerhart?
No.
Michael James?
No. Love the guesses. Keep them going.
Derrick Henry?
Saquon Barkley?
No. Somebody has said a player that went to the same school as the player.
LeGarrette Blount?
No.
Derrick Henry?
No.
I said that.
Bryce Love?
Yes. Clarity.
Whoa, wow.
Let's
What a
go.
pull.
Bryce Love.
Drafted by the Washington Redskins.
Oh, wow.
Who he would never play for. He had like a degenerative
Didn't
knee
he?
problem.
Didn't he play for them though? Weren't people excited about him for 4 years?
Well, they were very yes is the answer to that, but he did not play. But Jeanty at Boise State was kind of what Saquon Barkley was for the Eagles this year, in that he led the team to a area no one really thought they were going to go to. In the Eagles' case, it was winning the Super Bowl this season, and for Jeanty, they went to the college football playoff. He was quoted as saying it's a great time to enter the league as a running back because the value's back at the position and there's going to be money coming back in. It has been 30 years since a running back has gone number 1 overall in the NFL draft. Anybody care to guess who the last running back to go 1-1 was? 30 years ago this year.
So what is it? Okay, that's in the 90s.
Danny, you should pull this.
I should pull it. Okay, I'm ripping through. Barry Sanders.
No. After. Mid-90s.
Oh, yeah, that would have been later. I should be able to get this. But I'm on the spot.
I'll give you a team. This will do it. Cincinnati Bengals.
I should be able to do that. It's after Ickey Woods.
I thought this would be easy, honestly.
It probably is.
He played for the Washington Redskins and Marty Schottenheimer in 2001.
Oh, come on. Just tell me I'm not going to pull it.
He went to Penn State.
Kajana Carter?
Yes, there it is.
Okay, God dang.
Kajana Carter.
Ugh.
Last time a running back went 1-1, bro. 30 years ago. So the debate they had at the start of this story was, will we ever see it again? So let's start there before I get into the value climbing. Do you think we'll see a running back go first overall in our lifetime?
I do. It's all
you do.
Everything is cyclical. Like, so what was undervalued becomes the floodgates open and everybody does it. Then what's overvalued, diminishes, and then the next most valuable position will be something else. We're going to go through cycles. Right now, everyone's concerned with stopping the deep pass. So it's a running back renaissance time. Like you look at the top 10 rush attempt guys, I think 70% of them were first round picks. This is like the era that we're in right now. So yeah, I could see it.
I can't see the running back position becoming valuable enough that you would take it over a quarterback or a tackle or something like that, even in our lifetime. And I could be wrong. Things change fast. But what I do think is it's possible that there's somebody that's just so special. Like what Genty did, but let's say it's at Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
What Genty did, but it's in the SEC at LSU or in the Big Ten at Ohio State or something. But he has the same numbers in the same year, and he's a little faster, and he's a little bigger. And maybe it's like Adrian Peterson, where people go, this guy's the greatest college running back who's ever lived, and someone needs an RB at 1, and that's the year that it happens. I guess that's possible. But Mel Kiper's got Genty going 6, and Amarian Hampton out of North Carolina going 12. So he's got 2 RBs in the top 12.
Mm-hmm.
That would liken to when Bijan Robinson went 8 to the Falcons, and then the Lions traded up to 12 for Jahmyr Gibbs, and everyone made fun of them, who we'll get to in a second. Kiper's got 3 backs going in the second round this year. 5 total in the first 2 rounds. Last year, Danny, there was 1 running back that went in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft. And that is part of why I'm using that to say there is this feeling going into the draft like the tide has turned at the running back position again. And you ask people around the league, as they did in this story, why is that? Is it true? Has the tide turned a little bit? To use your parlance, is it a cyclical thing and the cycle has changed? Well, Barkley carried the Eagles to the Super Bowl. We just saw that happen. Former top 5 pick. Derrick Henry beat Father Time again. The last time we had 2 running backs in the NFL, the top 2 rushers, combine for over 3,700 yards, it was Sean Alexander and Tiki Barber in 2005.
How about that?
The sum of RB1 and RB2 in yardage. 20 years ago. This year, almost 4,000 yards between the two. Barkley went for 2,000, could have gone for more, sat in the final week, would have broke the record. And Derrick Henry was just shy of 2,000 yards with the Ravens. But we almost had 2 2,000-yard rushers in the same season, which is crazy. It's happened like 6 times ever.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the Offensive Player of the Year. The best offensive player in the league, not a quarterback, right? OPOY, be named a running back back-to-back years. Obviously, this year it was Saquon. Last year it was Christian McCaffrey from San Francisco. The last time we had RBs, just take a guess in years, in consecutive seasons that were the OPOY, the player of the year, best non-quarterback, was not a receiver for 2 straight years. When would you guess?
14-15.
05-06.
Oh, wow.
Sean Alexander, LaDainian Tomlinson.
There you go.
Which was back when you were force feeding. Remember when like fantasy football?
Oh yeah,
it was like draft your horse.
If you don't get one of those 3
Yeah.
guys at the top,
Totally.
forget the year.
And you also, I remember, I am old enough to remember when you used to start your fantasy draft by taking 2 running backs, or you were screwed. Like, oh, I'll get a receiver eventually, but I don't have my 2 running backs yet, so it can wait.
Yeah, bell cow.
In 1995, I mentioned this on the show yesterday. This was my favorite stat in this piece. There were 9 running backs that ran the ball 300 times. 9. In 2023, there were 0. Last year, we were back up to 6 different guys with 300 carries, including Barkley, who was 45 over the threshold, Henry, who was 25 over the threshold. If you look at the draft, since 1996, top 5 positions taken in the top 10. I know that's wordy, so I'll say it again. Top 10 picks, the 5 positions drafted most often. Since 96, quarterback is 1.
Sure.
Tackle is 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver is 3. Edge or defensive end is 4. And then DB is 5. So I guess they're putting corner and safety together. But do you realize there have been almost twice as many defensive backs taken in the top 10 as running backs since 1996? Isn't that shocking? Corners and safeties? There have been 43 DBs and just 23 running backs over a span of 30 years. In the top 10.
Yeah, I would say that makes sense to me, just given where the league was emphasizing and was going. It's about passing effectively, and then stopping the pass.
But that's through the early 2000s. That's the end of the 90s. That's during the great era of running backs we just talked about.
I mean, it really kicks off in earnest with greatest show on turf, and then the rise of Peyton Manning and Brady and company, and Aaron Rodgers, the prolific passing games, Drew Brees that everyone was copying. So I could see that.
Bijan Robinson went for 1,450 yards. Falcons almost make the playoffs in a year where their quarterback's hurt and benched, and they go to a rookie at the end of the season. Jahmyr Gibbs, I will never forget draft night. I loved him as a player, but they got destroyed for trading up to take him at 12. Obliterated. You can't take a running back in the first round. You can't trade up and take Jahmyr Gibbs. What are you doing? They took him in 2023. This past season, he was a game changer. Has been really since he got into the league. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, their beloved slot wide receiver, 34 plays last year of 15 or more yards. Explosives, 34 of them, was number 3 in the NFL. Jahmyr Gibbs had 33 of them. One less than St. Brown, who ranked 3rd in the National Football League. And we care more now about explosives than we ever have, Danny, because we're getting smarter. The quote that they had in this story from Dave Canales, who talked to ESPN at the league meetings about this, said explosive plays are close to the turnover margin in terms of importance. If you can have a +3 margin in explosives over the years, we've learned that almost equals getting a ball from the opponent. It's really close in percentage in terms of leading to wins. Meaning, they've always said turnover margin's most important.
Yep.
Now it might just be, did you make more big plays than them? And when running backs like Jahmyr Gibbs, or what I think Amarian Hampton's going to be as an example, or Ashton Genty if it's him, if they can do it, it's what I've said all along with Washington needing a weapon. I don't give a damn if it's a wide receiver. I need speed, and I need someone who could strike up the band and hit a home run. I'd prefer it to be a running back, honestly, because they touch the ball more. And the speed is more impactful because you're involved more often.
Here's just a way to quantify this, too, which I think is interesting. I picked a nice round number 10 years ago, okay? Go back to 2015. There were 7 players that ran for 1,000 yards. If you add that to 9, if you carry it out to 900, I think there were a total of 9 or 10 players that ran for 900 yards. So that's your bell cow, but maybe missed a game or two, something like that, right? This past year, there were 16 1,000-yard rushers, more than twice as many. If you expand it to 900, again, that same category of guys that missed some time, there were 22 players that ran for more than 900 yards. We're here now. We are in the era of running the football. And again, I think it's reactionary. I think what happened was people got sick and tired of deep passes, of deep shots, of chunk yardage, of passing games, dicing them apart. And they said, fine, we're backing off. We'll play that shell.
Yeah, I'm not going to give up 400 yards passing. I'll play deeper. And if you want to take 4 yards at a time on the ground, so be it.
And you happen to have a couple of great exceptions to the rule, guys that usually age way worse. Derrick Henry usually is Earl Campbell or Eddie George. You fall off a cliff. He doesn't. 30 years old, ran for almost 2,000 yards. You mentioned Barkley, after a bunch of injuries, has a healthy season and could have set the rushing record. But you go down the list. We are in an era right now of running backs being the bell cow when we thought it was nothing but committees from here on out and trying to get, keep guys healthy, et cetera. Again, 22 players ran for at least 900 yards at the running back spot. Remarkable.
Yeah, I think we're there. And the value is certainly climbing. Once again, it's going to help Genty go in the top 10. Hampton maybe go in the top 15 as well, according to Mel Kiper. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:10. Would we want to go into space for 11 minutes? Next. Hey guys, it's GP and Danny for our friends at Copair. I believe I'm down 25 pounds right now. I feel pretty good about that progress, despite a bunch of trips and a bunch of things going on that make it harder. It's working. Copair works. This is the old EMP 180. They've changed my life before. They've changed Danny's life, and they are doing it again. We got listeners on the program. Nick in Alexandria is down 28. Leslie in Ashburn's down 26. She's only been on the program for a couple of months.
Everybody's different. Everyone's got different challenges, right? For me, it's my kids are so incredibly busy. I'm shuttling them around. I can't always plan my meals or meal prep like the Instagram models or whoever does that kind of stuff. You're going to have challenges in your life. Where are your cravings? Where's the times you're the hungriest, et cetera? That personal one-on-one coaching, figuring out how to deal with the pitfalls, how to deal with travel, how to deal with less than ideal circumstances. You will navigate it. I'm down around 13 pounds, a little over that actually, as of my last check-in. It's working. These guys are great at this. Get your life turned around. Get healthy. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
G&D taking you up to 610. Nats pregame at that time. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler, right here on the Fan. Boys need a win tonight in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. Danny, yesterday was a pretty significant day in terms of space travel, in that one of the biggest stories in America was this Blue Origin rocket that was launched into the sky. Historical, I guess, because it was the first all-female crew and all females, everybody on the spaceship, I guess. And then it went up for 11 minutes and came back down. It was like 60 miles above Earth. So some pretty cool visuals, I'm sure, for them. I don't know if they took their phones with them or not to get some pics. But I couldn't go anywhere yesterday without hearing about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Katy Perry, of her, singing and American Idol fame, was on the rocket, as was Lauren Sanchez, who's the fiance of Jeff Bezos, who runs Blue Origin. Gail King, who's like the friend of Oprah, who does some TV stuff.
She does the CBS morning show.
Okay. She does the CBS morning show.
With who?
Tony Vendetti, the guy that you played baseball with one time.
Teammate.
Yeah. So they were on the plane with the ship with some other people. But they went up for 11 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
and then they came back down.
Mhm.
Few things here.
Yep.
First things first, they keep calling these people astronauts. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
These are not astronauts. These are people that put on a jumpsuit and got on a spaceship and either were famous enough or rich enough and or connected enough to Jeff Bezos or whatever to go on a little joyride for 11 minutes and then come back down to Earth.
Cool.
Happy for them.
Mm-hmm.
If they wanted to do this, go do it. It's not my idea of a good time. I wouldn't have done that for fear of dying, because I try to do nothing that increases my chance of dying other than eat terribly. But that's what they wanted to do. And so God bless them. You're not astronauts. And this whole like, Katy Perry's an astronaut. No, she's not. Astronauts are astronauts.
Yeah, right.
These are people who floated around in a spacecraft for a few minutes.
And it's cool you got to do that.
Yeah, I'm happy that you did it. Good on you. Just stop telling me that she's an astronaut.
Well, like I was in a field one time and like I tripped a little bit and I went down and like I dug with like my keys and I picked up a quartz. Am I a minor? See what I'm saying? You're not an astronaut.
So that's my first thought.
Mm-hmm.
My next thought is actually a question to Danny Rouillet, which is, would you want to do this?
No. Hardest no for me. The reward when you're up there, I bet it's amazing.
I think it would be life-changing and maybe even, is there a chance it would be so breathtaking that it could reshape your entire feeling of like everything? You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean,
It
yeah.
could be so grand, seeing the Earth from a distance, seeing how small we are and being in space. Maybe my whole worldview changes and I come back, get down here a different person. I just couldn't do it. There's too good a chance that all that fuel leads to me exploding. I'm just not doing it.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant about this, but the Challenger exploding when I was a kid impacted me and a lot of kids in my generation in a major way. Like every elementary school kid was doing this big project leading up to the launch. And it was this big moment of national pride. And it, of course, went so terribly and it was such a tragedy I can't not see that in my brain. So when it's like, all right, get strapped in, you're going up to the, with the rocket booster, you could give me every assurance in the world. You could tell me how safe everything is. I couldn't do it. And that perspective you're talking about, by the way, You Sleep on St. Elmo's graduate Rick Houck, astronaut, came back and spoke to us and talked about that thing where that's what drove, not the Challenger part, but the desire to transcend what most men have been able to do and be one of the rare, there have been fewer people on the moon than there have been presidents and all these other kinds of different things, his perspective. And he went up in space and did it. And as you said, all the words that you would use, it's life-changing, it's this, it's that. And I'm sitting there going, that's awesome for you. That's incredible. You're an achiever. I'm not. You were put on this earth to do bigger things than me. Totally fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I wish I had interest, and it's probably not even interest, because I think if you guaranteed me safety, I would do it. But it's like getting on a roller coaster, which I would do, but the stakes are just so high.
Mm-hmm.
I convince myself every time I get on the airplane to fly anywhere, the chances of something bad happening, despite what's happening on the news of late, because there seems to be a lot of things, it's like 0.0001%, right? When I get on a roller coaster, King's Dominion ain't letting me die today. They're not getting sued millions of dollars by a bunch of families because we're all crashing and dying. That's what I tell myself. There's a 1% chance of anything bad happening. I feel like that chance on a spaceship, and maybe Jeff Bezos could tell me differently. I'll bet you it's not a 0.0 something.
Well, yeah, but they can tell me whatever they want.
Right. But I'm saying it's probably like 16% or 9%. It's too high. And the juice is not worth the squeeze. What is the point of this? You're not going to capture dirt somewhere. You're not going to do some successful thing. You're just going up for 11 minutes, letting a butterfly thing that you brought with you float around in the spaceship, and you're coming back down and tell everyone how great it was. That's cool. I don't think that's worth almost dying for me. I will say this was Katy Perry yesterday.
It is the highest high, and it is surrender to the unknown, trust, and this whole journey is not just about going to space. It's the training, it's the team, it's the whole thing. I couldn't recommend this experience more. This is like up there with all the, different tools that I've learned in my life, from meditation to the Hoffman process. This is up there because what you're doing is you're like really finding the love for yourself, because you got to trust in yourself on this journey. And then you're feeling the love when you come down, for sure. And you're feeling that strength. So I feel really connected to that.
Okay. You can't.
It's up there with meditation.
I mean,
is your first tell.
I'm going to say it's a little better than meditation.
Yeah.
The other thing is, and look, I'm the last guy that should probably comment on this part because I am a guy. And I guess this was like this. It was very significant with it being an all-female crew and everyone involved was female. And so I know from watching Katy Perry, that was an important part of this and it was significant. But like, again, I would ask if it ended up being inspirational to women, that's great. But how much money was spent? Like, there are so many great ways to donate to really important causes. If you're trying to help women, I don't know. If someone got great inspiration from this, then awesome. But like 7 people with a lot of money got to go up for 11 minutes on a pretty fun roller coaster ride. It's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
Like, we could dress it up however we want to. There's probably better ways to help whatever cause you're trying to help. The first female to fly in space was a Soviet named Valentina Tereshkova. She's an astronaut, right? The first American woman in space was Sally Ride.
Sally Ride.
That's an astronaut hero, right? I'm thinking like there's a woman that's supposed to be the first woman to go to the moon that was in a story from January of 24. Awesome. I want that. Those are great achievements. That's awesome. I just don't really know what the point of this was, or any of these. To that, if we're just going up because the rich person has the money, I'm not telling you shouldn't do it. It's your money. But the whole like we did this for womankind, mankind, whoever, like, there's probably a great way to help out a lot of females.
I bet you there's a lady working 2 jobs somewhere, like
she didn't get
struggling. She didn't get to go. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be cool if she did. I don't know, but I'm with you. Like when someone tries to, because that's what happened. The rich person got to do the rich person thing, and as you said, it's their money. It's your time. It's your risk. It's whatever. Do what you want. But like when you then come back down and tell me how inspiring you were to everybody, I could maybe do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell you if I was inspired. I wasn't. I didn't happen to be, by the way. But it's like, I don't know. That doesn't say these are good or bad people. It's just like there's plenty of meaning in the cool experience that you got to have.
But just the astronauts, they're referring to them. No. Like, if I come along on a ride along with a cop and I'm sitting in the car when
you're not reading anybody that Miranda's, bro.
Someone over.
Yeah.
I ain't a cop. I might play one for a day. I might put on an outfit and carry a fake badge. Doesn't make me a cop. Astronauts.
Yeah.
Like, they fix spaceships and they land on moons and they go find some things at other planets.
Yeah, they're drinking Tang, eating rations, talking to Houston. Like, I got Jedi robes for Halloween costume. I don't have the Force.
Sally Ride, astronaut.
See
what I'm saying?
Rick Houck, astronaut.
Shane Gillis got numbers at Capital One Arena, one of the 5 most attended shows ever at the venue. What are the most attended events in Capital One Arena history? We'll tell you next. Plus, we'll get you ready for Nats Pirates with the leadoff on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Baseball, Jackie Robinson Day. 78 years ago today, Jackie Robinson made his major league debut. Everybody wearing 42 to honor him tonight. Game 1 of the series didn't go the Nationals' way last night in Pittsburgh. They fell 10-3. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin makes his 4th start of the year. He enters with a 5.63 ERA. He'll take on Mitch Keller, who is 1-1 with a 4.24 ERA. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Islanders tonight, the penultimate game of the season, 7:30 puck drop. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. NBA play-in tournament gets underway tonight, playing for the 7 seed. The winner of each of these games get the 7 seed in their respective conferences. Hawks and Magic at 7:30, Grizzlies and Warriors at 10 o'clock. This April only, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Commanders had 20 to 30 players, they've been saying. I don't know how many they settled on in for the group event like they did last year at Topgolf. And this year they went to Topgolf again.
Oh, Topgolf. They did Topgolf.
I guess it worked last time. You might as well run it back. I know that they drafted Jaden Daniels and it worked out. I still think that's a dumb bit. I'm sorry. Now, I was not one of the people that was worked up about it last year. I didn't really care that much about that story. I just think spending, like, you just can't convince me. It's just say you're just hosting a bunch of people for a fun event. Because you're not. I guess I should say that I would need more intel on how much interviewing they're doing. Are they pulling them out one at a time to go into a back room? But just watching a bunch of people interact, it's just not for me. I would love to drill down small groups, one-on-one, spend as much time, poke and prod.
I want that whiteboard. I'm going to say a play, then I'll ask you 77 questions about your fears, then tell me what the play was. We're doing all that.
Call me old school. All right, Ryan left, so we were going to play a game, so he's now out, but we're going to keep playing this game anyway. The name of the game is, we have found out that Shane Gillis's stand-up show this weekend, according to a statement that was put out, a tweet from Monumental Sports and Entertainment, made him a top 5 event in the history of the arena in terms of attendance.
Wow.
Okay? Top 5 ever.
So that means it's not a sporting event because they've sold out games there, obviously, right?
So they've sent me, I asked for it, the list of the top 10 shows and concerts, non-sporting events, shows and concerts in arena history. This is via a Monumental spokesperson. So, Danny, I ask you, see if you can get one. Where's my bell? Name somebody who's on the top 10 for all-time events at Capital One Arena in attendance. The dates are 24, 16, 22, 23, 23, 23, 25, 23, 12, and 19. And 09.
Okay. So Family Feud style, show me Beyonce.
I don't think Beyonce's ever performed there.
Wow.
She's a stadium person.
So it's not that one.
So we would go no.
Put an X there.
Darius.
I'm going to go with Drake.
Drake on July 28th, 23, and July 29th, 23. 2 of the top.
Oh, so he's times 2. There we go.
Yeah, he's basically tied with Shane Gillis at 5th for those events. Toby.
I'm going to go with Aubrey's best friend, Kendrick Lamar.
Not on the list.
Oh, no Kendrick Lamar. Okay.
Sorry. Ryan.
Chris Brown.
Chris Brown. Not on the list. Danny, back to you.
Lady Gaga.
Not on the list.
Jesus.
Darius.
Ooh, all right. Now we're getting crazy.
Number 1 is a country act.
Jason Aldean.
No. Toby.
The once canceled Morgan Wallen.
No.
Willie Nelson.
Definitely not.
This is not going very well.
I'll tell you what, it's better if I just tell you guys.
Kevin Hart.
Probably.
No.
Oh, crap.
Number 1 all time, Zach Bryan. March of 2024, a year ago.
Okay.
Number 2, Bruce Springsteen.
Oh,
January of 2016. Number 3, Bad Bunny.
Right.
March of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, I kind of thought you'd get this one, bud. Dave Chappelle, November of 23. Then you got the 2 Drake events and Shane Gillis, kind of right there, back end top 5 tied. Then 2 more Springsteen dates. And number 10 on the list, way back in 2009, Britney Spears at Capital One Arena.
Britney Spears, man.
But how about Shane Gillis?
Look at Shano.
Top 5 all time, Capital One Arena.
So we did great, guys. We got one.
Yeah, you guys
got one.
it.
We got one.
That was not
there.
an easy game.
No.
But it was probably easier than you guys made it look.
Yeah, I certainly made it more difficult.
That's easy for me to say, just getting to host and play the game. You guys having to play the game. All right, it is time for the leadoff. We do this each and every day ahead of Nats baseball. The leadoff brought to you by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Jay Curvin, leading off, playing left field, James Wood, batting second, doing the catching, K-Bear Ruiz, batting third, playing first base, Nathaniel Lowe, your cleanup hitter and DH, Josh Bell, batting fifth at second, Luis Garcia Jr., batting sixth at third base, Paul DeYoung, batting seventh and right, Dylan Cruz, batting eighth at shortstop, Nasim Nunez, and batting ninth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, that's Jacob Young.
Dylan Cruz moved up in the lineup very minimally.
7.
But 1 spot up to 7. I will take that baby step. And I got to say, I like James Wood in the leadoff spot.
Go see some pitches, yeah.
I would not do it full time. I still would have, honestly, I would put Cruz 1 and Wood 2 and really try to help Dylan Cruz out. And if he went like 2 for 27 or something and continue to spiral, then I would think about readjusting. But I'd probably have Wood hit second all the time, but I do like him in the leadoff spot. That's fun.
Yeah, that is part of the skill set, right? I mean, he can get on base and bother opponents. That's part of the deal.
He's going to draw a lot of walks. He can steal bases. He's a manufacturer. And, oh, by the way, elite power as well.
Ho-hum.
Big thanks to Darius, to Toby, to Ryan behind the scenes, working hard for us here on Grant and Danny. Tomorrow, we've got Matt Miller, ESPN NFL draft analyst at 3. We'll also be joined by Jacob Chikrin of the Washington Capitals, who play tonight and then play their final game on the road in Pittsburgh on Thursday.
I wonder if he knows Clay Stevenson.
He might. We got a guy. G&D saying so long until 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.